Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter became the supreme power after Voldemort's fall. Here is short summary. With Voldemort gone, Harry thought peace had come, until betrayal and shifting loyalties force him to rise as the ultimate magical force the world has ever seen. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry was surprised a week ago when Mrs. Weasley handed him the Gringotts letter that had arrived at the Burrow. It was the day after graduation and Harry had spent the night after Ron, Ginny and Hermione had partied until early in the morning. They were students no longer. The bird with the Gringotts envelope had come early in the morning and Mrs. Weasley gave the letter to him at lunch. They woke up too late for breakfast. The letter explained that it was the custom for all Potter males to meet with the Potter account manager before they got bonded to make arrangements for their new bride. An appointment was set for Harry 2 days before the wedding and was considered a formality. Ron had volunteered to go with Harry but had been invited to a Chudley Cannons practice match that very morning. Ron was obsessed with the cannons and was surprised when the captain of the team had sent an owl inviting the war hero to the practice. It was no secret that Ron had hoped to be a professional Quidditch player, but he was not, in Harry's opinion, good enough to go professional. Harry loved him as a brother and wanted no better person to stand beside him in a fight, but he was the first to admit that as a Quidditch player Ron was not the best, but the Cannons were the worst team in the league, so Ron would fit in. As he walked up the stairs to the white marble building, Harry fondly remembered the first time he came to Gringotts with Hagrid. It was 8 years ago and the then 11-year-old Harry was new to the wizarding world. Walking into the building, nothing seemed to have changed since that day 8 years ago. The goblins went about their daily work, while witches and wizards were waving to him, pointing him out to others, and some even tried to shake his hand. He laughed. Normally he didn't like all the attention, but today he smiled and shook hands. He was happy. Harry walked up to the counter and greeted the goblin. "I am here for an appointment with the manager of the Potter account." The goblin bowed to him and greeted him politely. "Good afternoon, Lord Potter. Please have a seat and Grobrick will be with you shortly." Harry turned to go to the proffered seat and saw the one goblin he knew. "Why, hello Griphook, how are you?" The goblin looked shocked. No one took time to remember the goblins' names and he had only met Harry once before. "I am fine, Lord Potter. I hope your dealings with us today will increase your gold." Harry laughed. Goblin's only thought was on gold. "Well, Griphook, I hope that our dealings will increase gold for you, your family and all who deal with Gringotts." Griphook smiled a rare smile. Harry had unknowingly given the goblin a wonderful blessing. "I thank you for your blessing on our bank, Lord Potter," said a voice behind him. Harry turned and greeted the new goblin, who he assumed was Grobrick, the head of the Potter accounts. He was taller than Griphook, his clothes were of a rich royal blue material, and he had an aura of authority about him. "You are quite welcome. Grobrick, I assume." The goblin gave a slight bow. "Please, sir, come this way." Harry was led to the back of the bank and into a large office, where 2 other goblins were seated. Like Grobrick, both were well dressed. One in deep purple robes and the other was much older than the other 2 and had on a silver tunic which seemed to match his hair. He had on black leggings, leather boots, and on his waist a jeweled dagger. Grobrick introduced the purple-robed goblin as Magnus, head of the Black accounts, and the other as Fireforge, head of Gringotts special accounts. As Harry bowed to both goblins, he suddenly had a thought that this was no ordinary meeting. Harry sat quietly waiting for Grobrick to begin. All 3 goblins watched the young man intensely. Fireforge was first to address Harry. "I am very happy to see you, Lord Potter. I have been trying to have a meeting with you for the last 8 years. Of all the things Harry expected, that statement was the last. 8 years. I'm sorry I never received any correspondence from your bank until late last week asking for this appointment." The 3 goblins looked at each other with knowing looks. Grobrick turned to Harry. "I am sure it was an oversight, Lord Potter. There are many things we would like to discuss with you today concerning your accounts. I am sure, gentlemen, that I could schedule some time when I get back from my honeymoon to go over the Potter and Black accounts with you, but I don't think I could give you more than an hour today. So if we could discuss the procedure for adding my future wife to the accounts, I would appreciate it." Magnus looked fiercely at Harry. Lord Potter, what do you know about your fortune? Harry knew he had inherited the Black Fortune, and while he didn't know the extent to what Sirius had left him, he knew it was enough for Ginny and himself to get a good start in life. As for the Potter fortune, it consisted of a single vault which was nearly empty after 8 years of school. He knew the Potter name was an old one, so he was still subjected to the traditions of the pure blood families. I know enough. Could we please just discuss Ginny so I could go, and I promise I will speak to you as soon as I return from Paris. Magnus looked like he was going to scream, but Fireforge simply placed his hands on the younger goblin's shoulder. The silver-haired goblin smiled at Harry. Of course, Lord Potter. We will just discuss your beautiful bride. Congratulations, by the way. It has been a long-awaited marriage, and I am sure the wizarding world will be talking about your wedding for years to come. Thank you, Fireforge. So if we could begin. The other 2 goblins looked at the older goblin and let him lead the proceedings. Yes, let's. Firstly, Lord Potter, I am assuming that the future Lady Potter would be pleased to wear your great-grandmother's wedding dress. It was handcrafted using the finest acromantula silks inlaid with gold and silver runes. It sounds beautiful, but I am sure that Ginny already has her dress ready. Oh, I'm sorry. The dress was sent to her over 2 months ago, so it could be fitted for her. Harry shook his head. You must be mistaken, I only proposed a month ago. Harry had proposed after their last exam. Again, I am sorry, I must have the time wrong. Well, no doubt the Potter wedding rings of the Lord and Lady have been cleaned and polished. I didn't know such rings existed. I never saw them in my vault. I must tell Ron about them, he said he was getting the rings as a wedding gift to us. Well, I am sure everything is fine. And your home Potter Manor all decorated and waiting for the happy couple. I don't have a manor, but I have the Black's townhouse at Grimmauld Place. I decided to leave it as such and not name it Potter Manor, and yes, Creature and Mrs. Weasley have been busy cleaning. Harry heard Magnus let out a frustrated sigh. Harry saw him shaking his head, no doubt not approving the house of the noble and most ancient house of Black going to a non-family member. Ah well, all seems to be going well. So the last thing we need to settle is your wife's allowance. Her allowance. Yes, all Potter wives are given an allowance to take care of their personal needs. Harry nodded. Well, that seems okay. How much should I give her? Well, you are currently giving her an allowance of 100 galleons a month as well as a further 500 galleons a year for school fees. I am assuming you want to increase that figure. Quote. Harry looked at the 3 goblins as if they were crazy. He must have heard wrong. Did you just say I have been giving Ginny 100 galleons a month? Yes, and 500 a year for school fees, Fireforge confirmed. Something inside of Harry lurched. No, this was wrong. The goblins were wrong, not his Ginny. Of course, that figure does not include the allowance to her family. I am assuming that will also continue. What? No, it must be a mistake, not Ginny. It must have been a provision in Sirius' will. Yes, she must have been getting the money from Sirius. This money, is it coming out of the Black estate? Did Sirius set it up? Harry asked. No, it has been coming out of the Potter estate, for the last 7 years, the goblin answered. 7 years. Ginny has been getting an allowance for the past 7 years, Harry said in shock. Every month, as well as the payment of her school fees, the goblin said calmly. Harry was silent and he asked, the Weasleys also have been getting an allowance for 7 years? No, for 8. Harry stood up, he needed to walk around. Something inside of him was telling him that the goblins were not lying, but they had to be, because it would mean that Ginny and the Weasleys were taking money from him. Grobrick looked like he was going to say something when Fireforge held up his hand to keep him quiet. The young man had to work this out on his own. Ginny has been getting money for the past 7 years and the Weasleys 8 years. It means they have been stealing from him all this time. No, not Ginny, she is perfect, a voice in his mind whispered. Why all the fuss? He was marrying the most perfect woman in the world, money didn't matter. But they were taking money from him. Money his parents left for him to use. But obviously he had enough money, he had survived, and so had Ginny. Just thinking her name brought images of her creamy complexion and her soft red hair that smelled of roses. No, they were taking money to be his friend. Something was wrong. He had to get to the bottom of this. The Weasleys were stealing money and Ron and Ginny were paid to be his friends. But what about Paris? You could deal with all of this after the honeymoon. No. Something inside of him snapped. No, this was wrong. Harry looked at the three goblins and it was as if he was seeing them for the first time. Something was definitely wrong. What did you do to me? Nothing magical. All I did was told you certain truths. Ginny has been taking money from me to be her friend. She, Ron and all the Weasleys, Harry half-stated half-asked. Well, I don't know about all the Weasleys, but I do know Mrs. Weasley was given a monthly allowance along with Ronald and Ginevra. I think I will sit and discuss my affairs with you today. Well, it is about time. I thought we would never get through to you, Magnus said, giving what Harry thought of as a Snape sneer. Lord Potter, if you will agree, we are hoping that you allow yourself to be examined by one of our healers. No, healers don't trust healers, a voice in his mind said, but Harry quickly tuned it out. Examined what for? We suspect that you are under the effects of a love potion. Well, now wait a minute. It's one thing for you to accuse Ginny of stealing, but another to accuse her of giving me a love potion. Lord Potter, please. If it is you truly love this girl, we would not stand in your way and we will be the first to wish you all the happiness in the world. But if we are right, you could be making the biggest mistake of your life. Harry thought about it for a minute and then nodded his head. In a flash, Grobrick ran out of the room and returned with a tall, slim woman who had long black hair and had a sharp nose. She instantly reminded him of Snape. She, however, had a pleasant smile and was dressed in white healer robes. Good afternoon, Lord Potter. I am Healer Marchak. I was told you needed to do a full checkup before your wedding. Harry could not find his voice and just nodded. If you would sit still, this should not take too much of your time. The healer waved her wand over Harry a few times while Harry sat as if in shock. Eventually she spoke. Well, Lord Potter, you have had an interesting life. I have never met anyone who survived a basilisk attack before, or someone who has suffered the Cruciatus so many times and is still sane, or for that matter, two killing curses. Your medical history is one for the books. Harry just smiled. Yes, it has been an interesting life. Of course, I believe you are more interested in the more recent occurrences. It seems I am the bearer of bad news. You seem to be under several compulsion spells as well as a long-term love potion. You also have several blocks on your magic. Some have been placed on you for over 15 years, while the most recent is less than 2 years. What could I do? We could give you potions to counteract the love potion, but it may take as long as a month to get over the effects. You seem to be now fighting off some of the compulsion charms, but you should get a charms master to remove the spells and blocks on your magic. It should be someone you trust. As well as, in my professional opinion, you should postpone your wedding. No, not postpone. Cancel, Harry said firmly. Turning to the goblins, Harry said, you said we had a lot to discuss. I think we need to get started. Yes, I think we should first organize your potions and then a bit of late lunch. Then we could get started, as this could take some time, Fireforge stated. The healer gave Fireforge the detailed account of Harry's examination and a prescription for the counter love potion and some other nutritional potions and healing potions. She also indicated that he could consider getting his eyes fixed, as it was possible in the magical world. In less than 10 minutes, Griphook entered carrying the potions the healer had prescribed. Gulping down the first one, Harry suddenly found himself swaying and feeling woozy. Magnus held up a goblet of water in his hand and gave it to Harry. I think you should lie down for a while, Healer Marchak said, waving her wand at Harry. The goblins conjured a divan sofa and Harry laid down, closing his eyes. A minute later he was violently sick. The healer quickly went over and started rubbing his back, until he was finished. With a wave of her wand all the sick disappeared and the place smelled of pine. Don't worry, it's just the love potion being forced out of your system. You should be okay in a little while. Harry conjured a wet cloth and wiped his face a bit and then cast a mouth-cleansing spell. You said the effect may last up to a month. Yes, you would still be feeling some lingering effects as you have been taking this potion constantly for over a year. There is evidence that you were taking it for a longer period but stopped for a while. Harry felt his head clear. It was like being cured of a headache you never realized you had. Thinking back to when he first had feelings for Ginny being under a love potion made sense. He suddenly found himself desiring Ginny in his 6th year. Before that he thought he was gay, finding himself attracted to a certain male, but then all he could think about was Ginny. The months he spent hunting Horcruxes, he did not have time to think about her. He must not have been getting the potion then. After the final battle he again could not stop thinking about her, they must have started giving it to him again. He wanted to be sick again, not because of the potion but in disgust. Harry was pulled out of his thoughts when the healer asked him, "What do you think about your fiancée now?" Harry tried to think about Ginny. He felt a little more than what he felt for Bill or Charlie. She was a good acquaintance. At best Ginny was like a little sister, but he had no desire for her. He had no romantic feelings for her, and he definitely did not want to marry her. The healer left soon after, first making sure Harry had taken the other potions. She had left Harry with her card, telling him that she considered him a patient and everything that happened was strictly confidential. She told him not to worry, she had already been paid by the goblins, and if he needed her in the future all he had to do was flow. Grobrick directed Harry over to a round table where a light lunch appeared. Harry sat and invited the others to join him. Fireforge told him it was against good wizarding etiquette for a lord to dine with goblins, but Harry insisted. For a moment they reminded him of Dobby. The three goblins looked at Harry with slight amazement as they sat with him. During the meal Harry asked, "I know you said that the Weasleys have been getting money for the past 8 years that must have added up to a lot of galleons. I did not think that the Potter vault had that much gold." "Well, Lord Potter," Grobrick started. "Please, you all call me Harry." The three looked at each other and Fireforge gave a slight bow. "Thank you for the great honor, Harry." Harry smiled. "It is I whom am honored, you have saved me. It was our duty." "Well, about the Potter gold?" Grobrick answered. "Yes, the Potters were quite rich and had millions of galleons of gold. The Weasleys barely made a dent in your fortune. Millions, but I didn't see that much in my vault. That is because you have more than one vault. The one you have been using was one of your trust funds for your enjoyment, your school spending money as it were. In total the Potters had 15 different vaults. I have 15 different vaults." "No. I said the Potters had 15 vaults, you have a considerable greater number. Sirius left you a further 17 vaults, and there are about 20 other smaller vaults that different people left to the boy who lived." Fireforge added, "Even I don't know the full extent of your wealth, Harry. We will need to do a simple blood test to determine exactly what you own. It is partly the reason why you had to be here in person." Magnus turned to Fireforge and whispered something in gobbledygook to him, and Fireforge nodded. The purple-robed goblin looked relieved. Magnus turned to Harry and took a deep breath, looking as if he was going to give a well-rehearsed speech. "Lord Potter, Harry, the reason why Fireforge has been trying to see you for the past 8 years is that we have been begging to enlighten you to your heritage and to inform you of state of your estate along with your options. When your parents died you became the last of the honorable Potters and as such became Lord Potter. Your magical and legal guardian became your godfather Sirius Black, who accepted you that night. Magically you became his heir and ward. However, Sirius was sent to Azkaban the next day and you went to your Muggle aunt. We have often suspected that he was deliberately sent there to be away from you and your estate." "What?" "Well, as you know, Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without trial. He was never formally charged and as such retained all of his assets. If he was charged with being a Death Eater, his holdings would have been at least frozen or at worst claimed by the Ministry. But that did not happen, and as such his vaults remained opened. When his parents died, he took on the mantle of Lord Black and all the Black fortune passed to him. However, being in Azkaban he could not use it. As his ward, you automatically could have access to his wealth." Harry was beginning to see a pattern. Who got control of the money? Albus Dumbledore acting as steward. You mean Dumbledore had access to all the Potter and Black vaults? Yes. Did he use them? Quite frequently. 3 of the Potter vaults have been emptied, funding the Order of the Phoenix, as well as several million galleons were used for Dumbledore's personal expenses. Besides the Weasley, who else was taking money? The Dursleys also got a monthly allowance and several Order members got varying amounts over the years, but to be fair I don't believe they realized that it was your money they were getting. They believed it was from Dumbledore. And the Weasley, how much did they get? Well, in all a little more than 100,000. However, most of it was spent in the last 8 months, and we suspect that amount would increase greatly in 2 days' time. What do you mean? At first, the spending was limited to the allowances assigned to the various individuals, and then Mrs. Weasley was given unlimited access to one of your smallest vaults in your second year. That vault only had about 75,000 galleons. I believe she was first given access to reimburse for the damage to their car and for your misdeeds with the car. She was given total access with a key at the end of that year. Even after that, Mrs. Weasley only took out small amounts on an odd occasion. She was still getting an allowance but would use the vault in emergencies. Even most of the allowances for Ginevra and Ronald went into their personal vaults, which they only had full access to when they became of age. Then in the last few months she started spending the amount she would take out in a year in just 1 day. Before, she was being conservative, but in 2 days her daughter would become one of the richest women in the world, so she no longer had to be careful. Didn't you question why she would be given total access to one of my vaults? It became well known in the wizarding social circles that you were friends with the Weasleys, and Molly Weasley made it known that you considered her like a mother. However, the official reason we were given by Dumbledore was that the vault was being given to the family of your future wife, and that a proposal was made between your guardian and the Weasleys for you and Ginevra Weasley to be bonded. Harry shouted. This was at the end of my second year. I was 12 years old, Ginny was 11. Fireforge told him that while it was a practice that most families no longer did, a few of the old families still made contracts for their children from a very early age. Magnus then continued. It was then I reminded Dumbledore that such a contract could not be made without the blood of Lord Black and yourself. Dumbledore brought in a vial of your blood and told us he would soon bring in that of Lord Black, but Sirius escaped and the blood was not brought in for a year. The proposed contract did not hold, as Sirius' blood showed signs of a compulsion spell and therefore was not given of his free will. The proposed contract only had the requirements after your 5th year, when Sirius died and Dumbledore legally became your guardian. But even then we noticed small irregularities in your blood and would not bind the contract. As part executors of your estates, Gringotts must agree to the contract. Usually it is just a formality. However, we spent the year fighting Dumbledore and prolonged completing the contract. We planned to do so until you became of age and would have had to make the contract yourself. However, Dumbledore died before that time. We tried to contact you many times over the years, but were always sent letters from you stating that you were passing all matters to your headmaster. After he died, the proxy went first to Mrs. Weasley and in the past year to Ginevra Weasley. Harry interjected. I never sent any letters to you. I never received any letters from you except the one for this meeting. We suspected so. How could you act on just a simple letter should you not have some evidence the letter was actually coming from me? Yes, for all matters a simple letter would not do. It requires your magical signature, which comes from your wand. We suspect Dumbledore was getting someone to give him access to your wand, possibly Ronald Weasley. It could have been done late at night when you were asleep. In addition, the letters were on Potter letterheads and sealed with the Potter seal. Harry's magic started pulsing. He was getting angry. His whole life someone was controlling him. This was unbelievable. Grobrick offered him a calming potion. Harry shook his head but took a goblet of water instead. When he was calm and his magic was back under control, Magnus continued. Since October of last year, your letters have been allowing Ginevra Weasley to have access to your Potter and Black estates. On her own, she has withdrawn over 40,000 galleons of gold since that time. She also came into the bank in December with a letter indicating that you had proposed. But I didn't propose until the beginning of June. Yes, we now know, but the letter she presented indicated otherwise. It stated that she was to be given all consideration as the future Lady Potter Black. She requested a list of the Potter and Black holdings. Over the past 6 months she has been preparing the Potter Manor in Scotland and has spent close to 500,000 galleons fixing not only Potter Manor but several of the other homes as well. Since this is going to your estate, we do not mind. How many homes do I own? Excluding the main manor, there are 5 Potter houses, which includes the ruins at Godric Hollow. There are also 10 Black homes and a Black manor. However, some of the Black homes were originally intended for members of the Black family left to them by Lord Orion Black. But since Sirius was in Azkaban, he could not follow through with the request. None of the individuals got them. So they revert to you. Who were supposed to get the houses? Well, Sirius Black requested that you give one to Remus Lupin, and his father Orion Black had requested one each be given to Andromeda, Bellatrix, and Narcissa Black. One was also meant for a non-family member, a Dean Thomas. Dean Thomas. Yes, his father Gary Thomas worked as the wizarding manager for the Black family estates, and when he was killed by Death Eaters, Lord Black promised to take care of the man's family, so a home and a large sum of money was left for the young Thomas. Like you, he was a small child at the time, and Dumbledore became his magical guardian as Mrs. Thomas was a muggle. The money was withdrawn, but the home was never claimed. How that man didn't go to hell I would never know. He is lucky he is dead. He would have a lot to answer for. I will make sure that Lord Orion Black's wishes are met. Since Bellatrix is no longer around, I will give the property to Draco. Well, I am sure he will love France, as the property is a villa in France, and with the recent refurbishing it must look lovely. Ginny has refurbished that house. Why? According to your letter, it is to be given as a gift to her brother Ronald, upon your marriage. Explain. Ginevra Weasley came in and requested that your homes be given to various Weasley family members and to Mr. Thomas. However, we informed her that it was not within her authority to do so, as she was still only your intended and could only access the property, certain vaults, and withdraw gold. For transfer of property only the legal lord and lady could make the request, which must be made in person. Only when you added her name to the Potter line and you were both legally bonded could she make the request. So we were told the properties in question will be given as gifts to the various individuals after your wedding. In the meanwhile, they are all being refurbished. So that is why I am here today, to add her to the Potter line. It is the official reason for getting you here. We have long suspected that you knew nothing about what was going on and have sent hundreds of letters over the years. We even tried to get access to you when you stayed in Diagon Alley the summer before your third year at Hogwarts. The former head of the Potter account, Wicknick, mysteriously died the first week you stayed here when he tried to see you. After Dumbledore died, every time we requested a meeting, one of the three Weasleys came instead. This letter you received was actually the second. After the first one, Ginevra came herself to be added to the Potter line with a vial of your blood. However, we told her it had to be done by you in person. In reality, she could not be added as a Potter until after you were bonded, but we were desperate to talk to you before the wedding. So we lied. I understand and am very grateful you did. I shudder to think of what would have happened if we had gotten bonded. She would have gotten full access to everything you own. I am surprised that they let me come here by myself and not with a guard. We sort of took care of that. It is why we chose today. We knew you had the wedding rehearsal dinner tonight and that both Mrs. Weasley and Ginevra Weasley would be very busy. We also pulled in a favor from the captain of the Chudley Cannons to invite Ronald to their practice. We forgave him a loan he has with Gringotts, in exchange for keeping Ronald busy for a few hours. One of the conditions was that he asked Ronald this morning, so it would be too late for him to get someone else to come with you. Even though we suspect that the only ones involved in this plot is the three of them. How do you know? None of the other Weasleys are involved. Magnus paused for a second as he considered, then responded. In all the years, none of the others ever came in either on your behalf or to withdraw from any of your accounts. In addition, Arthur Weasley came in for a loan before William got married. He wanted to help the couple in buying a home. However, for reasons I will not disclose, he settled for a smaller amount. William originally inquired on a small manor but opted for the smaller and cheaper shell cottage. If either of them had access to your vaults, they would have gotten more than they needed. Charles works through his vacation to save enough for his own home. Percival is very ambitious and would have used the money to advance himself in certain circles, but he hasn't. The twins. Well, the twins are two of the hardest working honorable businessmen I have ever come across. No, the twins are not involved. Fireforge laughed. I like the twins. They have really brightened up this dull alley. Harry nodded and they asked, "What do we do now?" Grobrick waved his hands and the table cleared. "We test to see exactly the extent to your fortune," Fireforge told him as he brought forward several documents and files. Pulling out what seemed to be a normal piece of parchment, Fireforge placed it in front of Harry, while Magnus poured a blue potion onto the parchment. This potion is goblin made. It is specially designed for Gringotts. When your blood is spilt onto the parchment, it will show all of your holdings with the bank. The names of the families who have bequeathed you items you have yet to claim will also appear. Fireforge pulled out his jeweled dagger and gave it to Harry. Please cut your hand and allow a few drops of blood to spill onto the parchment. Harry did so and soon saw a long list of names and properties appear on the parchment. All 4 occupants of the room looked at the parchment. There were many names he did not know, but they all gasped when they saw some of the names that he did know. In addition to Potter, Evans and Black, names like Pettigrew, Prince, Lestrange, McNair, and LeFay appeared, but most surprisingly at the bottom of the list was the name Riddle. Harry stared at the last name on the list, Riddle. He looked at the goblins who were trying to compose themselves as they too looked at the name in shock. He reached over and grabbed the vial of calming potion Grobrick had offered him earlier and downed it. After a few minutes of silence, Harry spoke. What did that madman leave to me? Fireforge called forth his goblin magic and a parchment file appeared in front of him. Harry looked over and saw the last will and testament of Tom Marvolo Riddle written in green and silver on the top. More than anything, Harry was curious as to what Lord Voldemort had to say. Fireforge did a few wandless spells on the file and then opened it. On top of the stack of papers was an envelope addressed to Harry James Potter. Fireforge passed it to Harry. The envelope was sealed and did not open until a drop of Harry's blood was placed on it. The letter was written in parcel script, so only Harry could have read it. My worthy opponent. If you are reading this, then I am truly dead, having been defeated by your hand. I do sincerely hope that the battle was magnanimous and that you are now without one of your limbs or need medical treatment for the rest of your life, or even better, without your magic reduced to a squib forever outside the magical realm. My wishes notwithstanding, I know that most likely you are your same charming self, with messy black hair, green eyes twinkling madly, and enough magic to power the Muggle world with electricity for years. Since the day I was reborn, I knew that you were far more powerful than I could ever hope to be, and that I would most likely lose this war, but as a Slytherin I had my pride and ambition and went ahead anyway. Hopefully the lessons you have learnt in this war have made you more aware of the consequences of being a powerful magical being. As you would realize from the date I signed this document, I am writing to you after the death of that meddlesome old coot named Albus Dumbledore. Now that he is dead, there is still some hope for you, as you have gotten out of his hold. If there is anything I sincerely wish for you, it is that you come into your own, away from that evil man's grip. There are many things I wish to tell you, all of which are true. Whether you believe me or not is to be seen. As you know, I am the heir of Slytherin. I found this out my first day at Hogwarts when I entered the Slytherin common room and the snakes in the paintings spoke to me. They directed me to a portrait of the 4 founders, where I met the noble Salazar himself. He told me among other things about the wealth of the Slytherin line and that I was the first in centuries powerful enough to make the claim as Lord Slytherin. You see, it is not only important to be of the bloodline, you must also have the magical power. As Lord Slytherin, I would be able to open the vaults at Gringotts and access the many books that Salazar had left, so I could begin my training. In my innocence I confided in Dumbledore, who had seemingly taken me under his wing. Together we went to Gringotts and I opened the long-closed Slytherin vaults and was amazed at the number of books and scrolls and of course gold in the vaults. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore and his partner Flamel made me do a ritual which at the time I did not understand, but was told it would make a connection to the school and it would enhance my magic. I was also given a document to sign which I thought was donating some of the Slytherin books to the school. Had I been a friendly child, my peers would have told me no such ritual existed and not to sign unknown documents. But alas, I was a naive 11-year-old friendless orphan who did not know better. I soon learnt. The ritual did connect me to the school, but it permanently bound my Slytherin magic to the school. The documents I signed passed all of the Slytherin wealth to the Hogwarts vaults. I in essence transferred everything over to Hogwarts. It is the reason I cannot take the title of Lord Slytherin. The only part of my heritage that remained was my ability to talk to snakes. For some reason that power was not transferred in the ritual. It took me years to realize the full extent of my loss, and when I confronted Dumbledore he told me that it was for the greater good, how I would have never been able to wield the power and thousands of children would benefit from my sacrifice. Of course I never trusted anyone again. In my 7th year I was made headboy and given access to special rooms in Slytherin House and again came across a portrait of Salazar. The original painting that I had been consulting disappeared my first year. Salazar told me about his secret chamber and gave me the knowledge to access his personal library in the chamber. Of course, I met with Ronnie the Basilisk and got access to several dark arts books that Salazar had hidden in the chamber. To be fair, I think he may also have had a lot of light magic books, but these were stored in the vaults that were donated to the school. The only ones I got were the dark arts books, but I was determined to learn as much of my heritage as I could and get my revenge. I know some may have considered that I made a mess of my life and that I have done many stupid and, dare I say, evil things. But as inane as it sounds, I know I have made a mark on the wizarding world and have changed the minds of many. I believe I have also saved the future generation by getting rid of Albus Dumbledore. The world may never know the evil that man did in the name of good, but I do. I know that I have lived up to my Slytherin name, and that brings me some peace. The magical heritage is gone, but the name lives on. If you are wondering why I am telling you all of this, well, it is simple. Your fate is similar to mine. In my early life out of Hogwarts, I became obsessed with not only Salazar but all the founders. In my travels and studies, I discovered many things, including the fact that Grindelwald was the heir of Ravenclaw, the Longbottoms the heirs of Hufflepuff, and the Potters the heirs of Gryffindor. Grindelwald's magic was donated at the end of the Second World War. Dumbledore and Flamel reduced him almost to a squib after his ritual and then locked him away in a tower. Your ritual may have occurred the night your parents died. You may not believe me, but I really tried to warn them, but your father would not listen, and Neville Longbottom soon after my first departure. I was told that Dumbledore first tried the ritual on Frank, but he was not powerful enough to complete the transfer. Neville, however, was unlike Grindelwald. Neville was reduced to a near squib. You, however, like me, was powerful enough to survive. Ironically enough, my guess is that it is the Muggle blood that my father gave me and your Evans grandparents gave you, acted to anchor the magic in us, which prevented the Hogwarts ritual from claiming nearly all our magic. I often wondered what I would have been like with all my power. Looking at you, I could just imagine. I hope that the sacrifice that Dumbledore made with the four of us is worth it in the end. You are the most powerful wizard alive, Harry. You have the power to do great things if you desire. You were my equal in power as a toddler, and by the time you were 14, you far outstripped both my and Dumbledore's magic combined. You are so much more powerful than you could even imagine. I know that Dumbledore also saw this power in you and tried many ways to keep it down. First using your relatives and then by not training you to develop your magic. I also guess he has tried blocking your magic and also tried other rituals like, say, dual bonding rituals to bind your magic. So watch who you marry carefully. He tried a similar binding with me, but my gaunt ring prevented love potions from working. I realized what was happening and I fled as far from England as I could get. I think there still is a marriage contract out for Tom Marvolo Riddle and one of Dumbledore's whores. As stupid or pathetic as it may seem to you, with part of my soul once being a part of you, you are the closest I have to a son. You already have the only part of the Slytherin heritage I could pass on, which is the gift of Parseltongue, which once gotten cannot seem to be lost, so I am confident that you would be reading this letter. I have also left you with all my worldly possessions, which includes my Muggle heritage, Riddle Manor. I request that you turn it into an orphanage for magical children, to help those whose parents I have killed. I know you will treat the children well, have them learn and develop their magic as soon as possible. Forget the ministry and their archaic rules. Do you know how many children would have survived my followers if they were not hesitant to use their magic? Most of my inner circle have bequeathed to me their estates. If they die before I do, it will be automatically added to my estate. My lawyers ensured that I would not have the hassle of going in to sign documents, as this would have been awkward. Therefore it will all go to you. Use them wisely. Try and rebuild the magical world, but make it a place where no one will be sacrificed. Anyway, I wish you all the best in your life. Don't settle for being mediocre. I hope you come into all of your magic. I believe you are the next Merlin and that you will change the world. Harry reread the letter from Voldemort. No, Tom Riddle. 3 times before he looked at the goblins, a single tear fell down his face. Fireforge looked up from reading the will. He left you everything. Gold, artifacts, houses, everything, including the properties of his followers and his Avs. To the victor go the spoils, Magnus stated. Harry snorted. The bastard thought of me as a son. Harry proceeded to read the letter aloud, and against his better judgment another tear fell down his cheek. Riddle was essentially a victim of Dumbledore, just like I am. Fireforge closed the file. You know we could confirm all of this. He again closed his eyes and several files appeared. Fireforge looked through the files and then took out one. He opened it and read the first page. This does confirm that Tom Marvolo Riddle opened the Slytherin vaults and one day later donated everything to the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Magnus was reading another file. In 1945 the Ravenclaw vaults were emptied and sent to the Hogwarts vaults. Grobrick nodded, reading another file. The Gryffindor vault was emptied the day after your parents died. Looking at the closed Hufflepuff file, Harry did not have to read it to know what it stated. Fireforge looked at all the files and then at his companions. These vaults were not only emptied but were closed and absorbed into Gringotts, which means that the magic of the families were either transferred or no longer exist. This confirms Riddle's letter. Dumbledore was worse than Voldemort. He messed with my life, with our lives. He created Voldemort. I wish the bastard was alive so I could kill him. I wonder if the headmaster's portrait at Hogwarts could be destroyed. Can the magic be returned? Magnus asked to no one in particular. No, not without destroying Hogwarts itself. The magic is now infused in the castle itself, Fireforge answered. There was a knock on the door and Griphook entered. Lord Potter. Masters, Miss Ginevra Weasley is in the lobby demanding to see Lord Potter and be a part of this meeting. Fireforge, is there a legal contract binding me to Ginny? No. Griphook, could you send Miss Weasley to an empty office and tell her that I am inspecting my school vault and I will be with her shortly, Harry told the goblin who was standing near the door. Griphook bowed and left to do Harry's bidding. We could leave her there for a good half an hour before she fusses again. What should I do immediately to stop the Weasleys? While the wizarding world has already accepted you as Lord Potter, you have yet to officially and legally claim the title. You also have the option of claiming the Black Lordship. As you are not blood, it is optional. It would, however, mean more political power. Once you have claimed the titles, you could don the lordship rings. The rings have protections against many minor potions and charms, so it should block any further love potions and any compulsion spells, Fireforge advised. It would be an honor to claim both the Potter and Black Lordships, Harry said strongly. However, in his mind he was crying as he thought of the two men who both died protecting him. Also formally declare that Ginevra Weasley is not your intended and that she no longer has access to any vaults. You should recall all your keys and demand an audit. This will stop everyone beside you from using or accessing any of your homes or vaults, Grobrick said, looking at Harry. If you wish, you could have them arrested and publicly denounce them, Magnus volunteered. No, I think I will just leave it as is. I am not going to have them arrested and I will let them keep what gold they have already taken. I, however, want back my great-grandmother's dress and the Potter wedding rings and any other Potter or Black heirlooms they may have. As you have said, the amount of money stolen barely made a dent in my fortune. Are you sure? It's not just the gold. They used a love potion on you and fraudulently sent letters pretending to be you. For that alone you could have them sent to Azkaban for at least 10 years each. I am sure. I want this out of the public's eye. They will not, however, escape punishment. I will punish them in my own way. If you wish, we will contact the Potter elves and have the homes evacuated and blocked against everyone except you for the time being. Yes, make everything as you suggested except the arrest. Leave Grimmauld Place open for tonight only. When I leave to go to the Burrow, I will get Creature to block anyone from entering, but not before. I will send Ginny there for the time being. Then I will deal with her and the Weasleys on my own tonight, Harry said firmly. All three goblins nodded. Grobrick, could you arrange for an eye healer to come to the bank now? Of course, Harry. The next half an hour was a blur of activity. Harry was formally installed as both Lord Potter and Black. He signed acceptance of the Riddle fortune, legally freeing all of Voldemort's avs. He made arrangements for the Gringotts curse breakers to check Riddle Manor for cursed items, which Harry was sure existed all over the manor, and recalled all the Potter and Black vault and home keys. Then he sat reading some of the letters of people who had left him fortunes, while waiting on the magical optometrist. He picked up the prince file. If he remembered correctly, Snape's mother was a prince. Opening the file, he read the opening statements. Lord Prince died when Harry was 8 and left all his wealth to him, though he could only claim it when he became of age. Lord Prince was in essence disappointed that his only grandchild became a Death Eater and feared that his family's wealth would go towards the resurrection of the Dark Lord and therefore left the vast fortune to a true prince of the wizarding world. Harry got angry reading the document, not at the Lord Prince but at Dumbledore. He never told Snape's grandfather that the man had repented and was spying for the light side. Had Lord Prince known, he would have reconciled with his grandson. Damn you, Dumbledore. Why are you not burning in hell? Fireforge collected the vast pile of files which held Harry's fortune and suggested that they be dealt with the following day. I think we should reconvene tomorrow. By that time we could sort through the many files and put them into categories. You could also think about what you are going to do with all of these. Nodding, Harry told the goblin, I think I have some ideas, but yes, we could wait until tomorrow. Harry paused for a second, still holding the prince file in his hands. Could you arrange to have this entire estate passed over to Severus Snape? That bastard Dumbledore tried to cheat away his heritage as well. I think that Snape deserves his family's estate. If his grandfather knew the truth, he would have left it to him. I will take care of it right away. Grobrick entered with a young wizard who looked too young to be out of medical school and an old man who looked like a strong breeze would blow him over. The two walked up to Harry and shook his hands. Grobrick introduced them as the eye healers Damon Grant and his great-grandson Brandon. The elder healer Grant walked up until he was nose to nose with Harry, yanked off Harry's glasses and looked into his eyes. He started humming and mumbling. Harry thought the man a little odd but trusted Grobrick's recommendation that they were the best in Great Britain. The young healer stepped in and gently directed Harry to the divan that the goblins had conjured earlier. I think it would be best if we make ourselves comfortable. Brandon Grant pulled out his wand and directed some diagnostic spells at Harry's eyes. His grandfather scowled at him. The old man pulled out what looked like a small muggle torchlight and shined it into Harry's eyes. Both healers stood up at the same time and started talking at once. Yes, your eyesight can be restored to full vision. It is a simple procedure. It will not take more than half an hour. We can do it right away. Boy, go get my things at once. No need, grandfather, I brought them with me. There was a knock on the door and a frazzled-looking Griphook entered. I'm sorry to disturb you, Lord Potter, healers Grant and Masters, but Miss Weasley is becoming most insistent on seeing Lord Potter. Fireforge, if you don't mind, you seem to have the ability to soothe the savage beast. Could you possibly occupy her for about 45 minutes? Tell her that you are showing me one of the black vaults and I am trying to find the perfect wedding gift for her. The old goblin laughed. Of course, it would be my pleasure, Lord Potter Black, using Harry's new title for the first time. Fireforge passed over the prince files to Grobrick, speaking to him in gobbledygook for a minute and then directed Griphook to lead him to the irate Miss Weasley. The elder healer looked at Harry in amazement. In my 140 years on this earth, I have never heard a goblin laugh. The eye surgery was a complete success, but Harry was reminded of the Weasley twins as the two healers kept up a running commentary of what was going on and each kept finishing the other's sentences. The two were simply brilliant, and Harry, for the first time in over 16 years, was able to look at himself clearly in the mirror without his round nerdy glasses. He was pleased, his emerald eyes twinkling. He thanked the healers with all his heart. He was about to ask about payment when the two healers brushed him away. It was their pleasure to do it for the savior of their world. That and the goblins paid them in advance. Like healer Marchak, they handed him their card and promised that everything was confidential. By the time the healers left, Grobrick, Magnus and Fireforge had re-entered the room. They all smiled at Harry. You look amazing, Harry. The removal of your glasses has really enhanced your looks. Yes, for a human you are quite, what's the word? Handsome. Harry blushed. I have something that will make you look even more dashing. Harry looked at Magnus as he handed him fine black robes with the Potter and black crests on them, black leather boots, as well as a black walking stick with a golden lion's head on the top. These are gorgeous, thank you. Yes, well, a wizard of your stature should remind others that you are not a young boy but a powerful wizard and lord of our world, Fireforge told the new Lord Potter Black as he helped him with the robes. With your permission, we will have a new wardrobe made for you by tomorrow. I don't know how to thank you three, you have saved my life. I owe you a life debt. Please no, Harry, you don't. Your gold and friendship are all we desire. Here are the prince files all transferred to Severus Snape. As well as a few papers you might need tonight. Grobrick handed Harry a soft leather briefcase. Looking at the young wizard, all three goblins smiled. Yes, no one would underestimate him again. He looked every part the noble and honorable Lord Potter Black. Harry stood waiting in the Gringotts lobby for Ginny. That witch had a lot to answer for, but for now he would play his part as the loving fiancé. She would pay later. Ginny walked into the lobby looking most aggrieved as she searched the crowd for Harry. Her eyes fell on a handsome, well-dressed lord standing in the lobby. Her eyes stopped on him. Oh yes, very handsome. It was only when he turned his head and his emerald eyes looked at her did she realize it was Harry. Oh Harry, where have you been? I have been waiting over an hour for you, Ginny said as she rushed over. You look great. What did you do? I passed by the healers earlier and got my eyes fixed. Harry leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Your robes look very expensive. If you wanted to go shopping, you should have told me. I would have organized some appropriate clothes for you. She grabbed his arm and smirked at some witches who were openly staring at her handsome groom. These were a gift from the Gringotts goblins. Well, that was nice of them. Did you complete your business with them today? Is everything in order? Yes, I think all went well. Your status has been settled. The girl gave a big smile. We should go home and you could change out of these clothes and get ready for tonight. We have a good 3 hours before dinner. Well, you know Mom always needs help in setting up the burrow. I still have some business to do. Why don't you go ahead and I will meet you there? Ginny's eyes flashed with anger. How dare he dismiss her after making her wait for over an hour for him? Her face quickly changed and she pouted a little. I had hoped we could have some time together before tonight. With so many people coming in, we would not be alone for the next 2 days. The couple had reached the bottom of the bank stairs and were now walking into Diagon Alley where many witches and wizards were waving and wishing the couple the best of luck. I promise, we will have some alone time before dinner. I just have to run to Hogwarts for a little while, Harry said when he had the chance. Why do you have to go to Hogwarts? Minerva will be there tonight. Anything you need to do can be done tonight. Harry stopped and gave the girl a chaste kiss on the lips. It's something private I need to talk with Snape about. Snape. Harry, what do you want with that git? I was sure that you never wanted to see that awful man again. Yes, well, everything aside, he is the best potions master in England and I am preparing a surprise for you. Please, Ginny. He kissed her again, this time more deeply. I promise I will not take long. Meet me at Grimmauld Place in an hour. We would have some alone time before the dinner tonight. Harry leaned over and plucked a flower from a nearby flower kiosk and gave it to Ginny. I promise I will make it a night to remember. Ginny relaxed. It was obvious that Harry was in love with her. She had panicked when she heard that he went to the bank on his own. She wanted to slap Ron, but the goblins obviously didn't spoil her plans. That idiot goblin Fire something had told her Harry was looking for a perfect gift for her from the Black Vaults. She told him to show Harry the large pink diamond necklace she had seen. It clashed with her hair, but she liked it as it was one of a kind. She was no longer worried. Harry was still under her control, but he was doing things she didn't count on. He wanted to see Snape about a potion, but it was a surprise for her. Maybe it was for a fertility potion for them to conceive right away. Okay, Harry, I will give you an hour. Harry kissed her again. Thanks, love. He tossed a galleon to the flower vendor and walked away, marveling at his acting skills. Oh yes, Ginny Weasley, you will remember this night for the rest of your life. Harry apparated to the gates of Hogwarts and looked at the castle in front of him. Once he considered the building to be the most beautiful building he had ever seen, now he saw a tomb, a big magic-stealing tomb. As he walked towards the building, he thought that it was really not fair to blame the school for Dumbledore's action, but he felt cheated and the old coot was not around to feel his wrath. Reaching the front doors, he took a deep breath, calming himself. It was only last week he was a student here. After today's meeting, it felt like if it was a lifetime ago that he was last here. Entering the building, he saw McGonagall, Snape and Flitwick approaching him. Harry, what brings you here today? Is everything okay? I see you are wearing your lordship robes, the headmistress Minerva McGonagall stated. Yes, everything is fine, but I was hoping to have a talk with Professor Snape privately for a while, and then if it is okay with you, I would like to meet with all three of you. Well, Harry, this sound very serious. Not getting cold feet, are you? No, no, but if you don't mind, headmistress, I have a lot to do in little time. If I could defer my discussion with you for a half an hour, Harry said, sounding very businesslike. Of course, we could meet in my office. Harry looked over to Professor Snape. The stern man had long, greasy black hair, shallow skin, and a sharp nose that had been broken a few times. People often compared him to a vampire. To Harry, he was a powerful warrior. He was the bravest man he had ever met. Not to mention, he was tall and looked like he had a lean but muscular body under his robes. With the love potion out of his system, Harry found his thoughts directed to the man in front of him. In his low baritone timbre that made Harry's heart quiver, the man spoke. Well, Potter, what do you want? My time is more precious than yours. Could we go somewhere private? Without answering him, the tall potions professor turned and walked towards the dungeons, not bothering to look to see if he was being followed. Harry had to run to keep up, following the billowing black robes in front of him. The man did not stop until he reached his office. Harry suddenly remembered the other times he had been in the man's office. None of them were pleasant. He had to remind himself he was no longer a student. Snape walked to his desk and sat down, looking at the boy, no man in front of him. Oh God! Harry looked gorgeous, his eyes were mesmerizing, and he no longer looked like a carbon copy of his father. He did not look like the boy who had just graduated. He was a man who looked every inch the lord he was. Snape was always attracted to power, and the boy's magic was rolling off him in waves. Snape found himself envying the Weasley cow that was marrying the beautiful man in front of him. Well. Harry took a deep breath, reminding himself of Magnus a few hours ago. I had a very interesting meeting today with the goblins in charge of my estates. It seems that several witches and wizards have bequeathed to me their families' estates and fortunes. Among them was one Lord Elijah Prince. Snape paled and did an involuntary flinch at the name. If you came here to gloat. No, you misunderstand. I am here to restore your rightful heritage to you. Harry opened the briefcase and pulled out the file and passed it over to Snape. The man watched the file as if it were a deadly animal. I don't take charity. It's not charity, it is rightfully yours. No, my grandfather did not think I was worthy of his precious estate. If he wanted me to have it, he would not have given it to you. I think you should read it. I don't want to read anything. I had enough of the man's words when he was alive. Severus, just read it, Harry said in a soft but commanding voice. Snape was startled and pleased at the same time, hearing his name on the boy's lips. He reached over and opened the documents. To whom it may concern. I, Elijah Sebastian Prince, hereby leave all my estates, vaults, and everything held within to a true prince of the wizarding world, Mr. Harry James Potter. To my Death Eater grandson Severus Tobias Snape, I leave nothing. Reading no more, Severus closed the file. Harry reached over and placed his hands over Severus. Please read the entire thing. Part of Severus' mind wanted to throw the boy out of his office and slam the door in his face. The other half wanted to please the emerald-eyed man in front of him. His irrational side won. He reopened the document. To Mr. Potter. I want to explain why I chose to pass to you my enormous fortune and not to my grandson. My wife and I had only one child, a precious girl who we thought the world of. Eileen. We had high hopes for her. She could have been a brilliant potions mistress or a healer if she desired, but instead she left the magical world and married a muggle we disapproved of. Not because he was a muggle, but because we saw he was a cruel man. She refused any attempts made by us to contact her or to provide her with any help. She accused us of being too harsh and overbearing. She called me a dictator and said she wanted nothing to do with us anymore. It broke her mother's heart. 12 years later, my daughter's godfather Albus Dumbledore came to me to tell me that my grandson was entering Hogwarts. I immediately went to the school to make arrangements for the child. I paid for his school fees, and since Eileen always refused us, I gave Albus enough gold to see that the child had the best of everything he needed. I requested to see the boy when he entered to introduce myself. I was told that my daughter had appealed to the Wizengamot for an order to prevent me from seeing the boy. However, Albus offered to send me regular reports and pictures of the child. I readily accepted what I could get and through the headmaster gave the boy everything he needed. Albus sent me several reports of fights and general bad behavior from the boy, and it seemed he was a bully much like his father. There were often times I would storm the headmaster's office to see the child to give him a much needed whipping, but Albus reminded me of my mistakes with Eileen and that I did not want to alienate the boy the way I did with my daughter. By the time the boy reached 16, I knew I had made a mistake in not fighting to take him away from his mother at an early age. While brilliant at his work, the boy was a troublemaker. The headmaster sent me reports indicating that he had on several occasions set up pranks to try and get several children of other light families expelled, going to great lengths to discredit others. Notwithstanding these incidences, I continued to support the boy as he was my grandson. The summer before his 6th year at Hogwarts, the head of his house wrote me a letter indicating that the boy was destined to be a great potions master and that he had the opportunity to be an intern with the finest master in Europe for the summer, if he could get enough money for the trip. I quickly dispatched enough gold to pay not only for the trip but for a new wardrobe and any equipment he would need, and of course spending money for the entire time. I was very proud of him. I met up with Albus at the ending of the summer to inquire about the boy and his internship, to find out that the boy had not gone on the internship but had gone with his friends on a wild vacation. To be honest, I was initially angry but remembered my own follies as a youth. When he came of age, I sent an invitation to meet with the boy and offer him a chance to live with me at Prince Manor. But unfortunately his mother died soon after, and for some reason he blamed me. I grieved for my precious daughter, but it was too late for her. The most I could do was pay to bury her. But it was not too late for her son. The few times I came to see him before he graduated were disastrous. The boy was filled with rage and hate. However, he was still my heir and I was determined to help him. As a graduation present, I gave the boy a vault filled with gold to help pay for his potions mastery and to help him live comfortably while he studied. I was told by Albus that the boy became a Death Eater soon after he graduated and that the money I gave him went to fund Voldemort's cause. I was very disappointed that the child had gone to the dark side. I made many attempts to talk to him and to turn him back to good, but nothing helped. To my shame, I still sent money to the boy's vault. While it may have been used for evil, I really did not care. I loved the boy, and since the money was the only thing he accepted from me, well, I would willingly give it. It was only when I heard that the boy's potions were being used to maim, kill and torture others did I finally decide to stop helping him. With Albus' help, I was introduced to an order which helped in fighting this madman who was influencing my grandson. My logic was, if I could get rid of Voldemort, maybe my Severus would have a chance. As an old man I could not fight, but I offered financial help. When you defeated the Dark Lord, I rejoiced as I knew there was a chance to save my grandson. I gave Albus a lot of gold to hire the best lawyers to help get him out of Azkaban. Guilty or not, I really did not care. Albus testified that the boy had been working as a spy and had placed great risk to his personal safety to help the order. I was so happy. The boy was not evil, there was hope. I met with my good friend after the trials to find out that Albus had lied to help me get the boy out of Azkaban. He told me that the boy was indeed a spy, but he was sent by Voldemort to spy on the order. He told me stories of him torturing the students, but as a personal favor to me he was keeping the boy close. I was so disappointed but still had some hope left. I still kept the boy as my heir in the hope that with positive influence of Albus he would change. Then about a month after the boy was released from Azkaban, the Longbottoms were attacked. Albus told me that while the boy was not physically involved, he had financially supported the group. Albus suspected that the boy was working on potions and spells to bring that evil man back to life. At this point I disinherited my grandson. No more would I finance him and his mad schemes, and I stopped all funds to him. I initially intended to bequeath the prince's wealth to the Order of the Phoenix, and for years had left them as my main beneficiary rather than my grandson. Part of me still prays that the boy will change and will turn to the side of light, but I have not been given any indication that he has. If you are reading this, it means that by the time of my death my grandson has not changed and remains today a loyal Death Eater. Albus has indicated that Voldemort is not fully gone, but with supporters like Severus he will return one day. He also confided in me that you were destined to fight and destroy this evil once and for all. I have therefore decided to pass all my wealth to you, to help you in your fight against this madman. Hopefully I will be helping you to stop my grandson from making further mistakes. Use my wealth as you see fit and hopefully you will succeed in stopping other precious children from falling to the dark side. I wish you a grandfather's love. Elijah Prince. Harry looked at the man while he was reading the letter. He recalled the memories he had seen in the pensieve of the young Severus at school being teased for wearing second-hand robes. Harry knew that Severus must have had a hard time in Slytherin House from the rich pure-bloods elitist for being a poor half-blood. He was sure Dumbledore had taken all the money Elijah Prince had sent for himself. Severus dropped the document down on his desk, getting up so fast the chair behind him fell to the ground. This is all lies. My grandfather was a cold, heartless man who never cared for me or my mother. We suffered while he lived in his manor. He ignored all my mother's cries for help even when she was sick and dying. He never came. I never got one canute from that man and because of his status I was not eligible for aid. My mother begged Dumbledore to allow me in the school as we didn't have enough money. All through my 7 years I wore second-hand robes and barely had enough for books. Malfoy paid for my summer internship and I had to pay him back in blood. I sold my soul to the Dark Lord for my potions mastery. That man never cared. Severus' voice grew to a loud shout as he ranted. It reminded Harry of the time the man had found him in his pensieve. He expected him to start throwing things next. Harry waited for a pause in the man's rant to calmly inform him. Albus Dumbledore stole over 20 million galleons from the Potter vaults over a 15-year period and another 5 from the Black vaults for his personal use. He stole more on behalf of the Order of the Phoenix. Severus watched the boy as if he had 2 heads. Harry continued. Gringotts has evidence to believe that over the last 60 years or so he has schemed near to 1 billion galleons worth of gold and items on behalf of Hogwarts. This was the figure Fireforge estimated was the combined worth of all 4 founders' wealth. Severus was dumbfounded. He pointed to the documents in front of him. You mean this is all true? Harry nodded. I believe it is, as you cannot lie in a magical will. Your grandfather trusted his friend. He truly believed you were getting the money he was sending you. Everything he wrote was true in his eyes. If you check the listing you would notice there is a vault with your name on it and another for your mother. He had yours temporarily frozen but he never actually closed it. Your mother's was only sealed after her death. Severus looked through the documents until he came upon the parchment with the listings from Gringotts which confirmed Harry's statement. He looked up at Harry, almost not seeing him. This was too much to handle. Harry walked over, held the man's hand and led him to a nearby chair. He could tell that Severus was about to have a complete meltdown. Anyone would. He called one of the house elves he remembered. Twinkie, could you bring a glass of fire whiskey for Professor Snape? Thank you. The small elf disappeared and reappeared in a heartbeat. He placed the glass in Severus' hand. Severus downed the drink in one. He turned to look at Harry and whispered, My grandfather loved me. The statement almost broke Harry's heart. He understood the plea, remembering how he felt as a young child growing up with the Dursleys knowing he was unloved. He understood how Severus must have felt thinking his grandfather did not care for him, now realizing that it was not true. Yes, your grandfather loved you and your mother very much and he was very proud of you, Severus. Severus Snape did something that no one would believe even if Harry showed them a pensieve of it later. He cried. For a moment Harry was shocked but then did the only thing that came to his mind. He held the man in a hug and allowed him to cry on his shoulder. For the next few minutes Harry held the man, who had been the bane of his existence for at least 7 years. Severus cried like he never did and when he had no more tears he just let himself be held by the strong arms around him. He felt a weight like no other lift from him, almost like if the black toxins from his heart were drained out. At the moment he felt safe. He did not want to leave the arms that held him. The moment was broken when the headmistress, House Elf Tibbs, popped in. Excuse me, Lord Potter Black and Professor Snape. The headmistress is waiting for you both in her office and wants to know if you have finished with your meeting. Snape looked at Harry with pleading eyes. I can't face that man. His portrait is there. I don't want to see him, not now. Harry nodded. He had forgotten that Dumbledore's portrait would be in the headmistress' office. Thank you, Tibbs. Could you please ask the headmistress if it would be okay if we move the meeting to the room of requirements? Tell her I would explain later. Tibbs bowed and disappeared. Harry looked at Severus. You should go and freshen up a bit. I would really like you to be at this meeting. I will wait here for you. Severus nodded and left through a door to the back of his office that Harry assumed led to his personal quarters. Tibbs returned shortly. The headmistress said she and Professor Flitwick will meet you on the 7th floor. Thank you. Could you do me a favor and arrange the room to a sort of common room setting with 4 comfortable armchairs and possibly some tea? We will be there for a while. Of course, it is always a pleasure serving you, young master. Tibbs left once more and Severus entered the room, looking as he always did with a stoic mask on as if the last half an hour did not happen. Potter, if you ever tell anyone. He started. Harry raised his hand and silenced the man. Severus, what happened here stays here. I will never make mention of it. Severus nodded, knowing that Harry would keep his word as he did when he looked into his pensieve. The two men walked quietly to the 7th floor room where the headmistress and the tiny charms master stood waiting. Minerva took one look at Severus and knew something was wrong and decided to talk to the young professor later in the evening. I hope you were not waiting long. Harry said politely. No, we just got here. Good. I am sure Tibbs has everything arranged. Harry opened the door into a warm room looking like a smaller, more comfortable version of the Gryffindor common room. There were 4 armchairs arranged in front of a fireplace and a small table with a tea service in the middle. To one side was a small table with a decanter of wine and a bottle of fire whiskey and some glasses. Harry smiled. It was like coming home. Harry spent the next 45 minutes telling the 3 professors all about his day and about everything the goblins told him. Minerva McGonagall had to be stopped 3 times from going up to destroy the portrait of Dumbledore. Severus smirked, and was internally jumping for joy, and both Minerva and Flitwick stood up and shouted in disbelief when he told them about Ginny and the Weasleys. Both Severus and to all their surprise Flitwick reached for a glass of fire whiskey when he pulled out Riddle's letter and read it to them. When Harry was finished, the 3 professors looked like they were ready to kill, as they were all very protective of the young lord in front of them. Even though Harry did not make mention of it, Severus then told the other 2 about his grandfather's letter and about Harry giving him back the prince estates. Minerva walked over and placed her hand on Severus' shoulder. She had tears in her eyes, remembering how much the young man had suffered as a youth. Why would he do such things? It does not make sense, Minerva said to the group. Yes, I have to confess I too am at a loss. I don't understand why Albus would go to such lengths. While I don't approve, I could understand the logic behind the Hogwarts heritage ritual. It would secure the wards and protect the school, but everything else I don't understand. Albus had always sided with the light, but the things you told us bordered on dark magic, Phileas answered. Boarded. Compulsion charms, love potions, sending an innocent man to Azkaban, taking the Potter, Black and Prince Gold, fraud. These things are not light magic, Minerva said angrily. Albus was not a dark wizard, Phileas said. I don't think he was light either. He was most likely gray, Harry put forward. Why go to such lengths to control Harry? Minerva sounded like she was trying to contain her anger. To make Harry into a perfect obedient soldier. I don't think he ever saw Harry as a child. He saw him as a weapon to use as he saw fit, Severus replied. But why not train me? Why block my magic? I mean, shouldn't I have had all my magic to defeat Voldemort? Why not train me to handle and develop my magic, not block it? Harry asked. But you did defeat the Dark Lord. Even with all the blocks on your magic, you still defeated him. It would explain all the tests. The Philosopher's Stone, the Tri-Wizard Tournament, they were most likely tests to see if you were powerful enough to battle and do it with the blocks on your magic, Severus suggested. Albus risked a lot to test Harry. Why go through all the trouble of protecting the castle, when you risk the children's lives in the process? Minerva asked. The only child that was in any real danger was Harry. Albus was willing to sacrifice Harry for the greater good, Phileas said, his voice cold and angry. But what about Severus? Dumbledore destroyed his life and denied him what he always said was the greatest magical power, love. You can't tell me that was for the greater good, Harry said, looking angry. Albus never really liked Slytherins, Severus said. No, he started this before you were sorted, or he would have told your mother that your grandfather was paying your school fees and was willing to take care of you both, Phileas added. Maybe he just wanted the gold and the prince estate. That's a lot of work to get your hands on an estate you may or may not get years later. There must be more to it, Severus said. What did Albus hope to achieve from denying you a relationship with your grandfather? Minerva asked, looking at Severus. I did not know what he hoped to achieve, but what it did was set me on a direct path to the Dark Lord. For years the only thing that kept me back was Lily, but after our 5th year. Severus put his head in his hands. Minerva again put her hand on his shoulder in comfort. The group was silent for a few minutes until Harry stood up and poured a cup of tea for Severus, who took it but did not drink it, he just cradled it. What are you going to do about that gold-digging wench? Minerva said, changing the subject. She had a calm expression on her face, but Harry noted her lips were thin. After years of experience he knew the headmistress was very angry. You can't still be getting married. No, the wedding will be called off. I have made sure that no one can access any of my vaults or homes. I have formally declared that I am no longer engaged to her and I am meeting Ginny when I am finished here. You have already put the notice in the newspaper calling off the wedding. No, I will make the announcement first to the family tonight at the dinner and I will go tomorrow to place something in the Prophet. Good. Are you having those thieves arrested? No. What gold they have already taken I will leave with them. The goblins don't believe Arthur or the other Weasleys are involved, and a scandal like this could destroy Arthur's position as Under-Secretary to the Minister. All the work that both Arthur and this new ministry have worked so hard to achieve will be lost. I don't think even Kingsley will survive if Arthur is anyway implicated. So I want to keep this as quiet as possible. I can't see Arthur agreeing to this. He is a man of integrity and at the very least he will want to pay you back the gold, Severus said, folding his arms in front of him. I would have said the same of Molly, but you are right, Arthur is a good man. He will also want to step down as Under-Secretary, Minerva put in. Molly came from a wealthy family. It must have been hard for her to see her children denied what she had, especially Ginevra. Molly would put her children before anything else. Arthur, on the other hand, will put honor and integrity first. It will be hard to convince him not to resign, Phileas added as he poured himself a cup of tea. If he does, it will not be because I asked for it. I don't want him to leave the ministry. He is doing a great job not only repairing the wizarding world but in developing ties with the Muggle government. We will not survive if another Fudge or Umbridge is in charge of the ministry. It is not just him. A scandal would also destroy all the other Weasleys' chances of a decent life. While I don't put much into it, I know what the public reaction is going to be against those who have defiled their precious chosen one. Bill, Charlie and especially Percy's careers will be totally ruined. The twins will survive, but I fear the repercussions. It's better to leave it. The amount of money they took is relatively small, the real thief and main conspirator is dead and I will deal with Ginny in my own way. The power radiating off of Harry reminded the others that he was indeed the man who defeated the Dark Lord. Are you sure you can face them? Is the potion totally out of your system? Severus asked. Yes, for the most part. Healer Marchak said I may have some lingering effects for about a month, but the Potter and Black Rings should protect me. I am not worried. Phileas put down the teacup and then turned to Harry. I would like to do my own scan of you to see what charms have been placed on you. Healer Marchak did a medical check on you. I can do a more detailed check for hidden charms. Harry nodded and stood up. Phileas did a series of charms and strands of gold magic left his wand and encircled Harry. The charms master then took a parchment out of his pocket as the gold strand left Harry and went into the parchment. Phileas Flitwick looked at the parchment and let out a curse that Harry never thought the tiny professor even knew. Severus' eyebrow disappeared into his hair and Minerva let out a shocked gasp. In all the years they had known him they had never heard him say a bad word, far less to curse. He looked at Harry and passed the parchment to him. Phileas turned to the headmistress and told her, in addition to what Healer Marchak identified. The blocks on Harry's magic and the compulsion charms, there are several loyalty and repulsion charms on him, though these are now very weak and almost non-existent, but at one time would have been strong. He has been obliterated several times and his magic has been siphoned off at least 4 times. The Hogwarts ritual left his magical core scarred. There is also what seems to be an unknown charm that was cast on him as a child that even I can't identify. It was Minerva's turn to let out a curse as she sat back down. How dare that man! The parchment also shows that Harry was severely abused over the years. His bones and muscles have been spelled to be underdeveloped and he is even lacking several vaccinations, both muggle and magical. Phileas, could you remove all the blocks and charms on Harry? Yes, but it will take a while and a lot of magic. Harry, could you come back here tonight after your dinner and stay a while? We could, over the next week or two, take off all the charms and blocks. We will also arrange for Poppy to give you the vaccinations you need. I have another meeting with the goblins tomorrow to go over several areas of my estate, but yes, I would really like to spend a week to two here, as after tonight I might want to disappear for a while. As much as I like Poppy, I want to go back to Healer Marchak. I will ask her for the vaccinations. Harry, you could spend as long as you like. The fact that your Gryffindor heritage is infused into the castle makes you part of it, and you are always welcome. I will organize an apartment for you in the guest tower that will be for you, for all time. Severus turned to the headmistress. Minerva, what about Neville? If you don't mind, I will talk to him myself. It will be good coming from a fellow victim. Harry, Neville is part of the wedding party, so he should be there this evening. I will extend an invitation to both him and his grandmother to come, and I will also have an apartment done for Neville as well. Severus watched the young man. Harry had gone through so much and yet had the strength to persevere. Harry had never strayed to the dark like he did. I guess that's what the true Gryffindor courage is all about, Severus thought to himself. The problem was Severus was a Slytherin and Slytherins would want revenge, and he wanted to see that self-righteous Molly Weasley get her due. She had always spoken down to him at order meetings and made comments about the dirty Death Eater being near her children. Harry, I know that tonight is really for the wedding party, but I think that you might need some extra support tonight. Minerva watched the young professor. She had known him since he was 11 and knew there was more than a need to support Harry involved. When did Severus start calling him Harry? This was interesting, but she would not pursue it as yet. Well, seeing that the wedding is off, it would just be a normal dinner. Harry paused for a moment, then with a smile said, Severus, you can come tonight under two conditions. Severus just raised his eyebrow. First, you have to wash that gunk out of your hair. It's not gunk, it's protection against heat and fumes when I brew harmful potions. And you're not brewing tonight, or you and two you can't come in black. Minerva and Phileas laughed as the young Gryffindor showed his Slytherin side. Severus nodded. Great. Then I don't mind. I know Minerva is already invited, but it would be good if all three of you come. Harry, while I would like to see Ginevra and Molly get what's due, Phileas said, giving a knowing look to Severus. I would like to do some research on some of the charms that have been placed on you. There are also some questions I need answered before you return tonight. If it is okay with you, however, I would like some blood. There are some things I need to check. That unknown charm is bothersome. Harry was hesitant. Horrible things happened when people took his blood, but he understood why it was needed and he did trust the professor, so he nodded. Phileas pulled out a small sliver case that reminded Harry of a cigarette case, but in it were small sheets of what looked like thin parchment. He took out two sheets and then transfigured one into a needle and the other into a file. He then took some blood and emptied it into the file. He pocketed the file. He then retransfigured the needle into the sheet and tossed the sheet into the fireplace. Tibbs popped in. I am very sorry, Headmistress, Lord Potter Black, Professors, but Ginevra Weasley flowed wanting to talk to Lord Potter Black. She said it was important. That girl is driving me crazy. I never noticed before, but she has been hounding me, wanting to know my every move. Before I found it cute that she cared, but now it is bloody annoying. That was the potion and compulsion charms, Harry. Now that the potion is out of your system and the charms are being blocked, you should be okay. She is just paranoid that you will find out about her misdeeds. Harry, are you okay to deal with her tonight? Your magic is pulsing. You need to calm down or you may do something you regret. When I faced my parents' killer, I was very calm and in very much control of my magic. I am not going to break the law and kill her or damage her, but she will be dealt with. The three professors were concerned but trusted him. Tibbs, if she does flow again, tell her I have already left and am on my way home. Tibbs bowed and left. Harry got up. I really do need to go and deal with her. I want to be finished with her before the dinner tonight. Of course, Harry, We will be there to support you tonight. You will be coming back here with us. Yes, I will have Creature bring my things across before we go across to the burrow tonight. I will go now and have Ogden the head house elf set up apartments for both you and Neville. Thank you, Minerva. Professors, I don't know what I would do without your help. Harry, I am pleased that you trust us enough to come to us for help. You know we will always be here for you, Minerva said with a smile. Harry, you saved the world. It is only fair that now we save you, Flitwick said and bowed to Harry. I will see you tonight. I am going to the Ravenclaw library. I need to do research. Harry laughed. He was reminded of Hermione, as he watched the tiny professor leave. I always wondered why Hermione was not in Ravenclaw. Minerva laughed as well. I never question why people are placed in my house. I am just grateful that they are. Harry and Severus walked in silence down the hallways. As they neared the front doors, Severus spoke. Harry, you said that the goblins only suspected the 3 Weasleys. Yes. Ginny, Ron and Mrs. Weasley's. Not Miss Granger. No, not Hermione. When did Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley start dating? Well, sometime in our 6th. Harry stopped and looked at Severus. He used Hermione. He used the potion on her as well. I will check tonight. I will do an antidote for the love potion. I will also ask Phileas what charms that I could use to block the compulsion charm. Thank you, Severus, I really appreciate it. The two continued to walk quietly to the front gate. As Severus walked, and all he could think of was how his life had changed in the last 2 hours. He turned and looked at Harry, suddenly remembering how he felt in his strong arms. He felt the heat rising to his face. Harry saw the blush on the potion master's face, though he pretended not to notice. He did not know what caused it, but hoped it had something to do with him. They reached the gates too soon for both their liking. Harry stopped. Thank you for walking me out. Severus just nodded. He looked up and watched the beautiful man in front of him. Thank you, Harry, for everything, especially for my grandfather's estate. I am very grateful. Harry was taken back. He never expected Severus to thank him, at least not without sarcasm or disdain. Not sure of how to respond, Harry put out his hand and Severus took it and shook it. You are quite welcome. They held hands for longer than necessary before Harry let go, and without saying anything else he apparated out. Severus stood watching the empty spot for a minute before he turned his heels and walked back to the castle. Harry apparated to the park opposite number 12 Grimmauld Place, his home. He knew Ginny was inside waiting for him. He had spent nearly 2 hours at Hogwarts when he told her he was only going to be there for 1. These things would have bothered him before, but not now. Now he didn't care. He was his own wizard, and after tonight he would be away from all those who wanted him for his fame and his money. Tonight he will be away from Ginevra Weasley. Sighing, he walked up the stairs to his home. It was totally hidden from the Muggle world and only a few wizards could see it. As he did not need to knock, he opened the door and walked in. He was greeted by the sounds of Walburga Black's screeching voice shouting at Ginny, who was in turn shouting at both the former Lady Black's portrait and Creature the old house elf. Since Harry had earned Creature's loyalty, the house elf had treated him kindly and enthusiastically. He was still a bit odd, but Harry did not mind. The portrait had also stopped its protest at his being in the house, and as a matter of fact they had had a pleasant conversation about some of Harry's adventures. Harry believed Creature had done a lot of talking with the portrait to change her mind about Harry. What is all the shouting about? Ginny, why are you shouting at Lady Black? Ginny watched him with a glare that reminded him of her mother when she was about to scold the twins. You told me that you would have been back an hour ago. I called Hogwarts and they kept telling me you were in a meeting. I thought something had happened to you, so I told this elf to go and find you. He refused. So what happened with Lady Black? She told me I couldn't tell that thing what to do. The portrait had stopped screaming and was watching Harry while he was listening to the girl's rants. Harry turned to the portrait and tried not show his surprise when the portrait curtsied and bowed her head. Good afternoon, Lord Black. Harry remembered he now wore the black ring and crest. He bowed his head. Good afternoon, Lady Walburga. I am sorry that Ginny upset you. I upset her. She should be burned off the wall. Ignoring Ginny, Harry continued addressing the portrait. She will not disturb you again. Thank you, Lord Black, but it is not me I am worried about, it is Creature. That foul girl slapped him when he refused to go looking for you. I reminded her that as a future Lady Potter, she must behave like a lady. She is never to challenge her husband or to embarrass him in public by sending servants to look for and collect him, especially after she was told you were in a meeting. The house elf has more propriety than she does. She has to learn her place, especially now that I know she is going to be a Lady Black. Who does she think she is telling me what to do? She is just a piece of paper on the wall. Ginny screamed. Ginevra is the Lady Walburga Black, and you would do well to remember that this was her house, and it is by the grace of the House of Black that you are a guest in this house. Ginny had flinched when Harry called her by her proper name, but her anger at the situation was growing. A guest? Is that what I am, a guest? We are not married. I must insist, Ginevra, that you apologize. What? I will not apologize to that hag. Ginevra, you will apologize, and you will do so now. Harry's magic was now pulsing, and even creatures started stepping back. It was obvious that this was one battle Harry would not lose. Ginny sensed the power. She had never felt this power from Harry before. She had heard Ron mention it on occasion, but never had she felt it. Part of her mind begged her to comply, but the other half told herself that she owned Harry. He was hers to use, she was his mistress, and she had to put him in his place. Quietly and wandlessly she cast the compulsion charm her mother had taught her to control Harry. Harry felt the charm hit him but knew the rings protected him. His mind, also being prepared for it, had put up its shields. Ginevra, I am waiting. His tone was serious. She was confused. How could it not work? It had been working for the last year. She tried another tactic. She pouted her lips and walked in a seductive fashion towards him. Oh, Harry, I was just worried about you. Harry watched the woman, who up to this morning he thought he was in love with, try her magic on him. All he could think of was bitch. Ginny walked up smiling, thinking, I have him now. She leaned up on him, pressing her east up to his chest and heaving so that it would entice him more. Harry took her in his arms and forcefully turned her towards the painting. Now, Ginevra. I will not ask again, his voice cold and serious. It was a tone that no one dared to disobey. I am sorry, Lady Black. The portrait gave a slight bow to indicate she had accepted the apology, forced though it was. Thank you, Lord Black. I see that at least you are learning about your roles and responsibilities. I know my son made a good choice in naming his successor. Thank you. Your approval is most appreciated, and again I apologize for Ginny's behavior. It will not happen again. Creature, I thank you for doing what you know is correct. No thanks is necessary, Lord Black. The old house elf bowed his head, not wanting to show how pleased he was. If you will both excuse us, Ginny and I have much to talk about. With a slight nod to the portrait, Harry led Ginny up the stairs to the room that they used. The room was the same one that he had used since he first came to the house before his 5th year, when Sirius was still alive. He never sought to use the master bedroom, though he suspected that that room had been cleaned and prepared. He let Ginny go when they entered the room. What was that all about, Harry? Because you are going to be my husband, you think you could just be lord over me, is that it? Ginny, Lady Black is correct. If you want to marry into the House of Potter and to the House of Black, you have to learn how to behave appropriately. I am not going to change who I am because you want to play a High Lord. I have news for you, Ginny. I don't have to play. I am a High Lord, he said coldly, showing her the rings he now wore. How did you find out? She whispered. I had a wonderful conversation with the goblins who manage my estate. Harry paused, his Slytherin side coming forward, he wanting to give the girl a little more rope to hang herself. He decided he would use one of her tricks against her. He continued, using a soft, seductive tone. Ginny, I thought you liked the idea of being the new Lady Potter Black. If I did not accept the titles, you would not get to carry them. So does that mean I am now Lady Potter Black? You would only get to carry the title if we are legally married. Oh, Harry, I am so happy. I forgive you for being so uncaring just now. Ginny ran up to him and hugged him. I realized today that the Black Vault has more money than I thought. So we could spend more money, Harry said as he gently started to derobe her. He ed her bare shoulder. I was thinking we could buy a house in Paris or perhaps one in Tuscany like the Zabinis. Ginny closed her eyes as Harry's lips touched her neck. Just think of how jealous your friends will be. Did the goblins not tell you? Tell me what, Ginny. Her robes fell in a puddle on the ground. Oh, nothing, Harry. With a wave of his hand, the girl's underwear vanished. Harry's fingers stroked her east. You know, Ginny, I have always dreamed of making love under a full Italian moon. His other hand moved along her side, finally resting on her bum. He slowly caressed the flesh, causing the girl to shiver. Her head falling back and her back arched a little. Oh, Harry. Don't you want me to live my dreams, Ginny? He lowered his head and licked her nipple. Yes, Harry, but you don't have to buy a house in Paris or Tuscany. You already have houses there and I already fixed them up for us. So what about your brothers? I thought they were going to get these houses as gifts, Ginny. His tone changed suddenly to the serious tone he had downstairs, both hands now firmly holding her arms. Harry, what? No. So you did not plan on giving Ron my villa in France and Fred and George the manor in Italy? Harry, it's not final. It was just a thought. Those goblins, they are lying bastards, Harry. Ginny came out of her haze and was starting to panic when she realized what she had confessed. Well, Ginny, I happen to trust those goblins more than I trust you. They had proof. Harry, how could you say that? You love me, you wouldn't deny me anything, Harry. He let the girl out of his grip, his hands waving threateningly as his voice rose. Are you sure, Ginny? Are you sure I love you? Because I think the only way for me to love a lying, cheating, stealing bitch like you is through a love potion. It was not my idea, Harry. It was Dumbledore. He planned it all. The girl's voice was panicked and breaking. Dumbledore has been dead for 2 years, Ginny. Harry felt the compulsion charm hit him again. Don't bother, Ginny, I am protected against your charms. Did you think you would have gotten away with it? Don't you realize that the marriage bond would not have worked on a person who was under a compulsion charm? The contract is set, Harry. You have no choice but to marry me. If you don't fulfill your part, you would lose your magic. I would prefer to lose my magic than to spend the rest of my life with a whore like you. Harry had been walking forward, causing Ginny to step back until she bumped into the bed. The contract was never made, Ginny. The Gringotts goblins, who were the executors of my estate, never sealed the contract. I have no obligations to you or to anyone. There is never going to be any marriage between us. You owe us. Without us, you would have strayed to the dark side. You would have no friends. We were your family, Harry. Oh, I am sure I would have been just fine, and you are right, we are family, and when one family member does something wrong, it is up to another family member to make sure that the person is appropriately punished. Tears started forming in Ginny's eyes, all her plans were dissolving before her. Punished? Are you going to send me to Azkaban? I am glad you are aware that the consequence for your actions could lead to Azkaban. I will not do that to family. I am going to punish you in my own way. What are you going to do? What your father should do when he hears of what you have done. With that, Harry exchanged places with Ginny on the bed and in a flash had turned the girl over his knee, her creamy bum up in the air. No, Harry, no, you can't do this. Harry's hand came down fast and hard, smack. I assure you I can and I will. With that, Harry said at a quick pace, turning the pale bottom into a fiery cherry red in no time as his hand was merciless on the wailing girl. Harry paused for a moment until Ginny's screams turned to sobs. You used a love potion on me. You used illegal charms on me. You manipulated me. You stole my money and betrayed me. For what, Ginny? Some new clothes, a new house, the chance to be lady of the manor. I would have given you all freely if I knew about it all, Ginny. I would not have denied my little sister anything she wanted. Ginny started new sobs. Her tears that were stopping now came back in full. Harry sighed. Maybe there was hope for the girl, but it would not help her right now. He was not finished. Harry acioed his hairbrush from the nightstand. You behaved like a spoilt child who had to have her own way. Well, as a big brother, I will continue to treat you like a child until you show me otherwise. He raised his right knee so the undercurve of Ginny's bum was now exposed. With the hairbrush, he started spanking anew. Had the house not been under a silencing charm, the neighbors would have heard the girl's screams as Harry relentlessly applied the wooden hairbrush to the sore backside. Only when she stopped kicking and wiggling and slumped against his knees in reassignment did he stop. Harry knew she would not be able to sit for a few days. He had been harsher on her than he ever expected he would have been on anyone, but her crimes were many and she was not a naughty little girl who stole cookies. As far as he was concerned, she had gotten off easy. Without any form of comfort, he raised her to her feet. I owe your family nothing but love, but you, Ginevra Weasley, you owe me. When I saved your life and soul from Tom Riddle and the basilisk, you owed me. Now I am going to collect. Ginny cried louder as Harry started glowing in power. You are never to seek me out romantically ever again. When I do find my life partner, you are not to interfere in any way. You are never to use any love potions or compulsion charms again, or any potion or charm that forces a person to do something against their will. You are never to steal, not even a canute, or try to manipulate anyone out of their wealth again. If you do any of these things, Ginevra Weasley, I will bind your magic for all time. So mote it be. As Harry finished, his magic flared, sending a ribbon of magic from Harry to Ginny and back again. When his magic was under control again, he continued. I am not going to pursue any more punishment than what I have just given you, Ginny, but I have not forgiven you just yet. It would take some time, but eventually I may forgive you, but I will never forget. Know this. I have legally declared that our engagement has ended and that there will be no marriage. I have also blocked you and everyone else from all my houses, and after we leave here tonight, it would include this one. All my vaults have been closed to everyone, and I have already recalled all the keys. You will return all the Potter and Black heirlooms you have taken, including my great-grandmother's wedding dress and the Potter wedding rings. He paused until the girl's sobs had slowed to a silent cry. Do you understand, Ginny? The girl nodded. I want a verbal answer. Yes, Harry, I understand. Now go. Use the bathroom and put on your robes. We have to go to the burrow and make our announcement. Oh, Harry, please no. I can't. You don't have to. I will. Now go. The girl ran from the room to the bathroom across the hall, not bothering to take up her clothes. As the door opened, Harry heard Walburga Black's portrait below roaring with laughter. Harry sighed. One task over another yet to come. Creature. The old house elf popped in front of him, smiling. Even if he had placed charms over the room, the house elf would have still known what had happened, and he seemed pleased with Harry's actions. Creature bowed. Yes, Master Harry, how may I serve you? As the master bedroom clean? Yes, Master, and I have put out your robes for this evening on the master bed. My robes. Yes, goblins from Gringotts sent a package with new robes and things for my master to wear tonight. Harry chuckled. He should have known. I am sure you heard the things I said to Ginny a short while ago. Creature nodded with a big smile on his face. While I am not expected her to give any more trouble, I want you to make sure that while I am getting ready, Ginny does not make any flow calls. I am going to take a shower and get ready. I have already drawn Master Harry a bath. Thank you, Creature. A bath sounds just perfect right now. If she gives you any trouble, just tell me. Creature bowed and disappeared as Harry walked up to the master chambers upstairs. Sirius had used it as Buckbeak's room, both to irritate his mother's portrait and because it was the biggest bedroom in the house. As Harry entered the room, he was amazed at how beautiful it looked. The walls were done in a tasteful cream with brown highlights, the floor had a rich gold carpet, and the furniture in a dark mahogany. The big four-poster canopy bed was decorated in burgundy and gold. On one of the walls there was a tapestry showing a fierce battle, which upon closer inspection Harry realized was the final battle between Voldemort and himself on the Hogwarts grounds. It was magnificent. The figure of himself looked not like a weak, skinny little boy, but a strong, powerful wizard. Normally Harry did not like anything that ostentatiously showed him in that light, but wow, he looked good. This was beautiful. Creature. The old house elf appeared again in front of him. Yes, Master Harry. Creature, who did all of this? Who did this tapestry? The house elf blushed and bowed his head. I did, Master. It was to be a wedding present. Harry looked at the house elf in shock. You did. If you don't like it, I could take it down. Don't you dare take it down. Harry bent down and gave the house elf a big hug. This is the most amazing thing that anyone has ever made for me. It is beautiful, Creature. The house elf was stunned. This was not proper. House elves are never shown such appreciation, and Creature did not know what to do. I think it is better than the Order of Merlin. Creature, thank you. It was nothing, Master. It is not nothing. It must have taken ages to make. After the battle, Master Harry was back in school and ordered Creature to do something constructive. Well, I did. And I am happy you did. Again, Creature looked uncomfortable. If that is all Master wants, I will be going. Yes, I still have to get ready. Harry took a little longer than he expected in the bath, but it was so good. He could have stayed all night. He left the master bath and went into the bedroom. On the bed there was a set of robes in blood red with gold appliques, the Potter and black emblems richly done in the front. In addition to a pair of black silk boxers, there was a black shirt and black trousers that went underneath the robes, which Harry was grateful for as he was uncomfortable wearing nothing under his robes, and a soft kid leather knee-high black boots. Harry dressed quickly. He looked at his damp towel-dried hair and reached for the hairbrush in front of him, thanking God that it was not the wooden one he had used earlier. Creature popped in the room and told Harry that he would soon be late. I am almost done. Creature waved his hands and in an instant Harry's hair was properly dried and brushed, the top still stuck up in an unruly way. Creature frowned and again waved his hands and Harry's hair grew out a bit, just enough for it to lie properly. Creature then placed a golden watch on Harry's hand and gold and ruby cufflinks on the wrist of his black shirt. He then handed Harry the walking stick with the lion's head on top. Lord Black is never late. You must go now, the old house elf said as he hustled Harry out the door. Okay, I am going. Is Ginny ready? Yes, and she is waiting downstairs. I had to stop her from leaving early. Thanks, Creature. When I leave, I want you to seal the house against all intruders, so that it would only let me and you in. I want you also to pack my things and carry them to Hogwarts. The headmistress is preparing an apartment there for us. I want you to come with me. We will be spending at least 2 weeks there. I will be meeting you there after the dinner. Yes, master, it will be done as you say. Tell the girl to meet me by the door. Harry continued down the stairs and without a word walked to the door where Ginny was now waiting. We will apparate together to the burrow. Ginny said nothing but nodded. She had on some stunning robes but looked like she was on her way to the gallows. Grabbing her hand, Harry apparated them both to her parents' home. Molly Weasley came running out to meet them. Ah, the bride and groom are here at last. Another few minutes and you would have been late. Oh, Harry dear, you look fantastic. You got your eyes fixed. My Ginny is a lucky lass indeed. This last statement was too much for Ginny, who let out a sob and ran into the house to her room. Mrs. Weasley looked at her in shock. What in the world has gotten to that child? Harry, why don't you come inside? Everyone has arrived and are all out back. I will get Ginny. Harry said nothing but walked into the house, where he heard Ron's voice in a loud tone. What are you doing here, Snape? This is a private affair and you are not invited. Mr. Weasley, I assure you that Professor Snape and I are both invited to this evening's event. I know you are headmistress, but I know Harry does not want Snape here. Harry stepped out of the kitchen and through the back door. I invited him, Ron. Harry, mate, what happened to you? You look like a Malfoy wannabe. Severus wanted to sneer at the comment but couldn't as he turned and looked at Harry. He was the most handsome man Severus had ever seen. The longer hair framed his face, making it angelic, and the blood-red robes made his complexion glow, and with the sparkling emerald-green eyes. He looked magnificent. Severus' heart started racing and he couldn't breathe. Harry, you look wonderful. Hermione's voice was heard before he saw her. Hermione came up to the group. She first gave Harry a sisterly hug and then turned and acknowledged the two professors. Good evening, Headmistress and Professor Snape. It is so good to see you both, and Professor, might I say your robes are quite resplendent. I have never seen you in such a rich green before. Harry smiled as he took in Severus. His hair did look soft and silky rather than greasy, and his robes were of a rich emerald green, Harry's favorite color. He looked very handsome. Thank you, Miss Granger. If I must say so, you look well tonight. I was hoping that I could have a private word with you. Oh no, you don't. Hermione is not going anywhere with you. I don't know why you invited him, Harry. I have my reasons. Hermione, I think it would be best if you go and speak with Minerva and Severus. It is very important and I am sure it will not take long. Well, if it is so important, you can use my study. The group turned to see Arthur Weasley walking up to them. Good evening, Arthur. Severus and I will take you up on that offer. Miss Granger, if you could lead the way, Minerva McGonagall replied. Hermione looked at Harry as he nodded and turned to show the two professors to the study. Don't worry, Ron, I am sure the professors are going to offer her a job or an apprenticeship. Though I am not surprised. I expect great things from Hermione, Arthur Weasley told his son. He then turned to Harry. Hello, Harry. I must say you look fantastic, and I notice you are wearing your lordship rings and robes. At this, Ron turned abruptly and looked at Harry. Where did you get those, mate? Ron held up Harry's hand, looking at the two rings that adorned his fingers. The Gringotts goblins. It turns out they had certain things in trust for me, including these rings. Ron looked at Harry with a calculating glare. Harry's face showed nothing to give himself away, so Ron let out a sigh. Well, at least they will match the ring I got for the big day. Do I get to see them before the day? Don't worry, Harry, I had the best jeweler in Diagon Alley make them. I even had the Potter crest put on them. I thought you would like that. I'm sure they are fantastic, Ron. They might even rival my parents' own, Harry said sarcastically. Harry knew they were his parents' rings, even though Ron did not notice. The three had rounded the back of the house, where he saw a few white tents and over 50 people seated at various tables. Ron, who are all these people? I thought tonight was just the family and those friends that are involved in the wedding. Well, Harry, you know you are the boy who lived, or the man who defeated the Dark Lord. You know everything about this wedding is going to be huge. Harry looked and saw most of the remaining Order of the Phoenix, as well as Kingsley the Minister of Magic and several members of the Wizengamot. Harry looked for Neville, who he saw was sitting next to Luna and his grandmother. Augusta Longbottom was in a deep conversation with Arthur's great-aunt Muriel and Andromeda Tonks. Ron, I think I will go and say hello to Neville and Luna. Harry, wait, I want you to meet my special guests, the members of the Chudley Cannons, Ron said in a dramatic voice. Harry, the Cannons are here in my yard. This is a dream come true. Harry sneered. This dream is going to become a nightmare soon. Ah, come on, little Ronekins. I am sure that you kidnapping the worst team in the league is not going to impress Harry. The Weasley twins said as they appeared, along with the other three Weasley brothers, Bill, Charlie and Percy. Hello, Harry. It is good to see you. You look well, Percy said, putting out his hand, which Harry took. Hello, Percy. Thank you. Hello, Bill. Charlie. Hi, Harry, I am sure you are nervous. I know this lug was 2 days before his wedding, Charlie laughed, pointing to his older brother. Don't take him on. I am sure you are fine. I notice you are wearing your lordship attire. I didn't think you were going to take on the mantle. Most lords start wearing them after their 17th birthday. Bill playfully punched Charlie on the arm. Well, I was a bit busy back then, but I decided that this was part of who I am. I am proud to show my heritage and honor my father and godfather. I know they are very proud of you, Harry, as are we. Well, I do hope so after tonight, Mr. Weasley. As if planned, Molly came running out in a panic. Harry, what is wrong with Ginny? She has locked herself in her room and she wouldn't come out or let me in. We must start. The caterers are ready to serve dinner. You go ahead and serve dinner. I will get Ginny down when the time is right. Harry, come on, mate, you have to meet the Cannons. Harry laughed at Ron's single-mindedness. You go ahead, Ron, I need to speak to your father and possibly your two elder brothers before I eat. Arthur looked at Harry very seriously. Is everything all right, Harry? Something is wrong, isn't it? No, Arthur, I am sure nothing is wrong. Just a case of nerves, that's all. Harry, we have some very important people here to see you, and I will not have talk about Quidditch or whatever else you guys talk about ruining this evening. Now you go and bring your bride downstairs at once. Molly was puffing herself up like a blowfish. It was a tone that all her children and her husband knew not to ignore, but Harry was not going to tolerate it. He was about to tell her off when a soothing voice came from behind. Yes, Harry, I think Molly is right. You need to go upstairs and bring Miss Weasley down. We can't have her missing her own party now, could we? Harry turned to look at Severus, whose onyx eyes were glowing. Harry sighed and nodded. He then turned and walked away towards the house. On his way, he met up with a few individuals, including Rita Skeeter, the reporter from the Prophet, along with her photographer. What are you doing here, Skeeter? I know I didn't invite you. Yes, well, my invitation was sent via the bride. You know this is the wedding of the century and our readers have a right to find out all about who is here and who is not. Speaking of who is not, I have not noticed your blushing bride. She was not feeling well earlier. I am on my way to get her now. Not feeling well. Does this mean that there is a little Potter on the way? Harry saw her quill moving faster than he ever saw it move. No, it means that she was not feeling well. Harry turned to walk away but stopped. Skeeter, I promise you, you will have a big scoop tonight. You will not need to write any fiction. Oh, do tell. Don't worry, you will find out soon enough. In the meanwhile, try the shrimp puffs, they are fantastic. Harry walked in the house where he saw Minerva with Hermione, who looked ill. Is everything okay in here? Hermione rushed forward. Harry, I can't believe it. What they did. I have a mind to go out there and slap that boy silly. Don't. Not yet. I am going to get Ginny and then I will make my announcement. We will have time to slap Ron later, but in the meanwhile just keep your cool. Skeeter is out there and I don't want to make things worse for Arthur than I have to. Hermione just nodded and Minerva came over and placed a hand on her shoulder. Why don't you go and freshen up a bit and then join Mr. Longbottom and Miss Lovegood? Hermione left to go to the bathroom. Minerva looked at Harry. It was as Severus suspected, she was also given the potion. She was even more upset because the person whom she was in love with, Victor Krum, will not have anything to do with her now and she is worried about her reputation. Hermione is strong. She is a Gryffindor after all, Harry replied, looking up as Hermione went upstairs. Minerva gave a soft laugh. That she is. I have invited her back to the castle for a while and she is going to take me up on the offer. Yes, it might be good for us to be together to support one another. Just don't take advantage of her. A relationship with her coming out of this mess could be disastrous for both of you, if it does not work out. Don't worry, Minerva. I don't look at Hermione that way. She is like a sister to me. Besides, my preference does not go that way. Minerva just nodded. I thought so before you took up with Ginevra, so I guess my instincts were right. Harry smiled. His old head of house was more observant than he thought, but his smile turned to shock when she continued. I do say I hope my instincts are still correct. When I dressed someone in emerald green tonight, well, I will just have to wait and see. She smiled and walked out the door. Harry's jaw dropped as he looked at the old witch as she left. Flies, Harry. Hermione came in and Harry closed his mouth. We still seem to be in a war, Harry, but unlike the last time, we do not know who our enemies are. Everything is going to be okay, Hermione. We survived the last war. We are going to survive this one as well. He gave her a light hug and kissed her forehead. Go on, sit by Neville and Luna and don't say anything yet. I am going to take care of everything. Harry watched his friend go and then turned to go upstairs to Ginny's room. He did not bother to knock. He disabled the wards she had put up and opened the door. Ginny was lying on her bed crying. It amused Harry to note she was lying on her stomach. Ginny, stop this nonsense and get up off the bed. We are going to go downstairs and I am going to make my little announcement. I can't, Harry. I just can't, not in front of all those people. I invited a lot of important people and the press. I can't go out there. Yes, you can and you will. I am not giving you a choice. His voice turned back into the serious tone he had used on her earlier. What is my father going to say and my brothers? They are going to hate me. I do not care, Ginny. You have to face the consequences of your actions. You said you were not going to punish me further. And I am not. Whatever punishment your father or your brothers give you have nothing to do with me. Now you are going to find your Gryffindor courage and get up and go out there. Ginny said nothing. This day had not gone her way. It was the worst day of her life and she just wanted it to end. Okay, Ginny, if you insist on pouting and sulking like a child, I will treat you like one. I am going to give you to the count of 3 to get off the bed. 1, 2. Ginny climbed off the bed, not wanting a repeat of anything that happened earlier. She was not going to anger Harry. Good. I am going to wait on you downstairs. I am going to give you 5 minutes for you to wash your face and freshen up. Then I expect you to be by my side. Ginny rushed out and went to the nearest bathroom, which was on the floor above. She was still wondering how her plans had blown up in her face like that. Dumbledore had promised her Harry. She was so sure she could handle him. After all, she had 6 brothers, all of whom did what she wanted. Harry was just too powerful. Obviously the goblins got rid of the potion and told him what she had done. It was for this reason she had kept him away from them. Now she had lost everything. She knew that Harry was forever beyond her reach, the oath he made earlier would not allow it. Harry would never trust her again and would always be on his guard. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were red and puffy. She pulled out her wand, which she had in her robes, and put a glamour on herself. In 2 seconds she looked like herself once more. She then tried a spell to ease the pain on her behind, but it did not work. Harry had intended that she feel this pain for a long time. Sitting tonight would not be easy. She walked down, with her head held high, feeling a bit like Marie Antoinette on her way to the guillotine. She kept reminding herself she was a Gryffindor, she could do this. Harry nodded at her and then took her hand and led her outside. As they reached the main table outside, they were greeted to cheers and a standing ovation. Harry waved his hand to get silence as everyone returned to their seats. Ginny looked out then bowed her head. This was the moment she was dreading. Harry did a demi-sonorous charm to project his voice loud enough for everyone to hear him. Good evening everyone, it is a pleasure to see all of you here, friends, family, well-wishers, all who have come to support us. As you all know, I have spent the over 7 years of my life battling a Dark Lord and fighting for my very life, and with the help of many noble and wonderful people we were able to bring an end to that evil once and for all. With that, loud cheers were heard as people clapped and shouted. It took a few minutes for everyone to quieten down. Over the years I have suffered a great many physical and emotional torments, which left me badly scarred. It took the help of a great family to help me heal and become the man I am today. Tonight I would like to personally thank our Undersecretary Mr. Arthur Weasley and his wonderful family for bringing me into their lives and making me a part of their family. Again Harry had to stop as people cheered and clapped. The family also blessed me by giving me permission to bond with their lovely daughter Ginny, who for the past year has been instrumental in me doing the things that I have done. Severus leaned over to Minerva. He definitely has a Slytherin side. Minerva, this speech is worthy of Malfoy. Minerva nodded. He had to just to survive Albus and the war. Minerva was not looking at Harry, who was now talking about his Weasley brothers. Severus, don't you find that Miss Weasley seems to have a problem sitting properly? Severus looked at the girl and saw the slight squirming and the hidden pain on her face and started laughing out loud. It was just too hilarious. Minerva too tried to hide her smirk but was failing. The two got more serious as the flash from the prophet's photographer camera went off. Harry just nodded at the two professors and continued. My life has been a hard one, but it was made easier by being around a family I loved, good friends and wonderful professors. Up until today I was ready for the next chapter of my life, but unfortunately another burden was placed in my hands, a task which I am very proud to take up, but it would require many long hours and much time away from my family. Because of this I am reluctantly postponing my marriage to Ginevra Weasley, as it would not be fair to her to have an absentee husband for over a year. At this announcement a great roar was heard as several people got up to protest. He heard shouts of, "The boys got cold feet," to, "There's another Dark Lord coming." Harry again lifted his hand and sent a calming charm over the crowd. When everyone again became quiet he continued. I want to assure everyone, there is no new Dark Lord, please don't go looking too much into it. I am not abandoning anyone. I am just going to be busy and don't think that it is going to be fair. I thank you for your understanding. I ask you not to put any pressure on the lovely Ginny. We are both very young and we have our whole life ahead of us, and 1 year is going to come and go quickly. I thank you very much for your gifts, which will of course be returned, and I am sorry for any inconvenience I have caused. Again I thank you and have a good night. Harry removed the charm and looked over to Bill, who was sitting beside Ginny. Bill, I want you and all the Weasleys to remain. We have to talk, it is important. Bill looked angry but nodded. Harry looked over and saw Minerva talking to Neville and those at his table. Neville looked at Harry and nodded. Harry walked over to Kingsley as he was leaving with his entourage. Kingsley. Hello Harry, I must say I am very surprised by your announcement. Yes, well, I will like for you to stay for a while. Your Aurors could remain outside, but I would prefer if it was just you. The tall black man looked at Harry and nodded. Harry walked across to Rita Skeeter, who had not moved. Well Harry, I got my scoop. Yes, I dare say you did. There is much more than what you told everyone. Yes, there is, but it is not for everyone to know. It really is nothing much, Skeeter. To be honest, I went from one bad situation to the next.
After the final battle I went straight into rebuilding and then back to school. I just graduated and now I have estates to manage and run, plus other projects that demand my time. I need time before I go into a marriage. Ginny is a beautiful girl, but I cannot be with her much this coming year, and marrying her now will be unfair. Thank you for sharing, Harry. Our readers will be pleased, but there still is a juicy story somewhere in the middle of all of this that I haven't gotten yet. There always is one more for you, isn't there? I am afraid, Miss Skeeter, that is all you are going to get tonight. I am going to most likely talk for a few minutes with Ginny's family, but that is very private. Our readers have to know Harry. They will already have a lot to read. I am going to put up wards, including those preventing uninvited animagi from entering. I am warning you, Skeeter, if I see a bug I am going to squish it. Okay, I am going to leave it. I already have a great scoop, which I have to get ready for tomorrow's edition. But whenever you decided to fill in the rest of blanks, you know where to find me. Good night, Miss Skeeter. Everyone, except those asked to stay and Arthur's great-aunt Muriel, who invited herself, left. Luna had taken a sleeping teddy from his grandmother and told Harry it was better that she went upstairs with Fleur, who also had a sleeping Victory, as the children needed to stay away from the Nargles. Everyone was now looking at Harry, who stood in the middle of the clearing and performed a series of charms, to ensure the next set of talks would be private. He then took a chair out and sat down. Before I begin, Ginny, would you like to say anything? Ginny just shook her head. Okay, then I will begin. Today I had a meeting with the Gringotts goblins in charge of my estates, and I found out many interesting things. Firstly, Arthur, do you remember the time that Ron and I flew your car to Hogwarts? Of course, Harry, that is not something that one forgets. You remember the fine you had to pay. Could you remember where you got the money to pay for it? That is a very personal question, but yes, Molly got a loan from the bank to pay it. Yes, well, that money came from Gringotts, but it was not a loan, it was taken from one of my vaults. Arthur looked at Molly for confirmation. Molly just puffed out and shouted at Harry, I never thought of you as one to be against someone because they were poor, Harry James Potter. We may not have your millions, but we work hard and hold our head up high, and besides, you were partly to blame for Arthur getting that fine.
Mrs. Weasley, for the most part one have no problem with being poor, and I would have willing paid my half of the fine. The problem I have is that you have been illegally getting money from my vaults over the past 8 years.
Arthur stood up and looked at Harry. Harry, I hope you have proof of these allegations. Yes, I do, Arthur. I have a statement from Gringotts showing that over the past 8 years, Molly, Ronald and Ginevra Weasley have taken close to 100,000 galleons from my vaults. Bill took the parchment and verified it was genuine. Arthur looked over at Molly. Molly, I want an explanation. We did not steal it, Arthur. That money was given as a gift from Harry's magical guardian Albus. That's part of the problem, Molly. Albus was not Harry's magical guardian, at least not until after Sirius' death, Minerva put in. I am sorry to say that the real culprit behind most of this is dead and has left quite a mess to deal with. Arthur looked pale and sat back down. The twins were looking at their mother in disgust. Ron, however, looked peeved at Harry. What's wrong with you, mate? You are a millionaire many times over. Why are you begrudging us a few thousands? Were we not good friends? It was Charlie who answered. It doesn't matter, Ron. It is the principle behind it. Stealing is stealing, and you can't buy friendship. It also helps that until today I did not know I was a millionaire, Harry told the group. How could you not know? The Potters were an old pureblood family. With your parents' death you would have automatically become Lord Potter. The bank would have sent statements, and any of the larger transactions would have needed your wand's signature, Augusta Longbottom stated. That is true, but I grew up in the Muggle world and didn't even know magic existed until I got my Hogwarts letter. The goblins told me they sent hundreds of letters, but I never got any. Dumbledore had everything rerouted to him. As for wand's signature, well, I think that maybe Ron could answer that. All the Weasley men turned and looked at Ron, who said in an aggravated tone, How was I supposed to get anything I needed? Dad, you never had money, and Dumbledore told me it was for the good of the world.
Charlie had to hold Bill back from slapping Ron. You were my brother, Ron. We fought together. I would have died for you. How could you do this to me? If I had known, I would have given you anything you wanted freely, Harry said, his voice breaking.
Ron turned to Harry. You didn't volunteer to buy me a new wand in second year when you knew I needed one. You didn't buy me robes in 4th year when I had to wear dust rags and you were in your finest. No, Harry, I could not guarantee that you would give me anything, but Dumbledore did, and I don't care where he got it from. I didn't know I had money. I thought the money in that one vault was all I would ever have, and I needed it to last throughout my school life, Harry explained. Well, I needed money too, Ron shouted while pointing at himself. And if Voldemort had offered you money to give me up, would you have? Harry stood up and shouted at Ron. Don't be ridiculous, Harry. I fought for the light, I fought for Dumbledore. The money he gave us was a reward. After all, the Order of Merlin First Class does not come with 1,000,000 galleons, and I have to live the life of a hero. I needed the money and Dumbledore provided it. Ron puffed his chest out and had a smug look on his face as he turned and looked at his brothers. Charlie let go of Bill and walked up himself and punched Ron in the face. Ron fell to the ground, his nose broken and bleeding. Molly turned to the group. Really, we all thought Dumbledore had permission. You can't blame Ron or Ginny for following the headmaster's requests.
No, Mrs. Weasley, I can't blame Ginny for what Dumbledore asked her to do, but I can blame her for everything after Dumbledore's death. Ginny removed over 40,000 galleons for her personal use in the last 8 months and spent over 500,000 fixing various Potter Black property. She instructed the goblins to give to people she wanted. Fortunately, they didn't comply.
Fred walked over and slapped Ginny very hard across her face. She did not say anything but just put her head down and started crying again. Molly walked over and held on to her daughter. Harry, she was just trying to secure a good future for her family.
It was not hers to give, Mrs. Weasley. Some of the Black properties were supposed to go to Black family members, and it is my duty as Lord Black to see that the requests of the previous Lord Blacks have been carried out. And the properties Ginny had already told the goblins to distribute were not mine to give.
Harry, those family members are evil bastards who deserve to rot in Azkaban. Are you going to deny Fred and George a house over a Death Eater? Molly screamed. For the first time, Harry got angry. That was not your decision to make. Not all Blacks were Death Eaters. The house that was reserved for Fred and George was a manor in Tuscany that was supposed to go to Andromeda Tonks. Harry yelled, pointing to Andromeda. Is Andromeda evil? Was Ted Tonks evil, Mrs. Weasley? If I had gotten a hold of my estate when I was supposed to, then Andromeda and her husband would have had a place outside of Britain to hide, and Ted would not have been hunted and killed.
Molly huffed. Well, it is not my fault, Albus. Don't blame this on Dumbledore. Yes, he had a lot to answer for, but not this. You were the one who was controlling my estate after Dumbledore died. The goblins said you came in with a letter supposedly signed by me saying you were making all decisions on my behalf, a letter I knew nothing about. You came in and took money and took jewelry from the Black vaults, and you knew what each Black family member was to get. The goblins told me you were informed.
The goblins must have lied. I would never. Bill watched his mother in disgust. The goblins would not lie, Mother, not when a person's estate is at stake. Even if the goblins lied, Bill, it still would not explain the worst of your mother's and younger siblings' crimes. It was Hermione now who stepped into the ring, her eyes still bloodshot from crying. Ron jumped up and grabbed her hand. Hermione, you will sit back down and not say a word. To everyone's surprise, it was Percy who came to her defense. Ronald, let go of her and sit down. I for one want to hear what she has to say. Hermione looked at Harry, who nodded. Harry and I were both given love potions and compulsion charms. Ron shouted, Don't believe that lying mudblood, I would never do that to my best friends. A best friend you just called a vile and evil name, Ronald, another best friend who you already admitted to stealing from. I have loved you all your life, but I have never been ashamed to call you my brother until right now. George shouted at Ron.
For the first time, Severus spoke up. It's true. Healer Marchak, the top healer at St. Mungo's, tested Harry herself, and after Harry told us what was discovered, we postulated that since Miss Granger suddenly fell in love with Ronald at around the same time that Harry and Ginevra did, we decided to test her. This evening when we came, both Minerva and I examined Hermione and found her to be under both a love potion as well as several compulsion charms. We were able to remove them. Everyone got really quiet until Ron jumped up. What is the fuss? Harry was showing signs that he liked blokes and therefore would never have children to carry on his line. Dumbledore determined it was for the greater good that the Potter magical line be allowed to continue, and he needed a woman, so why not Ginny?
As for Hermione, well, she was lucky that someone wanted to snog her. With her bushy hair and plain looks, she would never have gotten a bloke anyway. Before anyone could respond, a light shot out from Neville's wand and stunned Ron, who slumped to the ground. Hermione started crying and Augusta Longbottom walked over and put her arms around the girl, but not before giving her grandson a smile. Kingsley spoke up. "Harry, what are you going to do now?" "While I can't speak for Hermione, I am not pressing any charges, if that's what you were getting at. I believed in what I said earlier. You are my family, you welcomed me, and without you all I would not have survived the nightmares of the war, and even if we part ways today, I am not going to send anyone to Azkaban." "Why not, Harry?" Charlie asked in a cold voice. Everyone heard Molly gasp. "I think if I press charges, it would also destroy Arthur's career, one that he worked hard for and one that I think he is suited for. The wizarding world needs men like him, and if I expose this truth, well, I think the wizarding world will suffer the most," Harry answered.
"I am just one man, Harry," Arthur said sadly. "Without you, Arthur, we have no hope of any true links with the Muggle government."
After all the anti-Muggle sentiments of the last ministry and the myth of pureblood supremacy, we need someone who can champion the cause of Muggleborns and make alliances with the Muggle world.
"You are that man, Arthur. No one before you has been able to make the strides you have already made, and I can't see anyone else picking it up if you leave. No, it is best if the wizarding world do not know about this. It is also why I made the announcement that the wedding is postponed. After a year all the press will die down and nobody will blame us if we say that we have grown apart and go our separate ways. It is much better than calling off the wedding now."
"No, the wedding is not called off. You two are still going to get married," Molly shouted, pointing at Harry and Ginny. "No, Molly, you can't expect after all of this that Harry will willingly marry Ginny now," Augusta said, shocked at Molly's callousness. "Well, willing or not, he is still going to marry her. Albus arranged a marriage contract, and if Harry defaults on the contract, then he will lose his magic," Molly said triumphantly. Everyone gasped and shouts of anger were heard. Harry stood up and raised his hands. When the crowd was quiet, he turned to Mrs. Weasley. "Mrs. Weasley, the contract was never sealed. The Goblins, executors of the Potter Black estates, refused to seal it when they discovered abnormalities in both Sirius blood and later mine. The contract is not valid. I have no obligation to you or Ginny." Sighs of relief were heard. Molly, however, started screaming. "No, Dumbledore promised you will marry Ginny. I demand it. I am not marrying Ginny, not now, not ever. I worked too hard befriending you, being a mother to you. We deserved that money. Ginny and Ron deserve a good life. You are no mother to me. I love your family like my own, but you are no mother to me," Harry screamed. Bill stood up. "All our lives you have taught us to be honest and hardworking. What you have done, what you are trying to do, is very wrong. You may have given birth to me, but after today you are no longer my mother." Molly started puffing out and screamed. "I did what I did to secure my children's future." All of the Weasley boys, excluding Ron, who was still knocked out, started screaming at their mother. Hermione looked up and asked, "What about me? Was any contract made between Ronald and me?" Everyone got quiet and Molly gave a smile and said, "Yes, Albus secured himself as your magical guardian and made a contract in your 5th year. You are my son's reward for his services to the Order. Unlike Harry, I am sure the Goblins would not have thought twice about sealing your contract." Arthur stood up angrily. "How dare you? You can't force Hermione into a marriage with Ronald." "Molly, I will not stand for it." "Well, you have no choice. The contract is made. She may be a mudblood and she may not be much to look at, but she is smart and graduated top of the class. She will make a suitable bride. If she doesn't like it, she could forfeit her magic and live in the Muggle world." Molly looked as smug as Ron had looked earlier.
Harry looked at Hermione, who was no longer crying but had a defiant look on her face. She walked up and slapped Molly Weasley in her face. "Unlike Harry, I will press charges against you and your son." Percy put his head in his hands. Andromeda spoke in a quiet but serious voice. "I am truly sorry, Hermione, but you will not be able to. The law is clear. If the contract is valid, then you will not be able to bring charges against Ronald or Molly, no matter how much we wish you could." "You mean there is nothing I could do?" Hermione said sadly. Ron was now getting up. "Well, you could leave and become a dentist." Hermione walked up to Ron and punched him in his face. Once more Ron was on the ground, this time with a bloody mouth. He spat out a tooth. Hermione looked to Kingsley.
Can you help me? The minister told the girl sadly. I am sorry, it is not like we want this to happen, Hermione. What has happened is a real travesty of justice, but there is nothing we could do. Magic will not allow it. That is not entirely true. Everyone now turned to the old lady in the back, Arthur's great-aunt Muriel. With all eyes on her, the old lady continued. It is not a well-known practice, but a proposed marriage contract can be voided. If a member of the family makes a marriage contract without the permission of the head of the family, and the head of the family, in this case me, finds that the girl is an unsuitable mate, then the contract can be rescinded. This provision was made to spare the family shame if the girl decides to become immoral after the contract is made. After all, my nephew is the undersecretary to the minister, which is an important position in our society, and his son Ronald is a war hero, having received an Order of Merlin First Class. Molly screamed. So did she, pointing at Hermione. The Golden Trio had all received the Order of Merlin First Class for their part in defeating Voldemort. I am sorry, Molly, I am an old woman, who is very much set in her ways. I don't believe a woman has any place in war, and so I do not consider any part she may have played. Tell me, child, are you a peer? Andromeda shouted. Hermione, tell only the truth, do not lie, that's very important, do not lie. Hermione knew that before the war Andromeda and Ted Tonks were well-known lawyers in the wizarding world, so she took her advice seriously. Normally Hermione would have been disgusted at Aunt Muriel's question, but she was smart enough to see what the old woman was doing. No, I am not. That's because I took her purity, Ron screamed. Aunt Muriel waved Ron off. It does not matter. A woman should be a pure on her wedding night. She should have had the presence of mind to wait. Tell me, child, what dowry do you have to present? I have nearly 1,000 galleons of gold in my vault at Gringotts. That is not enough. Why, you are practically a pauper.
Her parents are very rich muggles, Ron yelled. I do not consider the wealth of muggles as being of any consideration. Tell me, can you cook?
A little, but not a full-course meal. Can you knit? Yes, mostly hats and scarves. Harry shouted out, which she gives to house elves to set them free. Is this true, child? The old lady said in shock. Yes, it is. They are not mindless animals to chain and bring out when we want. They should be free. Hermione answered in her soapbox voice, as Harry called it. Oh my goodness, such insolence in a young lady, how very unbecoming, Aunt Muriel said in a disgusted tone. Can you sing? Not very well. Can you play the pianoforte? No. Can you paint? No. What does all this have to do with it? She is the brightest witch of her generation, Molly screeched, reminding Harry of Lady Black. I am not judging her on her academic prowess. I am judging her on her suitability as a wife. Now, Molly Weasley, learn your place and hold your tongue, Muriel told the irate Molly. Turning back to Hermione, she asked, Tell me how many children you wish to have. 2, a boy and a girl. Not much in the way of continuing the Weasley line. Come in front of me, child, let me take a closer look at you. The old lady called Hermione forward. As Hermione walked over, she wished she had put on a plain robe instead of one of her best. I see you have a decent fashion sense, but I hate that color, not very flattering. Your hair is horrible. You are too skinny and have no hips, that is not good for bearing sons. Hermione blushed, feeling like a bug under a microscope. Now, child, my last question, and this is very important. Do you love Ronald? At this point, no. Well, I am very sorry to say, Arthur, Molly, you have chosen very poorly for your son, and as head of the honorable house of Weasley, I declare that this girl is unsuited as a mate for one of the more decorated sons of Weasley. I declare any contracts for marriage null and void. The old lady thumped her cane down as she declared her verdict. As she spoke, the magic pulled out of Muriel and went first to Hermione and then to Arthur and Molly. There was a flash of light and then it disappeared. Muriel declared, Miss Granger, I can now declare your contract broken. I do not want to see you with Ronald again. You are not worthy of him. Arthur, Molly, since you were unable to find suitable mates for either your youngest son or your daughter, it will be left to me to arrange their marriages. Hermione smiled and bowed. Thank you, Lady Weasley. Harry was not so polite. He ran forward and hugged the old woman and kissed her on both her cheeks. Well, I must say it has been a while since I was accosted by such a handsome young man, but I have to say, Lord Potter Black, I am much too old for you, and I don't think you could keep up with me. At that, the whole gathering, except Molly, Ron and Ginny, laughed both at Harry, who was now blushing a fiery red and in relief. Harry smiled a big smile and said, "I will respect your wishes, madam." As Harry turned around, Muriel gave his bum a pinch. "Madam, as I said, I don't think you could keep up with me," the old lady said with a huge grin. Again everyone roared in laughter. Kingsley was the first to collect himself and turned to Hermione. "Hermione, are you still going to press charges?" "No, I don't think I will," the girl said, giving a slight bow to Aunt Muriel. The minister then turned to Harry. "Harry, are you sure you are not going to press charges?" "No, I will not press charges. I trust that Arthur will ensure that they are appropriately punished." "You have my word, Harry, they will not bother you or Hermione again," Arthur said seriously. Kingsley nodded and turned to his friend. "Arthur, what are your intentions?" "By right I should resign, but after Harry's words tonight I will not betray his confidence in me. Thank you, Harry, for everything." Harry walked up and hugged the man. "You are a father to me as much as Sirius or Remus ever was." Fred and George joined in the hug, followed by Bill and then Charlie, who pulled in Percy.
When the group broke up, Arthur looked at his wife and two youngest. "You have brought immense shame upon this family, but as Harry said, you are still family. Harry has decided not to press charges, and I don't know if I would have been so kind in his place. As much as it pains me, you three deserve to spend a long time in Azkaban, but as it was done in the past in many noble families, the family will take care of its own."
With that, Arthur took out his wand and used a wordless charm, and the wands of Molly, Ron and Ginny came flying towards him. He then passed them to his Aunt Muriel, who pocketed Ron and Ginny's. She then bent and spoke in a whispered tone to Arthur. To everyone's surprise, Arthur then took up Molly's wand and snapped it in half. Looking at his wife, he stated in a clear and determined voice, "Molly Elizabeth Pruitt Weasley, you are hereby bound to the Burrows. You are never again to set foot outside of its boundaries unless the head of the Weasley family demands it. So mote it be." The magic flared from Arthur to Molly, who screamed and dropped to her knees. "Arthur, how could you?" Molly whispered in tears. Arthur shook his head. "I will have further words with you, Molly, in private, and then I will talk with my oldest to determine suitable punishments for you too," pointing at Ron and Ginny. "Even though, Harry, I have noticed that Ginny has had a problem sitting comfortably tonight." Harry blushed but said, "What happened between me and Ginny will stay that way. I respect that, Harry, but I do not disapprove. You have a right to redress, as it was you she hurt the most. However, know that I will have my own discussions with Ginevra." At his words, Ginny started to cry again. Aunt Muriel shouted out, "Oh, I think I changed my mind. You can visit me anytime, Harry." Everyone laughed harder than before, and even more when Harry replied, "I may like blokes, but I think, Muriel Weasley, you may just make me change my mind." Everyone decided it was time to leave. Minerva and Severus had spoken to Neville and Augusta, and they both decided to come to the castle in the morning. Harry went to Andromeda and hugged her. He told her that he would contact her soon. Harry then waited for Hermione to get her bag from Ginny's room, before meeting up with the two professors. On the way back, they saw Ron coming in with Bill and Charlie. Ron lunged at Harry, but before even Harry had time to react, Charlie had him pinned and then dragged him to the study. Bill looked at Harry. "I am truly sorry, Harry, for what my mother and siblings have done to you. It goes against everything we Weasleys stand for."
"I would like to thank you for your mercy and compassion. Even with everything she did to you, you have saved my sister from public shame and scandal. For that alone I would be eternally grateful."
"You have also saved our family honor, allowing us to deal with my mother's and siblings' crimes in private, and you have spared us all from your and everyone else's magical wrath, as we all know that things could have ended up very badly today. You truly are a great wizard. I consider myself owing you more than a life debt. I owe you an eternal pledge of loyalty, Lord Potter Black, for your service to our family." Bill knelt and placed his wand at Harry's feet. Harry was about to tell him to get up when Percy's wand and Fred and George and finally Charlie's wand all were laid at Harry's feet, all the young men kneeling before Harry. Harry felt a magical bond being formed and knew that this was a serious pledge and not to be dismissed. He stood up his full height and declared, "Thank you. I, Harry James Potter Black, Lord and head of the houses Potter and Black, accept your pledge." With that, the magic then swirled around Harry and back to the 5 young men in front of him. They all rose and once again hugged Harry. Hermione once again had tears in her eyes, but these were good tears.
Harry and Hermione apparated to the Hogwarts gate where Minerva and Severus were waiting. The four then walked along the pathway to the school. Hermione let out a sigh. I can't believe we graduated just last week. I did not expect to be back so soon, but it feels like coming home.
Harry gave the girl a one-arm hug. I know what you mean. For me, the whole magical world seems to center around Hogwarts. Severus watched the two as they walked and talked. If Harry had not admitting to liking blokes, he would have been jealous. Severus reminded himself that the two had been friends since they were 11 and had experienced many trials together, but then again so had Ronald. Severus was watching Harry as he walked ahead of him. The boy had changed greatly in the last year since the downfall of the Dark Lord. He laughed more, he was more relaxed and even studied more, but how much of that was the Weasley compulsion spell Severus didn't know. What he did know was that the man in front of him was not the same Harry Potter the student. He was Lord Potter Black, a confident and powerful wizard. This was the wizard who could defeat a Dark Lord. This was the true Harry Potter.
As they reached the castle, they were met by Ogden, the head house elf. He was old and slightly bent. However, unlike all of the house elves Harry had met, he exhibited a strong sense of self-confidence, and if Harry had to guess, he would have said that Ogden was a retired warrior. Good evening, Headmistress, Lord Potter Black, Professor Snape and Miss Granger, Ogden said with a slight bow to the group. Harry noted his voice was soft but commanding.
Good evening, Ogden. Have the rooms been prepared? The headmistress inquired. Yes, I have arranged the Gryffindor family rooms for Lord Potter Black. I have also taken the liberty of having a room nearby for Miss Granger. Wait, you knew that Harry was the heir of Gryffindor? Minerva said in disbelief. Yes, all the house elves know, as his essence is linked to the castle, was the calm reply. Minerva looked shocked, her voice rose slightly. Why didn't you tell me? As head of Gryffindor House and then headmistress, I think I should have been told. We were bound never to say anything, and to disobey would mean death for the entire family, the house elf said sadly. You mean Dumbledore would have killed your entire family if you said anything? Harry said in shock. Yes, even after he died the bond still held. We could not say anything unless you already knew. That man. Has he returned to his frame? Minerva said, her lips thin. Dumbledore's portrait had been gone all day. No, headmistress, Ogden replied. He then snapped his fingers and what looked like an old female house elf in blue rags appeared and took Hermione's bag. Ogden turned to Hermione. Miss Granger, this is Winky. She will be your personal house elf while you are here and will take care of anything you need. Winky? You mean Barty Crouch's old house elf Winky? Hermione said in surprise. Harry too looked stunned. The house elf had been freed in his 4th year by her inconsiderate master. She had despaired since then. Dobby had taken care of her, but since Dobby had died she was on her own and by the look of things not doing very well. Harry felt badly. He had just assumed that she was dead. No, this can't be Winky. She looks terrible. I should have freed her when I had the chance, Hermione said as she bent down to take a closer look at the house elf. Ogden turned to Hermione. Miss Granger, Winky is a freed house elf. Maybe you could help her adjust to her freed life. After all, isn't that what SPEW is all about, the welfare of house elves? Harry laughed. Ogden must have been a Slytherin elf. Hermione, think of it as a challenge. Ignoring Harry, Hermione stood and turned to Ogden. Yes, that is what SPEW is about, and I will help her.
Ogden gave a slight nod to Hermione and then indicated to Winky to show Hermione to her rooms. Hermione turned to the other three and said, It has been a long day. I will retire for the night and see you for breakfast tomorrow. Thank you again, professors, for your help, and Harry, we will talk tomorrow. She leaned in and gave Harry a key on the cheek and then turned and followed the house elf.
Ogden turned to Harry. Your house elf creature is waiting for you in your apartment. I will take you there myself. If it is okay, I will go to it later. I am starving as I missed dinner. I would really like for us to go to the kitchens first, Harry said with a rueful smile on his face. At that moment Professor Flitwick walked into the hallway and greeted them. How did everything go tonight? It worked out better than we anticipated, Minerva answered. Well, we have a lot to discuss. Harry, if you are not too tired, I think we should all go to the room, the tiny charms professor said, looking at Harry. Ogden turned to Harry. I will send up some dinner for you. When you are ready to retire, just call for me. Thank you, Ogden, it would be most appreciated. The four walked up to the 7th floor. Minerva walked ahead with Flitwick telling him all about the night's activities. Severus walked behind a little slower with Harry. I believe the rumor I heard about you is true. And what rumor would that be, Severus? There are so many about me, Harry said with a smirk, thinking of all the ridiculous rumors he had heard about himself. That you were meant to be in Slytherin. From what I have seen today, I would have thought I was looking at one of my snakes, the head of Slytherin House replied. Harry laughed. Yes, that particular rumor is true, but I believe I was destined to be in Gryffindor. After all, I was the one who originally pulled Gryffindor's sword out of the Sorting Hat. Ah yes, another rumor. You pulled the sword to battle a basilisk. And again another truth. Harry said sadly. He had killed the giant snake protecting Ginny. Sensing the change in his tone, Severus quickly said, if I had to guess, I would say that the boy who lived was the Gryffindor, but Harry Potter is a Slytherin. Harry stopped for a moment and stared at the professor. No one had understood that about him. He quickly reminded himself that Severus had spent nearly 7 years secretly protecting him, so it should not have surprised him that Severus had known him so well. At least once the man had looked beyond Harry, looking like his father, who had been Severus' high school enemy.
Severus continued, however, your actions today with Arthur Weasley and his sons showed a strong Hufflepuff side.
That's me, Mr. Hogwarts, Harry said with a small laugh. Yes, well, you still have to prove to me you have any Ravenclaw tendencies, Severus said slyly. Ravenclaws were the intellects of the school. Harry glared at Severus but saw the man had a slight smile on his face. If I had a teacher who didn't hate me, then I might have done better. You know, potions was the one subject I was actually looking forward to when I first found out about Hogwarts. It was Severus' turn to stop. I don't hate you, Harry, he whispered. Harry stopped. You don't? No, I don't. The two looked at each other, neither saying anything. Harry took a step closer. Would you two hurry up? Minerva's voice echoed along the hallway. Harry stepped back but smiled when he saw the slight blush on Severus' face. The two were silent until they reached the 7th floor. When then entered the room, it was as it was before, except to one side there was a large work table with a small cauldron and other potions equipment on one side and several open books and sheets of parchment on the other. There was an additional armchair around the fireplace, and instead of a tea service on the small table in front, several small platters of food lay. As if on response, Harry's stomach growled. I see you took my advice and had your eyes fixed. You look good, a voice came from inside. Harry looked across and saw Healer Marchak. Hello, Justine. It has been a while. I am assuming Phileas asked you to come over. Minerva walked over and hugged the healer. The healer smiled and told the headmistress. You look good, Minerva, much better than the last time I saw you. You're walking without the cane. Yes, no more of that awful cane, though it came in handy to whack a few naughty Death Eaters here and there, the headmistress said with a laugh. Justine laughed and then answered Minerva's question. Yes, Phileas asked for my aid since I examined Harry today. He felt we could compare findings. Phileas Flitwick turned to Harry. I hope you do not mind, Harry, but I needed the assistance of a healer, and since you indicated that you considered Justine your healer, I took the chance. Harry nodded. Yes, that is quite okay. Good evening, Healer Marchak. Please call me Justine. The healer replied and then turned to address the other occupant of the room, Snape. Marchak. Harry quickly walked over to the food and placed several items on his plate. Severus walked over and poured himself a glass of fire whiskey and a glass of wine for Minerva. Why don't we ask Poppy to join us? Minerva asked the group as she took the wine from Severus. Phileas sat down with a heavy sigh and ran his fingers through his thinning hair. Minerva, I don't think that would be a good idea. You see, when Harry told us his story this afternoon, I was curious about certain things. For instance, how did Albus get Harry's blood? For the blood to be accepted at Gringotts, it had to be freely given, and I don't think that Ronald Weasley would have that skill. In addition, all the blocks on Harry's magic, the potions in his system, and signs of abuse would have been picked up by anyone who gave Harry a basic medical checkup. Legally, it must be reported to Children's Services. Harry does not have the proper magical vaccinations that should have been given to all magical children. Usually Muggle-born or raised children are given it here at school. Worst of all, there is a charm that has been used on Harry over at least 6 years which has forced his body to be underdeveloped. It is a charm normally used to slow down the growth of cancerous tissue in a wizard. Since this is exceedingly rare, it is known by very few. In a healthy person like Harry, the charm will slow down his rate of bone and muscle growth. All of this indicates that someone with a medical background was helping Albus. Minerva slumped back in her chair. Poppy? That's my guess. The amount of times Harry went to the hospital wing, it is impossible that she did not know. She is the only one who had the access to Harry without it being suspicious. Phileas said with a sad look on his face. He didn't want it to be true. He had known Poppy for over 50 years, but all evidence showed she was guilty. You mean I could have been taller? Harry shouted. He had always been short even for a muggle. Wizards and witches in general were taller than muggles. Right now he was a somewhat semi-respectable height of 5 feet 9 inches, but compared to the other guys he had always felt like a midget. Hell, even Hermione was 5 feet 8 inches, without heels. Harry was mortified at graduation when the girl came in with heels. Ron was 6 feet 3 inches, Seamus, Dean and Neville were all over 6 feet, and even Malfoy was 6 feet even. Being short was Harry's personal pet peeve.
Phileas laughed. I know the feeling. The small charms master was barely 5 feet tall. But yes, your mother was slightly taller than you are now, and your dad was about 6 feet 3 inches. All the Potter men have been tall. Your great-grandfather Harold was a huge man. He was well over 6 feet.
He was 6 feet 6 inches tall. I remember the first time I saw him, it was during my first year when Patrick hid that baby centaur in Gryffindor Tower. I nearly fainted when I saw him. Minerva told the group. You nearly fainted, Minerva McGonagall, because your father was standing right behind him. If I remember correctly, you were Patrick Potter's main co-conspirator and you did not expect us to call in your parents. Phileas replied in his rarely used stern professor voice. Well, the point is, Harry, all the men in your family were tall, said the headmistress as she quickly changed the subject. They all laughed and the headmistress took a sip of her wine. Harry had forgotten that Flitwick had been a professor for a long time and never realized that he had taught Minerva as a child, or that she and his grandfather were classmates. Harry sighed internally. There was so much about his family he did not know. Flitwick put Minerva out of her misery and turned the attention back to Harry. Harry, with Justine's and possibly Severus' help we should be able to reverse the charm, and with potions over time you could possibly grow another 2, possibly 3 inches. However, I don't think you could ever reach the height you were meant to be. There has been too much damage. Harry was quite content with the notion of being 6 feet and quickly said, So when do we start? That's the first charm you were going to reverse, right? The group laughed. Were you able to identify the unknown charm placed on Harry? Severus asked, obvious concern in his voice. I am still not exactly sure what it is, and I would like for you to check some components Justine and I were unable to identify. But my preliminary investigation shows it could be a complex glamour charm that was cast at a DNA level, but there are some things that have affected Harry's blood that I am confused. It is not just the glamour, Phileas answered. Severus got up and went over to the desk where Justine showed him a magical microscope with a slide of Harry's blood. What? So you mean I am not Harry Potter? Harry said, a bit confused. No, you are definitely Harry Potter. It is just that your looks have been changed. For some reason Albus wanted you to look more like your father, Phileas replied. Justine was talking with Severus and they were discussing her and Phileas' findings so far. Harry looked up and watched the two. Justine had a look of admiration and excitement on her face as Severus asked her question after question, half of which Harry did not understand. Harry felt a pang of jealousy. He was suddenly not hungry anymore. Severus looked up. My guess would be dragon's blood. It seems as if Albus and Flamel found more than 12 uses of dragon's blood. Phileas looked at Severus. It would explain the abnormality of the charm. The three continued with their discussions for over an hour, with Severus periodically calling Misty his personal house elf for items and books he had. Harry spent the time talking with Minerva about his family. She happily told him about some of the adventures that she had with Patrick as a child and of their friendship as adults. Harry found out that Minerva was one of the main witnesses at his grandparents' wedding and was godmother to his father. She promised to show him some pictures of his grandparents and his father at a later time.
Harry was asking Minerva some advice on what he planned to do with his estate when Phileas, Severus and Justine came and sat down. Phileas turned to the others and explained. This is not strictly a charm. It is alchemy, in this case a mixture of charms, transfiguration and potions. If what Severus says is true and the unknown substance we found was dragon's blood, it seems as if Albus did some complex magic on you. The glamour charm was placed on your DNA, forcing you to look like your father. However, it just masks an underlying magic that was done. We don't understand what it is. We know it is there, but we can't tell what it is for. The basilisk bite that you got in your second year released venom that seemed to attack the dragon's blood charm and broke it down a bit. However, the basilisk venom would have killed you in the process. The phoenix tears either stabilized the entire thing or forced it to go dormant. You mean the only way you know how to get rid of the charm is to use basilisk venom, which would save me but would kill me in the process, Harry said, trying to understand everything that was said. Yes, Justine said sadly. So you can't remove the blocks and charms? No, we could remove everything else, just not that one, Phileas said reassuringly. We don't know what it really is and it's too dangerous to try. I will continue to experiment. I will figure it out eventually. You have my word, Harry. Severus was solemn as he spoke, and Harry knew that Severus would put all his efforts in finding a solution. Thank you, Harry said to the others. What do we do now? Well, if you are up to it, I could remove what I could. We made a list of the blocks and charms placed on you. Some will be very painful to remove and will require a lot of magic, so we will do them only after we are all properly rested, including you, Harry. Others are minor and can be done right away. These are the ones we could start with. I would suggest completely removing the compulsion charms placed on you, even though you seem to be doing a good job of blocking it yourself. Should I be lying down for this? I don't want to throw up again. Once for the day is more than enough. Phileas chuckled. No, you don't have to, but if you feel more comfortable lying down, that will be fine. Justine waved her wand and a divan sofa like the ones the goblins conjured earlier appeared. Harry smiled and moved to the sofa. Severus, Minerva, while it should be safe, I want you two to place a shield around yourself in case his magic flares. Harry, you will need to remove your lordship rings and any other item that protects you, Phileas said as he took command. Harry removed the rings and took out his wand and then extended his hand to Severus. Severus opened his hand and accepted the items. Looking down at the two rings and the wand in the palm of his hand, Severus did not miss the gesture. Harry trusted him completely. For the next 20 minutes, Phileas removed all of the minor charms that were placed on Harry. Most were compulsion and loyalty charms, however some were repelling charms which would have Harry feel disgust or hatred at a person or group of people. When he was finished, Phileas called for a goblet of water. Instantly on the table a pitcher of water and several goblets appeared. Minerva poured a goblet each for Harry, Phileas and Justine. Justine walked over and waved her wand at Harry. She then moved to the table and collected a few phials of potions. Walking over to Harry, she uncovered the first but was stopped by Severus. Severus examined the phials and shook his head. He called Misty and told her to bring the relevant potions from his personal potions store. When she returned, Severus watched the healer snorted and handed over the better quality potions to her. Justine gave Harry the potions. These are strengthening and nutrition potions to allow your body and magic to recover quickly. The healer also passed a few to the charms master, who at first shook his head, but after she gave him a glare he took them. We should take a small break and then continue again, if you are willing, Harry, Phileas stated after taking the potions. Harry smiled. It is you who I should be asking. I have the easy job, all I am doing is lying here, you are the one doing all the work. Phileas chuckled. Wait till we get to the bigger blocks, then you might change your tune. Severus turned to the charms master and asked, Phileas, what was that last spell you did? I felt a bit of a twinge on my magic as you were casting it. Both Phileas and Justine turned and looked at Severus. Both raised their wands and cast spells. Severus was shocked. If he didn't trust Phileas as he did, he would have had his wand out and attacked them both. Phileas immediately apologized when he saw the look on the potions master's face. I am sorry if I startled you, Severus. The last spell I did on Harry was one to remove a repulsion spell. If your magic twinged as you said, it means the charm was directed at you. That Harry was given the spell to hate you, but it was a very weak charm as Harry seemed to have almost destroyed that one on his own. There was, however, a small residue of the charm left. I suspect at one point in time it was very strong. I cast the charm on you to check to see if you had a similar charm placed on you. Like Harry, you have nearly destroyed the charm, but there is a bit left. You have several other repelling charms. There are a few that have weakened over time, but others are very strong. After I deal with Harry, I would like permission to remove yours as well, Severus. Before Severus could reply, the headmistress, House Elf Tibbs, appeared with a pop. I am sorry to disturb you, headmistress, Lord Potter Black, professors and master healer, but one of the Gringotts master goblins is at the front gate asking to see Lord Potter Black. He says it is urgent. Tell him to come in right away. Bring him to my office, Minerva instructed the house elf. Wait, did the goblin give his name? Harry asked. Yes, Lord Potter Black, he says his name is Fireforge. If it is okay with you, Minerva, Tibbs could bring him her. I suspect whatever he has to say may be directed at what we are doing here, Harry said, knowing that whatever Fireforge wanted had to be important for him to come at this late hour. Very good. Tibbs, go to the gates and bring the goblin Fireforge here immediately, Minerva instructed. In less than 30 seconds, Tibbs reappeared with Fireforge, who was now wearing a black and silver tunic with black leggings, his jeweled dagger on his side. Good evening, Lord Potter Black, headmistress, professors and healer Marchak. I am very sorry for disturbing you at so late an hour. We have made a discovery that we felt was important that we inform you of right away. Go ahead, Fireforge. You may speak freely in front of everyone here. You may also call me Harry here as well. Fireforge nodded and pulled out a piece of parchment and handed it to Harry. While we were researching your documents, we decided to do a bit of research on some information that Tom Riddle passed on to you. He indicated that there may still have a marriage contract out for Tom Riddle and another person. Our investigation led us to a contract made by Dumbledore acting as Riddle's magical guardian when the boy was 16 years old. This contract was made between Tom Riddle and Arabella Ferguson. Harry read the marriage contract in his hand. Why does that name sound so familiar? Phileas said, tapping his finger on his nose. Poppy's maiden name was Ferguson, Minerva said quietly. Yes, so we found out. Arabella Ferguson and Poppy Pomfrey are sisters. Arabella changed her name to Fig when she was 17, to prevent shame on the family, as most squibs do, Fireforge said as he passed another document to Harry. Mrs. Fig and Poppy Pomfrey are sisters. Yes, and technically she is Miss Fig as she never got married. Since you left Privet Drive, Arabella has been living at her sister's home, which we also found out is one of the Potter houses. Minerva called Tibbs. Go and check and see if Poppy is in her office. If not, see if you could locate her. Do not tell her anything, I just want to know where she is. Tibbs disappeared and reappeared in a minute. Madame Pomfrey is nowhere in the castle, headmistress. Minty, her house elf, said she left after she got a letter from her sister. I suspected that you may have tried to remove the charms blocking your magic tonight and might have needed to be in the infirmary. You might have unknowingly placed yourself in danger. While I am not at liberty to discuss the contents of Witches and Wizards' vaults, one of the vaults owned by the Fergusons has special protections on them, Fireforge explained. Dark magic items, Severus guessed aloud. Poppy Pomfrey came in a short while ago and removed several items from the vaults, including items that would not be noticed in a hospital stores. Potions, Severus guessed. Fireforge continued. I would not have even noticed such a transaction, but I was working late and it appeared on a parchment that indicates when a possible dangerous item is removed from one of the vaults. I had just discovered the connection with Miss Fig and Madame Pomfrey, so I realized you might be in danger. I decided to come myself since owls never seem to reach you. I am very grateful that you did, Fireforge, Harry told the goblin. He then turned to the professors. Does Madame Pomfrey even know I am here? Yes, she does. I told her you might be coming over tonight. I didn't think. Poppy was always one I thought I could trust, Minerva said with a sob. Don't worry, Harry. I will. We will protect you. No harm will come to you or. Severus paused. Misty. Severus' house elf appeared. I want you to make sure that Miss Granger does not leave her room tonight and that no one enters. Yes, Master Severus, the tiny house elf said and disappeared with a pop. Do you think she will harm Harry and Hermione? Minerva asked, still in disbelief. I am not willing to take that chance. I will personally guard Harry if need be, Fireforge stated with conviction. Ogden, Minerva called. The old house elf appeared silently. I want you to inform me the moment Poppy returns to the castle. When she does, she may bring Arabella Fig with her. I want you to make sure neither lady comes anywhere near either Lord Potter Black or Miss Granger. Ogden bowed, acknowledging the instructions, and silently left. The room remained silent for a few minutes. What I don't understand is why Dumbledore would arrange a marriage between Tom Riddle and a squib, Harry asked the group. While squibs like Arabella do not have large amounts of magic, they still have a very dim but existent magical core. It is why she was able to see the Dementors the beginning of your 5th year. If she were to have any children with the Dark Lord or any powerful wizard, as the baby's magic grew, so would her own magic, and she would herself become a witch. It is the reason why many male couples use female squibs as surrogate mothers. The squibs are always willing to carry a magical child and not necessarily want to keep the child. As powerful as the Dark Lord was, if he were to have a child with another powerful witch, the child would have the potential to be much stronger than the Dark Lord himself. If he were to father a child with a squib, the child may not be as powerful, Severus explained. Why not marry me off to a squib then? Tom said I was more powerful than him, Harry contemplated aloud. The only female squibs in the last 25 years have been the daughter of Bellatrix and Rudolphus Lestrange and the daughter of Wendy and Walden McNair, all Death Eaters. Albus would not have taken that chance, Severus informed Harry. With all the charms and blocks on your magic, Albus may have thought that your magic would be dampened enough so not to pass it on to a child, Phileas added. Or worse, bind your magic before a child is conceived. I believe Tom spoke of Dual rituals. Ogden silently appeared. Madame Pomfrey has returned and she has brought Aurors with her. They are entering the castle as we speak. They say they have an arrest warrant for Harry Potter. An arrest warrant? What for? Harry stood up with a shout. For the murder of Arabella Fig. Poppy came walking up to the castle. Everything had not gone to plan. Harry was spoiling their well laid out plans. How dare he take command of the Potter and Black estates? She had warned Albus that using that dim-witted Molly Weasley would come to no good. All that woman had to do was get her daughter to marry Harry. Albus had wanted Molly because the woman asked no questions and was easily swayed by money, she and her 2 brats. Poppy fumed. Molly had 7 children, how could she not instruct her daughter on how to keep a man in bed? But no, they could not control one measly little boy. When Arabella wrote her telling her the house was evicting them, she knew that Harry had given the order. Only the true lord of the estate could do it. Tonight when she met one of the Old Order of Phoenix members, Daedalus Diggle, he told her that Harry had postponed the wedding. She knew right away their plans were spoilt. She told Arabella not to panic, but the woman was now quite mad, having wasted away, unable to get married or have any relations because of Albus' contract. Arabella wanted to go to Harry and tell him everything. She had grown soft for the boy over the years. Well, Poppy would not have it. She could still live her dreams. She contacted her lord and he instructed her to get rid of Harry. He had already done what they wanted him to, and if he was no longer under their control, she would have to get rid of him. She at first decided to use the failsafe Albus had planted on the boy, but decided that it would cause too many questions. She would use her own backup plan. She took the vial of manticore venom from the family vaults and mixed it in a calming draught and had given it to her sister. As her sister was screaming in unbearable pain, with her nerves exploding, Poppy cast the Avada Kedavra on her. As a Medi-Witch, she could only use the spell if her patient was suffering and death was the only solution. The spell was originally designed to put patients out of their misery, to give them a merciful death. She didn't have much time to fully develop her plan, but she would frame Harry. She knew how easily the wizarding world could be manipulated. Every time they thought Harry was going dark, they shunned him. This time she would have them believing that he was becoming the next Dark Lord. They would send him to Azkaban, where he would suffer and die. No one would save him. She would get the phial of his blood she kept in storage and send a note to the goblins giving everything to her. She deserved it for all the years in the service to her lord, she deserved it. At the castle steps, Poppy was approached by Ogden. That idiot Auror Dawlish then told him loudly he had an arrest warrant for Harry Potter. The old house elf read the warrant and told the group to remain where they were. Poppy did not like Dawlish, but he would suit her plans. The Auror started cursing under his breath and entered the castle. He hated Harry Potter and wanted to get back at him. Harry Potter had always made him look like a fool, but this time he would see him squirming under his boots. He was going to throw Harry Bloody Potter in the deepest darkest cell in Azkaban before anyone could even think of giving him a trial. Dawlish smirked to himself. He had 4 of his loyal Aurors with him. They will follow his lead. They all had suffered in the last war and blamed it on Harry. The boy had gotten away twice with breaking into the ministry and they were blamed for it being called incompetent. He remembered his mentor Mad Eye telling him that the Auror Corps was now a joke as a bunch of 14 and 15-year-olds were doing a better job than they. He should have been head Auror by now if it wasn't for Potter. Dawlish was not worried about the 2 rookies who were with them. They would follow orders as was expected. Poppy saw Minerva walking down the stairs followed by Severus, Phileas, what looked like a goblin, and another man in blood-red robes who she did not recognize but was obviously a rich lord but no Harry. Minerva had told her she was expecting the new Dada teacher to come in next week. Maybe the man came in early. Poppy ran up to meet the group. Oh Minerva, it's just terrible. Harry Potter killed poor Arabella Figg in Diagon Alley tonight. I just knew it was a matter of time before he went dark. It seems he blamed her for all the years he suffered at the hands of those muggles, as she knew but didn't say anything. These Aurors are here to arrest him. Minerva's lips were thin and her eyes were blazing with anger as she turned to the Aurors. What proof do you have that Harry Potter killed anyone? That's not for you to question. We have a warrant and we intend on taking him in. Where is he? I know you are hiding him here in the castle. We will search every corner until we find him, Dawlish shouted. The rich lord who stood with the professors then stated in a cold, powerful voice. Harry Potter will surrender willingly if you explain to us why you believe that he killed Arabella Figg. One of the junior Aurors stepped forward. My lord, his wand was found on the scene near to the lady's body. That's impossible. No, my lord, the wand that was used to kill the Dark Lord was found near to the body and it showed that the Avada Kedavra used to kill the lady came from that wand. The Elder Wand, but that is encased in Dumbledore's tomb. It was placed there after the last battle. The lady also had a note from Harry Potter saying to meet her in Diagon Alley. It was on a parchment with the Potter crest on it, the rookie went on to explain. Fireforge stepped forward. All Potter letterheads and seals were cancelled earlier today. Anthony Blake, Dawlish's right-hand man, answered angrily. Well, he used it one last time. Besides, we have a witness that saw Potter at the scene. Severus asked. Who is this witness? The Aurors turned to Poppy, who answered. I saw him, Severus. I saw Harry run from the scene. The strange lord then asked. Are you sure it was Harry Potter? From what I know, Harry Potter was at a dinner tonight with a lot of people around, including the minister, several Aurors, and the press. This was after then. This happened about an hour ago, Dawlish said. He was getting angry. Enough of this nonsense. Produce Potter now. What did he look like? What? The person who you saw run from the scene, what did he look like? We all know what Harry Potter looks like, Blake shouted. Humor me. Well, skinny, messy black hair, round glasses, Poppy answered. What did he have on? A pair of jeans and a t-shirt. She had not expected this question, but that was all Harry ever wore outside his school robes. The Lord stepped forward in front of Minerva. Well, that would have been very inappropriate dinner attire, wouldn't you say? Before Poppy could say anything else, she looked at the Lord carefully and realized it was Harry standing in front of her. Potter. Harry gave a slight nod. Dawlish, now realizing that the man in front of them was the man he sought, drew his wand. Harry Potter, you are under arrest for the murder of Arabella Figg. But Auror Dawlish, if this is Harry Potter, then he does not fit the description that the witness gave, the young rookie stated. I will not have him escape me this time. I will have him in Azkaban, Dawlish answered. Not if I have anything to say about it. The entire group turned and saw a large, dark, blonde-haired man walking alongside the master healer. Harry recognized the man as Brian Watson, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry had brief dealings with the man in the past but knew him to be a fair and good man. He had reminded Harry of a mixture between Amelia Bones and Alistair Moody. I was told you have an arrest warrant for Harry Potter for a crime he committed this evening. I have it under good authority that Lord Potter Black was within the Hogwarts walls at the time of the crime, the head of DMLE stated. No, he snuck out. He is guilty. He will be sent to Azkaban, Dawlish screamed. On what evidence? Watson asked. The young rookie then told the newcomers briefly about the evidence and also the fact that the witness failed to identify Lord Potter Black as the man who she saw in the alley. You mean to say the most powerful wizard in our world killed an unarmed squib using an unforgivable that he did not even use on the most evil Dark Lord ever and ran away dropping the most sought-after wand in the world in the process, after changing out of his dinner attire into muggle clothes then put back on his dinner attire to race back here before anyone noticed him missing. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? Dawlish was now boiling in anger. He looked at the rookie. You will listen to your superiors and you will arrest that man. The two young Aurors refused and walked over to stand behind Watson. Dawlish, you and your men are to return to Auror headquarters immediately, Watson commanded. Poppy screamed. No, you have spoiled my master's plans for the last time, Harry Potter. Why can't you just do as you're told? Why do you have to be so much trouble? With that, Poppy raised her wand and sent a bone elimination curse at Harry. The curse was deflected by Ogden, who raised a shield in front of Harry and the group of professors. Dawlish and his Aurors took that as a signal and all started firing off curses at the group, which broke through the house elf shield. Dawlish fired a cruciatus at Ogden, who stood directly in its path. Harry jumped and knocked the house elf to the ground as the curse passed over their heads. Severus Stunner hit Dawlish and Phileas knocked two of the Dark Aurors to the ground. Watson was fighting with another Auror when he saw Justine hit with a spell. He quickly dispatched the Auror and ran over to the hit healer. The two young rookies were fighting Blake. The Dark Auror had hit one of the rookies out with a stunner and was sending curses at the other, who was no match for his superior. Justine had bent down to check the fallen young Auror when she was hit by one of Blake's spells. She soon awoke to the blue eyes of Watson and saw the Auror Blake on the ground knocked out with a broken jaw. Minerva fired a spell at Poppy, but it was deflected by a red translucent shield that now surrounded her. Poppy screamed. She knew her plan had failed. She had rushed it and did not have enough time to put things in place. She would just have to resort to the original plan and use Albus backup in case Harry got too powerful to control. Harry Potter, you will die. She then started chanting a long series of words that no one understood. Minerva and Severus attacked the shield with everything they knew and nothing penetrated. A black streak of magic burst forward from Poppy's wand and it hit Harry, who was pushing Ogden out of the way. Harry screamed. It was an unearthly scream of terror and pain. Severus tried to put himself in between the beam and Harry but was blasted away. Watson, Minerva, Phileas, even the rookie Aurors started attacking Poppy, but her shields held. It's no use, Justine called out. It's a Red Cross shield used by healers in battle. It would protect anyone within its bubble. It would withstand any magic spells except the unforgivables. Severus fired a cruciatus at Poppy, but Dawlish was recovering and was within the bubble. He deflected the curse, thereby protecting the Medi Witch. The beam of magic did not leave Poppy and Harry continued screaming. Severus had never felt so helpless in his life. Suddenly it stopped. Everyone turned and saw a jeweled knife piercing Poppy's heart. Fireforge had thrown the knife and was true in his aim. The Medi Witch slumped and collapsed. Her attack was stopped and the shield released. Severus ran to Harry, whose body was convulsing. He was still screaming. Justine ran and waved her wand at Harry. His bones and muscles are being eaten away. His blood is bubbling. Dawlish shouted. Good, he will die a painful death. The man suddenly slumped to the ground and he and his loyal Aurors were unexpectedly picked up off the ground and flew out of the hallway, out the door, and the group heard their screams until it faded. They turned and saw Ogden, his hands in the air as if pushing the men out. Minerva watched the house elf, who looked at her. Those who would do harm to one of the masters of this castle are no longer welcome on Hogwarts grounds. The old house elf then turned to Watson and said, You can pick up your trash at the Hogwarts gates. They then heard Severus cry, Harry, you can't die. Not now. He was on the floor holding on to Harry, cradling him, as his body still convulsed in pain. Justine did a few waves of her wand and Harry froze as if petrified. She then collapsed. Phileas looked at Harry. She has placed him in stasis. Her charm is powerful but took most of her magic to cast. It seems as if we found out what the spell Albus placed on Harry was for. Poppy trigged the dormant curse. But we can keep him in stasis until we can find a cure, Minerva said with a tear in her eye. Phileas shook his head sadly. The stasis spell gives us 48 hours to find a cure and heal him, or he will die. It was 8 o'clock in the morning and Neville and Augusta Longbottom were walking towards Hogwarts from Hogsmeade. It was such a beautiful morning and Augusta watched her young grandson as he stopped and watched a group of fairies as they flittered among the hedges that grew along the pathway leading up to the school. A few years ago she would have scolded the boy for wasting time, but she had grown to respect her plant-loving grandson. He was nothing like her son Frank, but she had realized he was a better man than her son. Neville had overcome many obstacles and she had to admit that she and her brothers were the cause of most of these obstacles. She regretted trying to make Neville into a mini version of her hero son who still lay in St. Mungo's. Neville had fought the Dark Lord and had killed his feared familiar Nagini with the sword of Gryffindor. When everyone was in a panic when they thought Harry Potter had died, Neville had taken up the battle cry and lead the forces, which resulted in the deaths of many Death Eaters and gave Harry the opportunity to take the Dark Lord unawares. For his actions Neville had received an Order of Merlin First Class and Augusta couldn't have been prouder. Even with all of that the boy was still humble and a bit shy. Augusta had decided that Neville should be given instructions to take up the mantle of Lord Longbottom, but quickly realized that the boy was much happier among his plants, so for now she left him and continued to run the estate herself. Of course that did not mean that she would allow him to look like anything but a lord. Neville was now tall and muscular. He had long lost his baby fat and gawky teeth. She made sure he was always well dressed when they went out in public and was trying to encourage him in attending some of the socials that were being organized. She was very pleased that he was considered one of the wizarding world's most eligible bachelors. They were now walking onto the grounds and she saw Neville straighten with a start. Something is wrong, I can feel it. Without saying anything else Neville ran towards the castle. When Augusta finally caught up with him, Neville was crouched down on the ground in the entrance hall. He looked up. There was a large blood stain on the ground. There was a battle here last night. The blood is still fresh, he said as he turned and looked at her. Augusta was very worried and pulled out her wand. They looked around. The castle was too quiet, guaranteed that it was now summer and there were no students around, but the castle smelt of death. It was a smell that Neville knew too well. Where is Minerva? I thought she would be here to greet us. What is her house elf's name again? Augusta said calmly. Neville knew, however, she was nervous. Neville tried to remember any of the names of the house elves, but he had not gotten to know any of the elves who were here while he was in school, outside of Harry's two faithful house elves, Kreacher and Dobby. He knew Dobby was dead. Kreacher, however, was still with Harry, and if Harry was here then there was a chance that Kreacher was here as well. He was about to call the house elf when he heard a whisper in his ear, Ogden. Neville stopped. He heard the whisper again call for Ogden. Ogden. The old head of the house elves heard a master calling him. He turned to the headmistress and said, Master Neville is here, and silently disappeared. Neville was startled when he saw the house elf who materialized without a sound. Ogden bowed. Lady Longbottom. Mr. Longbottom, I am Ogden, the head of the Hogwarts house elves. I apologize for not being here to greet you on your arrival, but we have a bit of an emergency. The headmistress is on her way down to greet you and she will explain when she gets here. In the meanwhile, why don't I show you into the Great Hall? Ogden was escorting Neville and Augusta into the hall when they ran into a very irate Severus Snape. Augusta noted that he was still in the same robes he had worn the night before. He hadn't shaved and his eyes were bloodshot as if he had not slept. He was walking with an open book in his hand and was mumbling to himself. Ogden called to the professor. Master Snape, you should stop and eat some breakfast. It would not do to worry yourself into ill health. Screw breakfast. We have less than 40 hours. I will eat then, was the snarky reply. Severus, however, stopped and looked up and saw the two Longbottoms who were with Ogden. Good Longbottom, I want you to go to the greenhouses and get for me these potions ingredients. Sprout is not here and those blasted guardians she has guarding her greenhouse will not let me in. As inept though you are in potions, I know you are skilled in herbology and the greenhouses seems to like you. The professor said as he hurriedly conjured a parchment and quill and wrote down a long list of ingredients. A good morning to you too, Professor Snape, Augusta said, peeved at the way the man had spoken to her grandson. Snape ignored the old lady and handed her grandson the list. Well, what are you waiting for? Get moving, boy, life is at stake. Hermione had woken at 7 o'clock and sat down on the bed. She had cried herself to sleep the night before as the events of the night had settled on her. Ron had used spells on her to make him control her. They had made love on several occasions, which Hermione now saw as beep. She had once cared for Ron, but as a friend, they were too different in temperament for her to consider as a boyfriend. But then she saw him with Lavender and she started feeling strong things for him. Now she knew he was giving her love potions. She had cried when she remembered the letter she had then sent to Victor telling him that she no longer loved him. She knew he was planning to come and live in England to be near her, but took a position in Bulgaria instead. She had loved Victor and saw the two of them having a future when the war was over. Ron had spoiled everything. She had read recently that Victor was dating a German healer who he met after having a Quidditch accident in a match last year. In a way, she was happy for him, but her heart ached for what could have been. It was now morning and Hermione had decided she would cry no more. She would pick up the pieces of her life and move on. Walking into the bathroom, she had almost forgotten she was at Hogwarts. The rooms she was given was more like a fancy room in one of the 5-star hotels she had been in and not a school guest room. Part of her had expected it to be like the head girl's rooms which she had occupied the last year. She stretched and decided a long shower was what she needed. Looking around, she saw that there were no towel. Winky. The house elf appeared. What is Mistress be needing? She had looked at Hermione, but her eyes were glazed over and she was swaying. Hermione realized that the elf was drunk. Running towards the kitchenette she had seen last night and poured a glass of water and carried it back to the house elf who was sleeping on the bathroom floor. Winky. Winky, wake up. Take this, Hermione said, handing the glass to the house elf, who took it and sniffed it before dashing it to the floor. Hermione was shocked. She had never seen a house elf behave like this. Winky looked at Hermione. I know you. You were there when Master Barty was angry with Winky. Hermione bent down and placed her hand on the elf's shoulder. Yes, Winky, I was there. But it is okay now. I will help you. No, Winky be a bad elf. No one can help. Master Barty is gone because Winky be a bad elf. The elf cried and then sent a bolt of magic towards the glass mirror which was showing her reflection. The mirror exploded and Hermione pulled Winky away before the glass had hit them. Hermione was still standing in shock when 3 female house elves came in. One took hold of Winky, who was now crying, and gave her a calming potion, which knocked her out. The other 2 house elves took hold of Winky and popped out. The remaining elf quickly cleaned up the glass and mess that Winky had caused and then popped out and quickly popped back in carrying towels, soap and toiletries. Miss Granger, I am Saul. I will take care of you when Winky is unable to. The house elf was very serious and placed the items on the bathroom counter. Hermione walked to the counter and picked up a bar of soap that had a familiar smell of vanilla and roses. You were the house elf who saw about me last year. Yes, and if you need anything else, just call for me. Wait, what about Winky? Winky will be asleep for a few hours. Saul looked sadly at Hermione and popped out. Hermione sat down on the edge of the bathtub and sighed. Pull yourself together, girl, you can do this, she told herself. You will not cry, you will not cry. Hermione got up and got ready. Half an hour later, Hermione was walking down to the Great Hall when she saw Professor Snape with Neville, Lady Longbottom and Ogden. Neville had taken a piece of parchment from Snape and was running out of the door. Neville, she called out. Good morning, everyone. Where is Neville running out to, and why, Professor, are you still in your robes from last night? You look like you haven't slept at all. Professor Snape was looking at her. His facial expression was stoic, but Hermione knew that something was bothering him. It was, however, Ogden who answered her. We are in a bit of an emergency, Miss Granger, and your friend Mr. Longbottom is helping Professor Snape gather some ingredients. Hermione quickly tried to assess the situation. What emergency? Did something happen to Harry? Professor, what happened? Snape's voice was quiet when he stated. Poppy Pomfrey attacked Harry last night. He is dying. Both Hermione and Augusta gasped in shock. Minerva came running in. She too looked like she had a long night, but she had on fresh robes and looked like she had had a little sleep. Good morning, Augusta. I am sorry I wasn't here to welcome you this morning. Good morning, Hermione. We had an incident last night. Professor Snape said Madame Pomfrey attacked Harry last night. Yes, that is true. He is in the hospital wing. He is in a bad shape. However, we are trying our best to save him. Minerva told the two. She looked around. Where is Neville? Snape sent him to gather ingredients in the greenhouses, Augusta said with a small hint of pride. Headmistress, can I see him? He is not conscious, but of course you can. I will be in my personal lab. I need to brew some more potions, Severus said. Minerva looked at the potions master and then turned to Hermione. Hermione, if you don't mind, can you assist Professor Snape with the potions, while he freshens up a bit and has some breakfast? Minerva, I am not. That is an order, young man, Minerva said and turned Severus around and gently pushed him in the direction of the dungeons. Hermione nodded, knowing that she could best help Harry by helping the obviously tired potions master. Minerva turned to Augusta. Let us go up to the hospital wing. I will give you a brief explanation of what is going on. Ogden, could you help Neville, and when he is ready escort him to Professor Snape's personal lab? Hermione had never been down to Professor Snape's personal quarters before. It was not like she expected. Well, for starters, the room was in nice warm earthy colors, reminding her of her parents' home. The rooms, however, were a wreck. Books were all over the place, a small table was totally destroyed, and paintings were either smashed or barely hanging on the wall. It looked like a tornado had run rampant in the room. Professor, what happened here? The man scowled and, ignoring the girl, continued walking through the rubble as if it was not there. They reached a door which Hermione assumed was the professor's personal lab. The door was stuck as a bookshelf had fallen slightly in front of it. The professor started cursing as he tried to physically move the shelf but couldn't. Hermione took out her wand and said, Professor, would you like me to help? The man again ignored her but called. Misty, a tiny house elf in a green and silver dress, came in with a pop. Master Severus, what happened here? She scowled at Hermione as if she was the cause of this mess. Before Hermione could say anything, Severus bowed his head and said in a quiet voice, I was looking for a book, and he showed Misty the book in his hand. The tiny house elf put her hands on her hips. Master Severus, you are not going to do Master Harry any good by going crazy. With a wave of her hand, the bookshelf rose and went into its proper place. Thank you, Misty. I will be brewing a few potions with Miss Granger for a few hours. No, you will not. Misty, I am not going to argue with you. Harry needs these potions. Miss Hermione is very smart, she can do it. You will be coming with me. Professor, I am more than able to brew the potions Harry needs. He is my best friend. I am not going to let him down, Hermione said, agreeing with the house elf. Severus looked at her, contemplating for a moment, and then made a list of several potions, including Skelegro, blood replenishers, advanced pain potions, and muscle repair potions. Hermione nodded and opened the door to the lab. She chuckled as she heard Misty order the normally feared potions professor to the bathroom. An hour later, Hermione had 4 cauldrons brewing, when there was a soft knock on the door and Neville and Ogden came in with a basket of leaves, stems, flowers and roots. Is there anything I can help you with, Hermione? Neville said as he placed the basket down. I just need those ginger roots and aloe cut into squares, thank you, Neville. Neville picked up a knife and started cutting. Hermione had long realized that without Professor Snape breathing down his neck, Neville was pretty decent in potions. They worked silently for a while before Neville spoke. Do you know what is going on? All I heard was that Madame Pomfrey tried to kill Harry and he is dying, Hermione said with a tear in her eye. Don't worry, Hermione. Harry will pull through, he always does. I hope so, Neville. I lost one best friend, I don't think I could lose another. Neville patted her hand gently. Last night Luna told me that the real war is still going on, but if we all band together we will pull through. That in a colony of Twinklemites was building a nest in my bedroom ceiling. Hermione laughed. Luna was considered loony by others, but Hermione knew she had her own ethereal intellect about her that Hermione had slowly come to appreciate. Hermione then said with a grin, so what was Luna doing to be observing your bedroom ceiling? Neville spluttered and his knife slipped and the aloe he was cutting slid over to the edge of the table and fell to the floor. We were. Hermione laughed. Don't worry, Neville. I approve. You and Luna were meant for each other. I'm glad you approve. I don't know how grandmother is going to react. Luna is not exactly the kind of girl that fits my grandmother's description of the next Lady Longbottom. Just give it a chance. I am sure your grandmother will be happy that you are happy. Ogden had reappeared in the room bringing in a tray of sandwiches, fruit, pumpkin juice and coffee. Hermione then took a break and ate, while Neville tended the cauldrons. Another 2 hours later, most of the potions were finished and were cooling when a groggy Professor Snape came in the room. He had gotten a little sleep but was still obviously tired. He went straight to a small potions cupboard and took out a pepper-up potion and downed it in one. He had showered and changed his clothes to his normal black robes but had on no shoes. He had not shaved or, to Hermione's amusement, brushed his hair, which was sticking up all over the place. He checked the cauldrons and nodded his approval. You did a good job, Miss Granger. Hermione smiled. It was very rare that Professor Snape had given a compliment. Thank you. Neville helped. Severus turned and for the first time noticed Neville sitting next to Hermione. Well, wonders never. Severus stopped for a moment, then took out his wand and cast a scanning spell on Neville. Hermione stood up and shouted, Professor. Severus ignored the girl's outcry and read a piece of parchment he had put his wand on. He shook his head. I should have known. He looked up at the two and was about to speak when Misty came into the lab. I thought I told Master Severus not to leave the bed until he had enough sleep. Severus rolled his eyes. I am okay, Misty. I slept enough and I took a pepper-up potion. I will be fine. The house elf looked at him uncertainly and then waved her hand, and Severus' hair was neatly brushed. She then turned to the others and said, if the potions are cooling, you two are invited to join Master Severus in an early lunch. Hermione said, thank you, Misty, but Ogden left a few sandwiches earlier and I am fine. So am I. We still have a few apple slices left, Neville said, showing the tiny house elf the tray on the table. Misty nodded and turned to Severus, who told her, I am okay as well, Misty. I want to check these potions and start bottling them. I will eat something later. The house elf gave the potions master a glare worthy of one he would normally give an errant student and put her hands on her hips. Without another word, Severus just got up with his head bowed and walked out of the lab. Neville and Hermione stood for a moment and stared unbelievingly at the door that the most feared professor at Hogwarts had just walked through. Hermione saw Neville's shoulders shake and quickly pulled out her wand and cast a silencing spell, before both she and Neville burst out in a roaring laugh. Half an hour later, Severus came back into the lab to see Hermione and Neville bottling the various potions. He sat back and allowed the two to work. When they had finished, the two turned and saw Snape checking the basket of ingredients and then writing on a piece of parchment. He quickly looked over the files and then placed all of them on the workshop table. He then directed them to his sitting room, which was now neatly restored and quite homely. Misty came in and poured 3 cups of tea before leaving. Professor Snape then took the next 20 minutes telling the two friends all about Tom Riddle's letter and what the goblins had discovered with Arabella Fig and Poppy Pomfrey and the subsequent accusations and attack that had taken place the night before. He told them of the charm that they had discovered and how Poppy had activated the spell within Harry's blood and the consequences. Hermione was stunned, and even more so when she realized that Professor Snape had tears in his eyes when he spoke. She turned to Neville, who was pale and looked like he was holding back a scream. Harry would probably be upset with me for telling you about the Hogwarts ritual, Neville, because he wanted to tell you himself. He felt it would be easier coming from someone who understood. But Albus really made victims of all of us. We were all pawns in his master plan, Severus said sadly, and Hermione noted he had a faraway look in his eyes. Professor, why did you scan Neville? Do you think he is in danger too? Hermione said, pulling the professor back to them. No, I don't think Neville is in danger, but it would be good for Professor Flitwick to give you a thorough scan. I just checked for a specific spell. It seems that we both were cast with types of repulsion spells. I suspect for me to hate you and you to fear me. While I know I can be quite fearsome, Neville snorted and Hermione cleared her throat. Severus smiled and continued, I have always found your fear of me to be a bit excessive. It was only when Miss Granger indicated that you had helped in brewing, it dawned on me that you could have been given the same spells that Harry was given. He was given a repulsion spell to hate me. Hermione then said quietly, but Harry does not hate you, not really. Severus watched the girl with a calculating look. I know, he doesn't now because he was able to fight it off, but Professor Flitwick indicated that at one time it was very strong. Why would he do this? I could have been a powerful wizard, but he BP'd me of my magic, Neville said with a scream. He manipulated me and put a charm to fear you. Do you know how terrifying I always found you? I could never understand why I feared you so much. Now he is going to kill one of my best friends. Why, just because we could have been more powerful than him? Neville was ranting and felt the little magic he had in him flaring. I could have been Lord Hufflepuff. I could have done so much good. Why? To both Neville's and Hermione's surprise, Professor Snape stood up and placed his hand on Neville's shoulder. You have done a lot of good, Neville. Without you, Harry would not have killed the Dark Lord. All the Hogwarts students look to you for your leadership during my reign of terror as headmaster, and even without the Hufflepuff heritage, you have proven to be a loyal friend and a true leader of the people. You are also worthy of the brave and noble house that the Sorting Hat placed you in. You stood up to the most evil lords of all time and went to protect those weaker than you, and even if your magic was taken away, you have proven yourself worthy of being Lord Hufflepuff. Helga would proud of you. I know I am. Neville looked at Professor Snape for a moment and then drew his wand. Okay, who are you and what have you done with Professor Snape? Severus gave a slight chuckle. Last night or very early this morning, Professor Flitwick took off most of the repulsion spells that were on me. As it turns out, I may not be that snarky or evil after all. Misty came in the room. Excuse me, Master Severus, but Professor Flitwick has sent to ask if the potions are ready. Turning to his two former students, Severus said, Go grab your potions and let's go check on Harry. When they reached the hospital wing, Hermione ran over to the bed that Harry was sleeping on. He looked petrified. A small tear fell down her cheek and felt Neville's hand on her shoulder. She looked around and saw a strange woman sleeping on the bed next to Harry and a man Hermione recognized as Brain Watson, head of the MLE, sitting next to her. Augusta Longbottom was sorting through the hospital stores, and on the far end of the hospital wing, Professor Flitwick and Headmistress McGonagall had converted some of the beds into a work table and had several books and scrolls lain out. Flitwick looked up and saw Severus walk in and immediately called out to him. We have tried everything, it comes back to the same. Nothing is breaking down this spell. There is no change to his blood. We have even added some of the Phoenix tears Poppy had stored and it is not healing. Minerva added, obvious frustration on her face. But on a bright side, Brian had Street Mungo's send one of their healers to help. He was able to give Justine a special healing potion with a few drops of the Phoenix tears. She is now sleeping peacefully and should be awake good as new in an hour or two. Phileas told Severus, the healer will return in that time and has promised to bring several more healers to help us today if we find a cure, or tomorrow night if we don't. Hermione was now listening to the professor when she put in, Professor Snape, you indicated that the basilisk venom was able to destroy the dragon's blood. What if we experiment using various amounts of venom to see if with a mixture of the Phoenix tears we are able to find a safe solution? No, one cancels out the other, the basilisk venom and the Phoenix tears. Besides, the venom does not totally destroy the dragon blood charm, at least not instantly. By the time the basilisk venom totally gets rid of the charm, it would kill Harry. Add the Phoenix tears to get rid of the basilisk venom before it kills Harry, and then the dragon blood will still be there, Severus explained. Yes, but if we could get something that could be as strong as the venom on the charm but not as harmful to Harry, the girl said as she pondered. What about the fang itself or the skin from the basilisk? These might be deadly to the dragon's blood but not to Harry. That is fine logic, Miss Granger, but these things are not easily available to experiment, Severus added. Harry, Ronald and myself all have a basilisk tooth each. Well, Harry has a fang and Ron and myself one of the lower teeth. I think Harry has his in his trunk. If Creature is here he could get it. Can I ask how you got basilisk teeth? Snape asked in amazement. The fang is the one that pierced Harry in his second year, and the teeth Ron and myself got it in the chamber last year right before the final battle. We had used it to destroy one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Hermione explained. You can get into the chamber. Is the basilisk still there? Is it intact? Has it degraded? Snape said in one breath. Ronald got in the chamber once. He tried all sorts of combinations of what he remembered of Harry speaking Parseltongue, and eventually we got in. As for the basilisk, it was in pretty good shape. The chamber may have a sort of preservation spell cast on it. It is of course missing a few teeth. What about Ginny? I mean, she was the one who opened the chamber in her first year, Minerva said. She was possessed by Tom Riddle at the time. He was the one speaking, not her. Yes, but it was her body, mind and magic. Severus, do you remember what Riddle said in the letter? Phileas added. Yes, once you got the gift of Parseltongue, you never lose it. If that is the case, then Ginevra Weasley is a Parselmouth. Severus, Phileas and Minerva made their way to the burrow. It was a little after midday and the three professors were all within their own thoughts. Reaching the house, Minerva noted that all was quiet, an unusual occurrence at this residence. They called out and Charlie came out looking very solemn. "Good afternoon, professors. What has brought you all out here today?" Minerva stepped forward. "We need to speak to your father and Ginevra right away. Is very important after last night. Things here have been a bit haywire," Charlie said seriously. Phileas stepped forward. "It is a matter of life and death. Maybe you and William could also be present." "Well, everyone is here. We are having a bit of a meeting. You understand," Charlie said. Minerva said. "As Phileas said, it is life and death." Charlie nodded and directed the three professors into the study, where Arthur, Bill, Percy, Fred and George sat. Arthur stood up and directed the professors to sit. Minerva spoke first. "What we have come to discuss is not about last night, but in a way indirectly related." She then told the others about the charm they had discovered on Harry and the plot between Albus and Poppy and an unknown Dark Lord, the attack and their current predicament. When she finished, Bill stood up and said, "So what can we do to help?" Severus then said, "We believe that your two youngest siblings can help us get into the Chamber of Secrets, where there may be potential ingredients to help make a potion to get rid of this charm and its effects." George sat forward. "I thought you had to be a Parselmouth to get in. We tried to get Harry to take us, but he always refused, said it was too dangerous." Miss Granger indicated that Ronald was able to enter last year, and most importantly, we believe that Ginevra may be a Parselmouth. Arthur looked at Phileas as if he were crazy. "What makes you think that? We are not descendants of Slytherin." Tom Riddle left a letter to Harry. Among other things, he said that once a person has gotten the gift of Parseltongue, it never leaves. And since Ginevra spoke Parseltongue when she was possessed by Riddle, then if his theory is correct, she would also have the gift. But she does not remember anything about what happened when he possessed her, Fred pointed out. "That's true, but he used her body and magic. She was the one who physically spoke, so we suspect that she has the gift." "She never told us she could speak to snakes before," Arthur said. "She never told us a lot of things before," Bill said with a frown. "I am going to get her." Bill left and in a short while came back with Ginny, who looked like she had been crying half the night. "Sit," Bill ordered. Ginny sat down but quickly stood back up with a shout. She quickly rubbed her bottom and sat back down gingerly as her brothers glared at her. "Ginevra, I am going to ask you a question and I want you to be totally honest with me," her father said in the most serious tone that any of the professors had ever heard him speak. The girl looked at the professors, then back to her father and nodded her head. "Can you speak to snakes?" She was startled, her eyes bulged, she looked terrified. "I want the truth, Ginevra," her father shouted. Minerva raised her hand. "Ginny, Harry was hit by a powerful curse last night and will die in less than 35 hours if we cannot find a way to cure him. As it stands, the only thing we could think that could help is something that could only be found in the Chamber of Secrets. We need a Parselmouth. We know that, like Harry, Voldemort may have unknowingly passed the gift to you. It is not shameful or evil, it is a gift that right now could save a young man's life." Ginny looked at Minerva and slowly nodded her head. Severus let out a sigh. Phileas said, "Great, we need you to come to Hogwarts right away. William, if you could come as well, I could use the help of a curse breaker." Bill nodded. "We all took a pledge of loyalty to Harry. We will help in any way we can." Charlie stood up. "I will come as well." A short while later, Bill, Charlie and Ginny along with the three professors and Hermione stood in the second-floor girls' bathroom at Hogwarts. "I don't know what to say. I don't know the password." "It's open. You say the word open in Parseltongue," Hermione said. It took all of Severus' willpower to stop himself from remaining hours in the chamber, but within an hour they had collected several major potions ingredients, including fangs, skin and blood, which they were hoping would help with the cure. They decided to use the Room of Requirements as a base. Part of the room was made into a lab. Ogden had erected a semi-translucent barrier which allowed everyone to see and hear into the lab or into the main part of the room, but prevented any fumes or explosions from affecting anywhere else. The remaining area was the now familiar common room, which just kept adding chairs as needed. Augusta had remained along with a healer from St. Mungo's, with Harry in the hospital wing and promised to call if they were needed. During the time that the professors had gone to the burrow, Justine had awoken and Watson had taken her home to shower and change. They both promised to be back in a few hours. Severus, Phileas, Hermione and Bill were now working on the new experimental potions, hoping one would be the cure. Using the ingredients that Neville had gotten earlier, Severus had made a large cauldron of a healing solution that would form the base of whatever potion they would create. They had then experimented using the skin of the basilisk, which they hoped would counter the charm, using a small cauldron on which Bill had etched some runes on to add potency. They were getting closer to breaking the curse. Charlie had provided useful information when he identified the type of dragon's blood used to be from a Hungarian horntail and that type of dragon was allergic to dandelions. However, after many hours of experimenting, they still had a problem with the poison from the basilisk skin. While breaking down the dragon's blood DNA charm, it was not healing the damage done by the charm, and the poison itself was still causing damage to Harry's own blood. They all sat in despair. Time was running out, and at this rate they would not find a cure fast enough. Charlie and Ginny had left to return to the burrow, and Justine and Brian had returned and brought with them a small overnight bag each, so they could stay for a few days if needed. They were explaining all they had done since she had left, and she marveled at how well they all worked together. Hermione sat with a cup of tea in her hand and was thinking of Harry as he laid in stasis looking petrified. She thought of the time in their second year when they had first encountered the basilisk, but that time it was she who had been lying on the bed petrified. An idea hit her. Phileas, after long hours of working together, everyone was now on first name basis. Is there any chance that a mandrake-based potion could help dilute the basilisk poison? I mean, it is used to counteract petrification caused by the basilisk stare. A brilliant idea, Hermione. I would have never thought of that. What do you think, Severus? Phileas said, turning to the potions master. We are at a standstill. It would not hurt to try. Neville, are there any mature mandrake trees in the greenhouse? Severus said to a now more assertive Neville, who quickly ran off to the greenhouse. Phileas had taken some time to scan Neville and found a few charms which caused him to fear others, mainly Severus guessed the Slytherins. To their relief, there were no other charms or spells on him. The charms were quickly removed, and Neville was showing more assertiveness and had actually given some useful suggestions in their research. Neville had shown off his new lack of fear when an hour ago Severus had exploded a potion he was experimenting on and had melted the cauldron. This set Neville off in a side-splitting laughter and only stopped when they noticed that basilisk-based potion that had splattered on Severus' robes, starting eating away the robes. Severus was now only in a black shirt and trousers, his robes totally ruined. Neville returned 20 minutes later with a large root that was wiggling around. Neville then chopped a small piece off, and Severus and Hermione stripped it and started cutting it up in tiny pieces. 2 hours later, Severus was testing the new potion against the blood sample from Harry. He looked at the new sample potion interact with the blood and held his breath. A minute later, he let out a curse. Justine ran and looked through the magical microscope and then looked up. Severus, this is the best hope we have so far. The charm is being eaten away and the basilisk poison neutralized. With this, Harry has a chance of living. He could survive. Oh, that is great news, Minerva said with a small laugh. But what is the problem, Severus? You are not happy, Hermione said. There is still too much damage. Harry may survive with this solution, but he will be severely damaged. He might end up alive, but a little more than a vegetable. Severus was now watching the remaining piece of mandrake root as he was thinking of starting a new experiment when he turned Neville. Neville, this mandrake root is not like any I have gotten from Sprout over the years. Is it a new variety of mandrake you are planting? No, Severus. As a matter of fact, that root comes from one of the same plants we planted in our second year. Professor Sprout decided it was a good idea to keep a few mature plants around. In case any emergency happened again, you will not have to wait an entire year for a root or branch. Hermione shuddered. I have always hated those trees. They are too human-like for my liking. I understand what you mean. I could never kill one. It is like killing a human, but they are quite nice once you get to know them. The one I got this root from is quite a card player. I could never beat him in card game, though I suspect he likes to cheat from time to time, Neville said with a smile. Wait, you didn't kill the mandrake, so how did you get the root? Severus asked in shock. Oh, I asked him, and after I explained the situation, he was quite happy to help. Oh, of course, he made a big fuss and screamed even before I raised my wand to cut off the root, but he gave me it quite willingly, the big baby. You got a mandrake tree to give you his root willingly, Severus said in both shock and amazement. I'm sorry, Neville, I totally underestimated you. I have never heard of such a thing in my life. That's incredible. The willingly given root is much more powerful than an ordinary mandrake root. This could change the way we use mandrake in the future. But of course, mandrake are so temperamental. It would be easier to convince a unicorn to give you his blood than to get a mandrake to willing give his root, Neville said with a laugh. He looked at his companions, who were now looking at him with strange expressions on their faces. Phileas, Severus, Justine and Hermione starting talking all at once, pulling out a parchment and huddled together around the work table. Severus called for Misty, who came, left and came back with a small crystal phial. Justine pulled out Bill's small cauldron and the four started working feverishly. Okay, what just happened? A shocked Neville said to a just as confused Bill, Minerva and Brian, who just shrugged their shoulders. About an hour later, the group had another experimental potion bubbling, when the four finally came and sat down next to the others, who were having a late dinner, early breakfast. Bill was the first to ask, what was all that excitement about? Phileas gave an excited squeak. Neville gave us the clue that we were missing. The others were still confused. Unicorn blood, freely given unicorn blood, has the ability to keep a person alive, even if they are an inch from death. Once the blood is given freely, the user will be blessed and not cursed, Hermione said with a big smile. I happen to have a small vial of freely given unicorn blood in my stores. It is one of the rarest ingredients I currently own, but it is enough for the potion, Severus added. Justine continued, we hypothesize that a potion made of dandelions, basilisk skin, willing given mandrake root and unicorn blood might just be what we need to save Harry. The group let out a happy sigh and started for the first time feeling as if there was some hope. An hour later, the potion was ready for testing and everyone held their breath as Severus put a drop on some of Harry's blood. Severus looked up with a smile. It had worked. Justine called over 4 of the healers from St. Mungo's to assist. Even with the solution, they needed to work quickly. Once Harry was taken out of stasis, his blood, bones and tissues would begin to disintegrate again. He would be in extreme pain and there was a chance his magic would flare. Moving to the hospital wing, they were met by Ogden, who told them that he had asked the castle to create a sterile room to use, in which he had moved Harry. With Bill and Phileas chanting around the healers, Severus, Minerva, Hermione, Brian and Neville watched as Justine released Harry from the stasis spell. There was a loud scream as Harry awoke to blinding pain. Justine immediately administered the cure, and the other healers waved their wands and were casting various spells. They gave Harry various amounts of the blood replenishes, Skelegro and muscle repairing potions that Hermione and Neville had brewed. They were spelling the potions right into his body. For half an hour they worked on Harry until there was a sudden surge of magic and the healers working on Harry were blasted away. Severus was about to run towards Harry when Brian held him back. On the table, Harry screamed and they all saw his body twisting in agony as his body grew a few inches in height. His facial features started changing, his hair grew longer, and his body got fuller as his muscles expanded. By the time Justine and the healers had gotten up and ran over to Harry, he had stopped screaming. One of the healers administered another pain potion and another gave him a dreamless sleeping potion. Justine waved her wand and scanned Harry. She smiled. Harry would be okay. An hour later, all of the occupants of Hogwarts had retired for some much-needed rest. Augusta and Neville were shown to the Hufflepuff family quarters, which was now Neville's for all time. Bill had returned to the burrow but indicated that he would return later the next day, when Justine had estimated would be when Harry would wake. Most of the healers had returned to St. Mungo's, but each was taking turns in returning for a shift to monitor Harry. Justine was given guest quarters and Brian had left to go make a report at the ministry. Hermione quietly entered the hospital room that Harry was staying and saw the tall black silhouette of the potions master standing next to Harry. She watched from a distance as Severus gently brushed back Harry's hair from his face. It was a loving gesture. She watched as Severus spoke to a sleeping Harry, telling him what they had done and how he would soon be better. She listened as Severus told Harry how his features had changed and now he had a lot more of Lily's features and how his hair had some of her auburn highlights. As Hermione watched, her mind went back to the wrecked room and the tears in his eyes as he spoke, and it came to her. Severus had strong feelings for Harry, he was in love. She smiled, as she recalled all the long talks that she and Harry had, the year out in the wilderness as she called it, when they were hunting Horcruxes. Harry had confessed that before he had taken with Ginny, he had had a crush on their potions master. They had both laughed at the time, but Hermione realized that without Ginny's love potion, Harry might still have strong feelings for the man. A few days ago she would not have thought that the snarky potions master was a good choice for her best friend, but the Severus she met today at home, the one she worked with today, the one who comforted Neville and the one she was now watching as he gently stroked Harry's cheek, was a perfect mate for Harry. The more she thought of it, the more she liked the idea. Severus suddenly turned around as he felt eyes staring at him. Hermione was watching him. He was a bit angry with himself. She had seen him as he spoke to Harry, but relaxed when he saw her smiling at him in approval. He gave a small smile back. Harry awoke to a dull pain. His body ached, but it had felt worse. His mind was foggy and he tried to get it organized. He remembered Poppy accusing him of murder. He remembered the Crucio coming at Ogden. He remembered Poppy hitting him with a black curse. He remembered the pain. There were no sounds around him, so the attack must be over. He slowly opened his eyes. He was in a room similar to the hospital wing. The magic around him felt like Hogwarts. He assumed he was in a private hospital room at Hogwarts. Turning to his side, he saw Severus asleep in a chair next to his bed. He had on a black shirt and trousers. It was the first time Harry had seen the man out of robes and saw that indeed he had a lean but muscular body as he had always imagined. He was leaning to one side of the armchair with his arms folded. His head resting on the side of the chair, his hair falling around his face, his long legs stretched out in front of him. Nice. Harry liked what he saw. He looked so much younger asleep, less worry on his face, no creases or frowns. From this angle his nose didn't look broken and his mouth. His mouth was slightly opened, lips just barely apart, rose-colored firm but luscious lips. Harry licked his lips, wanting nothing more than to capture those lips with his own to taste them. He groaned. Severus' eyes opened and saw Harry looking at him, a strange expression on his face. It looked almost like a wanting, almost lustful look, but Severus must have been mistaken. He had heard him groan. He must be in some pain. Harry, how are you feeling? Are you in pain? Harry tried to answer, but his throat was sore and found it difficult to talk. Severus ran to a nearby table that had a pitcher of water and poured a glass. He brought over the glass of water for Harry, slowly helping him raise his head and drink some water. Pip, the hospital house elf, loyal to Hogwarts not to Poppy, saw that Harry was awake and went to call the attending healer whose shift it was to see about Harry. The healer instructed Pip to contact the headmistress and healer Marchak. The healer came over and did an examination on Harry. With Severus' help, he helped him drink another glass of water, administered a pain potion and brought a wet cloth to wipe his face. Within 10 minutes Justine came in with Minerva and Phileas. The latter two had on robes over sleepwear. Justine had a chat with the healer and then did further test on Harry. Harry, how are you feeling? Are you in any pain? Justine asked. No, just sore. Harry answered, his voice sounding rough. Severus snorted. He knew that Harry had a high threshold for pain and very rarely admitted when he was in pain. Poppy. Dead, Minerva answered as she sat on the edge of his bed. Ogden. Even with his own situation, Harry's concern was more for others than himself. He is fine, with the exception of Poppy. No one was injured, Minerva replied. Phileas turned to Justine. How is he doing? Is the recovery going well? As expected, his body is still very weak and his magical core is severely depleted. He will most likely have to stay in bed for at least a week, and even then it might be another week before he is back to full strength. Harry groaned. He never did well when he had to stay in the hospital wing long. A day or two tops and he was always ready to leave. He did not think he would make a week. He will comply, Severus said sternly, almost knowing exactly what Harry was thinking. Harry just gave a chuckle and said, Yes, sir. After a moment Harry asked, What happened to me? What was that black curse? Over the next few minutes, the three professors and Justine filled Harry in on everything that happened, including Ginny being a parcelmouth and her helping open the chamber. Harry raised his eyebrow and then said, "It might be nice from time to talk with someone else in the snake language." Severus growled, "She is not coming anywhere near you, if I have anything to say about it." The others just watched him and Minerva gave a big smile. They told him how they had all worked on the cure, about Neville's contribution and how Bill and Charlie had helped. Phileas told him that Brian Watson had stayed almost the entire time and how Justine had organized healers from St. Mungo's to help. Harry was pleased. He never liked the idea that everyone had to be so secretive and had liked that he could trust and depend on others. Harry's was ecstatic, however, when they told him that when the DNA charm had finally been lifted, he had grown 3 inches, his hair had taken on some auburn highlights, and his facial features had slightly changed. Passing him a mirror, Harry looked at himself. His face was the same yet different. Someone could still make him out, but there were subtle changes if you looked carefully. His cheekbones were slightly higher, his face a little rounder, his lips a little bigger, and he had a dimple. Minerva told him that these features were Lily's. Justine then indicated that she wanted Harry to get some more sleep as his body still needed a lot of rest to help in his recovery. She told them that she would remain with him for the next few hours and that he should be awake for a late breakfast. She then gave him a mild sleeping potion that would gently put him to sleep. Minerva and Phileas went back to their quarters and promised they would be back later. Harry was pleasantly surprised when Minerva came and tucked him back in before leaving. Justine went with the healer to the back of the room to make some monitoring reports. Severus remained with Harry. He watched as Harry closed his eyes. Severus got up and brushed back the hair that was falling on Harry's face. "What am I going to do with you? You are always in trouble and you have such a saving people thing that I think you will always be in trouble." He was surprised when Harry answered softly, "That's because I know you will always be there to get me out of trouble." Severus chuckled and bent over and kissed his forehead. Harry smiled and drifted off to sleep as Severus settled back down in the chair. When Harry woke the next morning, Severus was not there and part of him was disappointed. He liked the idea of waking up with Severus next to him. But his disappointment didn't last long when he saw Hermione and Neville come in. The three sat and spoke for over an hour discussing the past few days. Harry and Neville discussed the Hogwarts ritual and Harry smiled when Neville told him what Severus had said. Hermione was able to help Harry eat some breakfast. Some soft mushy stuff, pumpkin juice and loads of potions. The highlight of the visit was when Hermione passes Harry a copy of The Prophet 2 days ago. The front page had the headlines, "Potter Weasley Wedding Postponed," along with a picture of Harry addressing the crowd and Ginny sitting sadly next to him. The article was mainly Harry's speech. It was for The Prophet, a well-written article. It was the small picture and caption below the main article that had Harry laughing till his already sore side hurt. There in full color in resplendent green robes was Severus Snape laughing with Minerva McGonagall, and the caption read, "Yes folks, hell has indeed frozen over." Justine came in and told Hermione and Neville politely to give Harry about half an hour, so he could clean up a bit. At first Harry was a bit embarrassed, but Justine reminded him that as a healer she was used to seeing BPD men and that she was accustomed helping them with their needs. With creatures' help, Justine soon had Harry feeling clean and refreshed. Harry no longer felt any embarrassment as Justine was very professional about the whole thing. Dressed in a red and gold pajamas, Harry sat back on bed with several pillows behind him. That morning Harry had a lot of visitors, including Minerva and Phileas, Augusta Longbottom and Brian Watson, but no Severus. Brian told Harry that Dawlish, Blake and the other Aurors who had attacked them were suspended without pay and were pending further investigations which may lead to their dismissal from the Auror Corps. Brian also told him that he was officially cleared of all charges regarding Arabella Figg and that Poppy was posthumously charged and found guilty for Arabella's murder and for attempted murder of Harry and for several fraud and medical abuse charges. To Harry's relief, Brian informed him that no charges would be laid out to Fireforge as he was protecting Harry and had saved his life, but he had still had to make a report to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, but didn't see that it would be a problem. The two rookie Aurors were both given commendations and their names were submitted for promotions. Brian then presented Harry with the Elder Wand, which Harry decided he would keep, if just to keep it out of the hands of others. The two then had a long talk with Harry, filling Brian in on all the activities of the past few days. He asked Creature to bring all the documents that Gringotts had given him. He told him all about Riddle's letter and about his inheriting all of Voldemort's worldly possessions, at which time Brian asked if most of the dark artifacts could be sent to the Department of Mysteries. Harry agreed. He told him all about Dumbledore and Poppy and what they had done. Brian was grateful as he had figured out most of it by observing what had happened but was not given details by Justine, which they had argued over. He also informed Brian of the Weasleys' involvement and his decision, which was supported by the minister, not to press charges, and that they had resorted to old pureblood traditions of letting the family take care of the punishments. While Brian was a bit upset, he deferred to Harry's decision as the victim of the crime and indicated that the old pureblood tradition was still within the mandate of the law. He told Harry he appreciated the fact that Harry had trusted in him to tell him everything and that he would respect his decision of not making the information public. He would, however, open a file which would detail the incidents and outcomes and then seal it for DMLE senior officers' eyes only. This would prevent anyone in the future from accusing either Arthur or Kingsley from inappropriate conduct while in office by trying to cover up crimes, which they were now dealing with the after effects of Fudge. After Brian left, Harry felt much better. While not absolving them of their actions, Harry understood Dawlish's frustration of being accused of incompetence when people were not passing on the relevant information. Brian seemed to be a good man. Like Amelia Bones, he was a person who went by the law and was not known for being corrupt. He had actually left the Auror Corps when Voldemort's men had taken charge of the ministry. Now he was instrumental in regaining order in the wizarding world. Harry believed he could trust him. After taking a long nap, Harry again ate, and Creature brought over some of the documents that Gringotts had sent concerning his estate. Harry told Creature to send word to Gringotts if the meeting previously scheduled 2 days ago could be moved to Hogwarts for some time during the next few days. Harry wanted to thank Fireforge in person and wanted to start making arrangements for his estate. Mid-afternoon, Bill and Charlie came to visit him. It was great seeing the two brothers, and Harry thanked them for their help. Bill told Harry that it was only the brotherly thing to do. "So what's happening with Ron and Ginny?" Harry finally asked. "Dad decided to repay all money taken," Bill said, and raised his hand to stop Harry as he started protesting. "It's the principle, Harry, we have to keep our honor." At which Harry nodded. Bill then continued, "However, Aunt Muriel beat him to it. She sent 100,000 galleons to Potter Vault the morning after the dinner. She told Dad that it came out of our inheritance. We still took Ginny and Ron to Gringotts today and emptied their vaults and sent the money back to Potter Vault as interest. Dad is making Ginny and Ron pay back the family," Bill told Harry. Charlie, sitting on the edge of Harry's bed, continued, "We have decided that Ron will come to work in Romania with me on the Dragon Reserve. We can have him start at an entry level, which is basically a stable hand. There he will work long hours doing manual labor. There will be no parties, no Quidditch, no photographers, no one who will care that he has an Order of Merlin first class. He will be Ron Weasley's stable hand. On the reserve you are judged only by how hard you work. He will stay at least a year and then we will see if he has improved. Maybe working hard for an honest wage will make him appreciate other people's possessions. He will not be allowed his wand, I will hold it and only give him in an emergency." Harry nodded, knowing Ron this would be a just punishment and will help him grow up a bit. Ginny will come and live with Fleur and me, so that Fleur could teach Ginny some of the finer graces in life to be more ladylike. Aunt Muriel insisted on it, Bill told Harry, who remembered Lady Walburga's insistence that Ginny learn some propriety. In addition, all of Ginny's robes that were bought using your money have been sent to charity, and the jewelry she bought was sent to Potter Vaults. I am hoping that during the coming year to get her to work in some charity. I am going to be opening an orphanage, using the old Riddle Manor, for wizarding children who were orphaned during the war. We could find some things for Ginny to do there," Harry stated, and both Bill and Charlie agreed. "So when are you returning to Romania, Charlie?" Harry asked. "I return next week, which will not be too soon for Ron. He has not gotten a moment's rest. The twins have decided to use him as their personal test subject for their new products, and this time Dad is allowing them to," Charlie said with a laugh. Bill chuckled. "Yes, and by then both he and Ginny might return to sitting comfortably." They all laughed. Harry then told the two brothers that he had informed Watson of the events and that he has accepted the outcome and that he will create a file which will be sealed. Harry was a bit nervous but was relieved when both Bill and Charlie told him it was a smart move. Now no one could think of blackmailing Arthur or Kingsley if they found out. Charlie then said his farewells as he had some business to take care of in order to carry Ron with him. Bill, I will like if you could help in checking some of the estates I have inherited. Some of the black houses and those belonging to the Death Eaters may have many cursed or black magic items in them, Harry asked Bill after Charlie left. Of course, Harry, it will be my pleasure. I can't have one of my brothers living in a cursed house after all. No, Bill. I want to hire you. Freelance if you wish. This job will be monumental and I want to formally hire you with an appropriate salary to do the job. Harry, you know I will do it for free. After all, my mother and siblings have paid for their crimes. I too have my honor and I will not take advantage of your guilt. I don't want you and your other brothers to feel in any way financially indebted to me. I will accept the payment made, but I now consider the matter closed. Bill, you have a young family that will most likely grow. You need to earn enough money to give them a good life. I am not offering charity, I am hiring you because I have heard you are one of the best in the field. Thank you, Harry, and I accept, Bill said with a smile. Good, I have sent for Fireforge and he will draw up the papers and have it sent to you, Harry said in his most businesslike voice. After a big dinner of more mushy stuff, Harry was again tended to by Creature and then slept for a few more hours. He had tired easily and Justine said it was expected, he would not be able to do much for a few days. It was sometime late at night when Harry awoke. This time he saw Severus in his armchair next to the bed, reading a book. Harry smiled. Hi. Severus looked up from his book. How are you feeling? Are you still sore? No, just very weak and tired. That's expected. Where were you all day? I was looking out for you. Severus smiled. My house elf decided to stick me to my bed until she decided I had enough rest. She could be very determined when she wants to be. Harry laughed. I also decided to continue doing some experimentation on the solution we made, to see if it could have alternative uses, Severus said. And did you come up with anything? Harry said, genuinely interested. No, not yet, but there are a lot of possibilities. I actually had Hermione and Neville help with some of the documentation. They also have a lot of possibilities, Severus said with a smile. Harry again laughed, but Severus could tell he was not feeling well. He got him a glass of water, but Harry drank very little. What is that you are reading? Harry said, eyeing the book in Severus' hand. It is a novel by a wizard who is actually well known in the Muggle world. It's called The Hobbit. I actually know that one. Tolkien, yes. He also did The Lord of the Rings. Severus nodded. Would you like me to read some? That will be nice. Harry lay on the bed listening to Severus reading and felt a warm, comforting feeling of home. The next day Harry was again visited by Hermione and Neville, who spent most of the morning with him. They told him of their working with Severus and Harry laughed when Neville said he was actually enjoying making the potions. Severus told him he would give him some time today to experiment if he wanted, and Neville was actually excited. After another midday nap he was checked up by Justine and one of the other street Mungo's healers. Kingsley stopped by and brought a basket of exotic fruits which Harry found he actually enjoyed. Arthur and the Weasley boys, excluding Ron and Charlie, came by, and of course Fred and George brought their latest sweets for Harry to look at but not taste until he got better. They were actually serious about that. Harry found out that Percy was considering proposing to his girlfriend Audrey but was nervous. Why don't you take her on a holiday and propose there? Harry suggested. I do have some holiday time I could take, but I am not sure. I want to make a down payment for a house I am looking at and want to make sure I have enough, Percy said very seriously. Well, you know, Fred and myself will happily pay for a trip for you two if it will get us another sister, George said. Or another niece, Fred said with a wink. Harry laughed as Arthur and Bill both tapped Fred behind the head. It was good to have people he could laugh and have normal family moments with. Percy, you know. Harry started. No, Harry, I am not going to accept any money from you, Percy started. Well, okay, not money, but I have an all expenses paid trip for two to Paris for a month, that I am not doing anything with. Harry said with a big smile. Fred, George and Bill all nodded. That's a great idea, Percy. But, look, Percy, the trip is already paid for and I can't use it. I am going to be strapped in bed possibly for another week and I have a lot of things to do in the coming month. If you are not going to take it, the room, the food, the activities that I have already paid for is just going to be wasted and it will be money down the drain. Go have a good time with Audrey. Take some of the money you saved and buy her a nice ring. Nobody turns down a proposal in Paris. Percy looked a bit unsure and then his father said, "It will be good for you too. Anyway, I am hoping for some more grandchildren soon and right now you are my best hope." Everyone laughed. Percy smiled. "Thank you, Harry. I think I will take the tickets, but I don't." "Ah, you could name your first son after me," Harry said, throwing a pillow at Percy and laughing. Before they left, Arthur told Harry that Brian Watson had visited him and they had settled everything. Harry was pleased. Harry felt very weak and tired. As much as he loved all the visitors, he found it quite draining. He was more tired than he was when he woke up after the attack. After he told Justine this, she examined him and told him that his recovery was draining his magical core. She told him not to worry, that would rest and time his core would recover, and besides, even drained, his core was larger than anyone else she had ever met. That next few days followed the same pattern, with Harry getting many visitors during the day in between naps and medical examinations. However, it was the nights that Harry most looked forward to. Severus would come and sit next to Harry and they would talk about their day and things that happened. Harry asked him advice on his estates and what he planned on doing, which Severus gave many suggestions. After a while, when he became tired, Severus would take out his book and read to him until he slept. On the fourth day of his recovery, Creature reminded Harry of his meeting with the goblins and asked him if he wanted it postponed, as he found Harry was still not looking well. Creature was very worried about Harry. The house elf looked on him almost every half an hour to make sure he was okay and wanted for nothing. Harry shook his head. "No, Creature, I want to put some things in place so Fireforge, Grobrick and Magnus could start with arrangements. They are very efficient and don't need me to supervise." Creature helped Harry get clean and changed into some light robes. Magnus had sent over a whole wardrobe for Harry, some with the Potter and Black Crest and some plain. Harry had at first said that he would be fine with pajamas and that Fireforge and the others were friends and would not have minded. Creature, however, told him that this was not to be a social visit but a meeting, and Lord Black does not have a meeting with anyone in anything but formal robes. In the end, Harry let Creature have his way and put on blue robes with the crests on them. As he could not move from the bed, and if Harry was honest with himself, he didn't want to move from the bed, the meeting will be held there in the hospital wing. Justine had agreed to the meeting but warned Harry if he was feeling too tired she would ask the goblins to leave. Ogden came in and announced that the goblins from Gringotts had arrived, and Harry told him to direct them to the room. To Harry's surprise, it was not Fireforge who led the little group. A young, fat, beady-eyed goblin in rich green and gold robes and a wooden cane came in, followed by what looked like an attendant who was carrying his briefcase. Magnus and Grobrick came in behind him looking sorrowful. The attendant came and bowed to Harry and introduced Malgro, the new head of Gringotts Special Accounts and the goblin in charge of all Lord Potter Black estates. Malgro came forward and with a flourish said, "Good evening, Lord Potter Black." As the lowly one indicated, "I am Malgro, the new head of Special Accounts at Gringotts, and I will be in charge of your accounts. I have taken the liberty of deciding for you the best investments for your gold." He tapped the attendant with his cane and the goblin brought forward the briefcase with the papers. "All you have to do is sign these papers and we will leave you to your convalescence." Harry looked at the goblin in shock. Taking Harry's silence as consent, the goblin rested the papers on the side table next to the bed and said, "Let's go." "Hang on. What the hell is going on here? Magnus, Grobrick, who the bloody blazes is this idiot and where is Fireforge?" Harry demanded. Before either of the two goblins could answer, Malgro puffed up, looking a lot like Uncle Vernon when he was angry with someone, a look Harry knew too well. "I am the Gringotts head of Special Accounts, and the fate of he who is no longer honorable is no concern of yours." "What do you mean, he who is no longer honorable? What has happened to Fireforge?" Harry shouted. "As I said, that is not your concern. It is a Gringotts matter," Malgro said very pompously. "Listen here, you pompous windbag. I am making it my concern. Fireforge saved my life in more ways than one. I demand you tell me right now what has happened." Harry was getting angry and his magic was starting to show. The goblin attendant started whimpering and stepped back. Now see here. Malgro started as he puffed out more. You know what? I don't want you to speak to me again. Magnus, Grobrick, I want one of you to answer me. What has happened to Fireforge? Harry said, turning to the two goblins. Harry. Grobrick started. How dare you address a lord with such familiarity? I will see that you are appropriately punished. Malgro shouted, and taking his cane rapped Grobrick hard across his shoulders. Harry glowed with power, and even Magnus and Grobrick looked at him with wonder and terror. Malgro's cane came flying out of his hand and exploded into pieces mid-air. Malgro found himself moving against his will towards the very angry, very powerful wizard who was sitting on the bed. Harry grabbed Malgro by the front of his robes and looked at him in the eye and said, "He dares because I gave him permission, and now I will not ask again, you sniveling piece of slim." What happened to Fireforge? Malgro could barely find his voice but squeaked out. He was fired as he betrayed the Gringotts Code and told you about another's transactions. He is facing charges from the Goblin Nation for killing a witch. He is going to be put to death. Harry turned and looked to Magnus and Grobrick for confirmation. They nodded sadly. No charges were laid by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Harry stated, looking at Magnus and Grobrick. It does not matter. All crimes of this nature are seen as an affront to the Goblin Nation. The Goblin Elders at the bank are laying charges against him for bringing the bank into disrepute, Magnus answered. I want to speak to your superiors now, Harry demanded, raising Malgro closer to him and tightening the front of his robes. Not later tonight, not tomorrow. Now. Harry released the goblin who fell to the floor. My lord, I am not sure if they will come. They are always very busy, Malgro started. I am one of the richest wizards in the world. If they don't want me to move all my gold out of Gringotts, they will come, Harry shouted. You can't. Malgro started. Just try me. Now get out of my sight. I never want to see your face in front of me ever again, Harry said, and with a wave of his hand Malgro vanished. The goblin attendant squeaked in fear and ran out of the room. Lord Potter. Grobrick started. Harry took a deep breath, using all that magic had tired him out. He rested his head against his pillow and without looking up said, Grobrick, you are forbidden to ever call me Lord Potter Black again. It is Harry, nor you Magnus. Harry, we are very sorry. When the Goblin Elders found out what happened, they fired Fireforge and had him arrested. Their policy is that wizards and witches might retaliate against the bank if it was found out that one of their master goblins killed a client, especially one who had just left the bank. It is not good for business, Magnus told him. And who is this idiot Malgro? Harry asked as Severus and Justine came running into the room, Justine waving her wand at Harry. He was Fireforge's assistant. He has been after the position for years. It is a position of honor in the bank, Grobrick answered. Justine then told them they had to leave. Harry raised his hands and said, I am expecting some elders from the bank to arrive just now. I have to see them. Fireforge life is at stake. Justine nodded and said, You must have at least an hour's rest, and I will get you some pepper-up potion. She ran off to get the potion. Magnus and Grobrick were about to take their leave when Harry called to them, I want both of you to be here when the elders come. They both nodded and left. Severus fixed the pillows so Harry was lying comfortably. What happened? I felt your distress all the way in the dungeons. Harry briefly explained and Severus nodded but said sternly, You do too much. You need to rest. Close your eyes and rest. Severus stood next to Harry and reached down and gently took a strand of hair off of Harry's face. Harry leaned into Severus' hand as it brushed his hair aside. Severus used his fingers and caressed Harry's cheek. Harry opened his beautiful emerald green eyes and turned his head slightly so Severus' finger moved lightly over his lips. Harry opened his mouth. Severus closed his eyes and groaned. Severus opened his eyes and stepped back when he heard someone clearing his throat. Ogden came forward and bowed to Harry. Good evening, Lord Gryffindor, Master Snape. Severus raised his eyebrow but said nothing. Harry turned his head and looked at the house elf. Ogden, what are you going on about? The castle has recognized you, Lord Gryffindor. She has expelled the Master Goblin at your command. You may not have the magic of the Gryffindors, but she has given you back the honor. She has taken your command. If you listen, you will hear her whisper to you. Ogden came up closer to the bed. Close your eyes, young Lord Gryffindor, and feel the magic of Hogwarts and listen to her call. Harry closed his eyes and felt the magic. He had always felt a magic that was Hogwarts, but now he felt it like a soothing wind around him. He heard a light hum like a whisper of a song. He felt safe as if he was in his mother's arms as she rocked him to sleep. Justine came back in to see Ogden standing next to bed where Harry was surrounded by a red and gold cocoon of magic. She turned to Severus, who smiled to indicate that everything was okay. Phileas, Minerva, Augusta, Hermione and Neville all came into the room and watched in amazement. There was a sudden burst of light and Harry was raised off the bed. He started screaming and Severus tried to get to him but couldn't. Harry screamed, and to all of their surprise he turned into a very large snake. Before they could register what happened, Harry transformed again, but this time into a stag and then a big black dog and then a large Arctic wolf and then into a griffin. Minerva said, "He is an animagus. He is a multiple animagi," and when she saw the griffin she gasped. "A magical creature. I think the last recorded magical animagi was Godric Gryffindor and he too was a griffin." Harry turned back into himself and was gently laid back on the bed. Justine and Phileas both ran over and waved their wands. Phileas looked up and said, "All his magical blocks have been removed." Severus did not take his eyes off of Harry and said, "Hogwarts has removed them." Ogden said the castle recognized him as Lord Gryffindor and it was she who had the cocoon around him. Augusta came up and placed her hand on Neville's shoulder. "It means someday the castle may recognize you too, Neville. There is some hope." Ogden looked over and said, "The castle already recognizes Lord Hufflepuff. She already speaks to him and in time his connection to the castle will grow." Everyone looked at Neville and he nodded. "I sometimes hear her whisper to me." His grandmother gave him a hug and cried. Tibbs came in with a pop. "Headmistress, a group of goblin elders and masters are here at the gate. They say Master Harry summoned them." Severus briefly explained what Harry told him. Minerva told Tibbs to send them to her office. "No, bring them here." A weak voice came from the bed. Severus looked down and smiled at Harry. "You know you are really going to turn me gray before my time." Harry laughed. "I think you would look quite dashing with gray hair." Harry tried to sit up and did so with Severus' help. "Tibbs, bring them here. I need to deal with them right away." Tibbs popped out. "You know I could really develop a complex, if my house elf keeps obeying you instead of me," Minerva said with a laugh. She then left to greet the goblins at the front door and to escort them to the hospital room. "Harry, I think you should rest for at least a day before you have such a meeting," Hermione said, almost scolding, but Harry knew she was worried. Justine was monitoring Harry and said, "Your magical core is increasing once more, but you still have to take it easy." Hermione brought over a glass of water and handed it to Harry, who drank it. "I will be fine, my own." I could feel my strength returning. Phileas told Harry he should be okay and that he was now the wizard he was supposed to be. With a promise to return and check on him later, the tiny charms master left. Hermione also left, saying she would tend to the potion that she, Neville and Severus had been working on when Severus bolted out the door. Augusta and Neville were also about to take their leave when Harry stopped them and asked them to stay. Creature came in with a huff and told all of them to leave for 5 minutes while he helped Master Harry change into proper robes. The blue ones were now torn. As they heard Minerva's voice coming down the hall, Creature allowed them back in. Harry, now sitting in the armchair next to the bed, looked resplendent in robes of rich burgundy with the Potter and Black and Gryffindor crests on them. Harry's long hair was now brushed back neatly and his face glowed a little. Harry heard Severus take in a breath. Minerva came in with 4 old richly dressed goblins. 3 of the goblins had thin silver bands around their heads and had black and silver canes with them. The other had a gold band and a black and gold cane. Harry deduced that the silver and gold denoted their authority. Behind them came Magnus and Grobrick, a scribe and 2 goblin guards. Before they could give their greetings, Harry declared in a very cold, powerful voice that made even Severus shudder, "You have insulted Hogwarts, her headmistress and me by bringing guards." The goblin elder with the gold band answered, "You attacked one of the master goblins earlier and even now he is kept back from entering the gates. He insulted me. I was very offended by his words and actions. The castle objected to his very presence and obeyed my command to remove him when he did not remove himself, and she will not offend me by allowing him entrance. I made it quite clear he was never to be in my presence again." The goblin elder nodded in acknowledgement. He will be dealt with. I will make sure he apologizes. I want him gone. Harry's magic was pulsing and everyone in the room felt it. The goblin elders looked at each other and nodded. The goblin in gold said, "As you wish." He then turned to the guards and nodded to them and they left. The goblin then turned back to Harry and said, "Lord Potter Black, I am Ragnog, head of Gringotts, these goblins are." Before he could continue, Harry interrupted him, "Fireforge. I summoned you here to discuss the matter of the goblin Fireforge. I have been told that you had him arrested for bringing disrepute to the bank. I am here to tell you that Fireforge not only saved my life but I consider myself indebted to him. He has not only protected me physically but my vast fortune as well. Albus Dumbledore was allowed to openly steal millions of galleons of gold from my account and I held your bank responsible. It was because of Fireforge's actions as well as those of Magnus and Grobrick that I now hold Gringotts in very high esteem. I have come to value their wisdom and judgment. For this they have earned my respect. I have given them the right to call me by my given name." Harry heard the goblins gasp. "It pains me that you have had him removed from my accounts and have had him arrested for saving my life. By disapproving of his actions you have shown me that you have placed very little value on my life." Ragnog tried to speak when Harry put up his hand to silence him. "I requested a meeting with your goblins today to discuss my future dealings with the bank. Instead of sending trusted advisors, you sent a pompous jerk who had the audacity to hand me a document declaring what he wanted to do with my money and told me to just sign, as if I were some child who didn't know what I wanted. When I questioned him, he treated me with disdain, quite forgetting that I am Lord Potter Black." Harry was now glowing with power and his voice was growing louder. He stopped, closed his eyes and reined in his power, and he stopped glowing, which was much more frightening. "I want all charges against Fireforge dropped immediately. If he is not freed tonight, tomorrow I withdraw every canute I have from Gringotts. Lord Potter Black, please be reasonable. Fireforge killed a witch. Other wizards and witches may not think as kindly as you if." Neville spoke up. "If Harry goes you will lose all the Longbottom gold as well." Ragnog turned to Neville and sneered, "You do not have the authority." "But I do. Whatever my grandson says goes," Augusta said. Neville then stood up and, like Harry, his power was evident. "You seem to think of us as mere children, Ragnog, but you are mistaken. I may not have Harry's power, but I also do not have his compassion. Harry may have some esteem for Gringotts, but I do not. Harry is an orphan, but I am not. Ragnog, I am giving you warning. I am making a full inquiry into why the Hufflepuff accounts were removed from my care. I know that even with the magic removed, the money in the vaults could not have been removed from the Longbottom estates without the signature of my magical guardian, which I remind you is Lady Longbottom and not Albus Dumbledore. I know my grandmother did not sign the order and do not even dare to mention my parents. I believe your bank is responsible for a theft of grand magnitude, and if I find any impropriety on your part, one will demand retribution. Believe me, if anyone has brought the Goblin Nation into disrepute, it is Gringotts." Ragnog stepped back in fear and quickly looked at his companions. Harry continued very coldly, "Ragnog, this matter is not debatable. You will free Fireforge now. You are dismissed." The goblin elders looked at each other and practically fled. Magnus and Grobrick were the last to leave, but not before bowing to Harry and Neville. The room was silent for a minute before Augusta Longbottom shrieked and ran up to her grandson and embraced him. "Oh, Neville, you were wonderful. I am so proud. And you too, Harry, are Lord Potter Black. If anyone ever doubted it, Harry, you proved them wrong. You were both magnificent." Minerva also looked proud. "My little lions have learned how to roar." Harry turned and looked at Severus, whose eyes were glowing with pride and love. Less than an hour later, Harry was resting when Severus lightly shook his shoulders. "Harry, wake up, you have visitors." Harry woke up and saw that Magnus and Grobrick had returned with a ragged-looking Fireforge. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.